From the day she was born, the girl was branded as an illegitimate daughter. Not only that, but in the end, even her own boyfriend became her brother-in-law. Just when her heart was already riddled with holes, a ray of light appeared in her dark life. A good man who was handsome, had a great physique, and knew how to dote on people. Soonwon never expected that after a year, she would be back at this so-called Lin family home. It turned out today was her grandfather's 80th birthday. Just then, two scheming bitches were shocked to see her return. Sister Xian, how is that bitch back? Didn't she threaten to cut all ties with the Lin family last year? Lin Xian said with some panic, take your brother-in-law inside. Help me keep an eye on him. Don't let this bitch get involved with your brother-in-law. Is this what they call a guilty conscience? Soonwon, you're here to celebrate Grandpa's birthday? Soonwon stated that Grandpa had asked her to come back. After all, Grandpa was getting old and hoped she could come back for a visit. Lin Xian, however, just sneered at what's this? It's only been a year, and you've forgotten how to call me sister? At this moment, everyone began to whisper among themselves. Look at that girl in the blue dress. Which family's daughter is she? Why haven't I seen her before? Is she some family's young mistress? Ling Shue's expression darkened. She immediately told Soonwon to go inside, lest she attract gossip outside. Soonwon looked back. I'll wait a bit longer for my husband. Lin Xian was a little shocked. I didn't expect to have a brother-in-law already. Before she could finish her sarcastic remark, Soonwon interrupted her that I'd better go in first. He might be a little late. Watching Soonwon's departing figure, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh mockingly in her heart. Soonwon, you've left Qinjun, but I bet you haven't found a presentable husband either. Just as Soonwon entered the main hall, Qinjun turned around and spotted her. He called out Soonwon's name somewhat shyly. Soonwon was also a bit surprised at brother-in-law. Seeing this, Lin Yao quickly separated them. Brother-in-law, you go greet the guests. I'll take Soonwon to see the family. Before Soonwon could refuse, the scheming bitch forcefully dragged her forward. Mom, look who's back. When Soonwon's third aunt saw it was her, her face was also full of mockery. Well, isn't this Soonwon? You must have suffered out there for the past year. She then pulled her over and deliberately introduced her to everyone. Let me introduce everyone. This is Soonwon, the granddaughter who left the Lin family a year ago. She's also a fashion designer. Upon hearing this, everyone had looks of disdain on their faces. Third aunt spoke even more directly. Your outfit isn't bad. At least you didn't disgrace your grandfather. Suddenly, Lin Yao noticed the necklace on Soonwon's neck and exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this from the fantasy series? Her mother glanced at it, but seemed rather calm. Yao, what nonsense are you talking about? The fantasy series hasn't even been released. This is just ordinary rhinestone. Lin Yao excitedly grabbed Soonwon's hand. Looking at her bracelet, Lin Yao said with conviction, Mom, there's no mistake. This bracelet is clearly identical to the fantasy design. Just a few days ago, Sister Xian and I were discussing going to London for the fantasy launch event. Soonwon thought to herself, this jewelry set was a gift from Abai. How could we possibly afford such an expensive, authentic piece? Is Lin Yao deliberately mocking me? Everyone, what do you think? Is what she's wearing really just a knockoff? Do you have such a good friend by your side, who, upon seeing you bullied by a scheming bitch, comes up and slaps them across the face? After a year, Soonwon returned to the Lin family, only to be mocked by her so-called relatives. They even said the jewelry she was wearing was fake and a disgrace to the Lin family. Seeing Soonwon's poor appearance, the so-called third aunt hypocritically offered to give her a piece of jewelry her own daughter liked. People won't say a Lin family granddaughter can't even afford a decent set of jewelry. But Lin Yao was not happy to hear this. She whined to her mother, saying it was her favorite piece of jewelry. Who knew her mother would shout, I told you to go get it, so go get it. Is the set incomplete if one piece is missing? Hearing these piercing words, Soonwon couldn't help but smile bitterly. Truly relatives of the Lin family. They never forget to throw sarcastic remarks at me. Thank you for your kindness, third aunt. If Lin Yao likes it, she should keep it. If this jewelry set brings shame to the Lin family, then I just won't wear it. Just then, Lin Xian came out with her arm around Qinjun. Lin Yao immediately put on a pitiful act, running to Lin Xian to complain. Sister Xian, my mom is making me give my favorite jewelry to Soonwon. Dad gave that to me. Does Soonwon, this illegitimate daughter, even deserve it? Lin Xian told her not to cause trouble. If Grandpa finds out you're talking about Soonwon like this, do you want to be kicked out of the Lin family? Lin Yao didn't expect that this time, even her sister Xian wouldn't side with her. She was furious. She turned and vented all her anger on Sun Wan, angrily snatching the bracelet from her hand. She roared like a shrew. You come to Grandpa's birthday banquet wearing a fake? You're not only embarrassing the Lin family, but you're also embarrassing Grandpa. Just then, a girl suddenly rushed out and hugged Sun Wan. Wan, it's really you. You're finally back in Yinjing. You have no idea how much I've missed you. It turned out this person was Lin Wan's childhood friend and best friend, Milo. Seeing them so close, Lin Yao looked on with disdain, mocking Lin Wan for only knowing how to act weak. However, in the next second, Milo ran forward and gave her a heavy slap. Lin Yao was completely stunned by the slap. You dare hit me? I have to say this is so satisfying. Milu furiously retorted. So what if I hit you? Hitting you is letting you off easy. You idiot, get it straight. It was your sister who stole Wan's man. She's the victim here. What right do you have to criticize Wan? Lin Yao was rebuked into silence. In the next second, she burst into tears. She hit someone. Ma, Mila hit me. Mila didn't expect that hitting someone would actually make her own hand hurt. At this point, the people present were also whispering amongst themselves. Lin Xian immediately changed her tune. Wan, today is Grandpa's birthday banquet after all. Don't let me cause a scene. It won't look good when the guests arrive. Sun Wan's hands were trembling with anger as she roared, Enough. Aren't you the ones being unreasonable? If you dare to speak rudely to my friend again, I'll let Grandpa handle it. Seeing her daughter being wronged, Third Aunt's expression towards Sun Wan also soured. Sun Wan, you are not worthy of attending Grandpa's birthday banquet. Get back to wherever you came from. Lin Wan cried out in disbelief. Third Aunt. Suddenly, Lin Yao pushed Sun Wan forcefully from behind with both hands. Get out. The Lin family doesn't welcome you. The little pampered wife is bullied at her maternal home. Let's see how the overbearing CEO husband protects his wife. Lin Yao not only mocked Sun Wan for being unqualified to attend Grandpa's birthday banquet, but also angrily pushed her to the ground, telling her to get out of the Lin family. At this moment, Sun Wan lay on the ground, calling out for her husband in her heart, Abai. Just then a man walked in. When everyone in the hall saw him, they were all deeply captivated by his handsome face. Every one of them was infatuated. Wow, who is that? Which family's young master is he? He's so handsome. Even Lin Yao was drooling. As the man walked past Lin Xian, although his suit wasn't particularly impressive, his innate noble aura was exceptionally outstanding. Sun Wan looked pitifully at the newcomer. The man was seen dotingly stroking her little head with his hand, saying gently, I'm sorry, I'm late. It turned out this person was Sun Wan's husband, Xiao Bai. Let me add a few words here. Xiao Bai was originally the richest man on the world's wealth list, but to be with Sun Wan, he was willing to live a simple life of plain tea and simple meals with her. It's just that Sun Wan was kept in the dark about all of this. Heartbroken, Sun Wan immediately threw herself into his arms. She sobbed, I didn't expect that just as I was thinking of you, you would appear. Xiao Bai held her and asked if she was hurt from the fall. Sun Wan looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and said, the shoes you picked for me are too high. I'm not used to them, so I lost my balance. Xiao Bai had her sit down and personally took off her high heels. He gently massaged her feet with his hands. Oh my, is it really okay for the male lead to be so lovey-dovey right after he appears? The onlookers were stunned by this scene, each and every one of them incredibly envious. At this moment, Xiao Bai's expression turned serious. What just happened? Third Aunt said with disdain, what's your status? How dare you question us? Xiao Bai's sharp gaze swept over. Because I am Xiao Bai, Wan's husband. His powerful aura scared Third Aunt into silence. Xiao Bai continued, I think I have the responsibility and obligation to know what you did to my wife. Lin Yao fearfully shrank closer to her mother. Suddenly, Xiao Bai saw the bracelet in Lin Yao's hand. He held out his hand. Give it to me. Lin Yao was so frightened by his presence that she trembled. Lin Xin quickly came out to explain, Mr. Qiao, this is all a misunderstanding. The main thing today is... But Xiao Bai completely ignored her, walked up to Lin Yao, and insisted that she hand over the bracelet. Although Lin Yao was scared, she stubbornly refused. Seeing this man being so overbearing, the two of them were furious but helpless. Damn it, I can't believe this person is so arrogant. Just then, old Master Lin walked out. Wan was a little emotional to see her grandfather. Lin Xian went forward, trying to deliberately curry favor with him. Grandpa, let me help you. Unexpectedly, old Master Lin slapped her hand away. What's all this commotion about? Do you think I've lived too long, and you all want to anger me to death? Hearing this, everyone was scared into silence. Wan saw that her grandfather's hair had turned whiter, which made her heart ache. Xiao Bai held her hand to reassure her. Wan instantly felt much more at ease, seeing them being so sweet. The two scheming bitches were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Lin Yao snorted coldly. Humph. How did that ugly freak find such a handsome man? She must have stepped in dog poop. Lin Xian also didn't expect Sun Wan to find such a man, although his status was a bit lacking. His aura was far superior to those rich young masters. Sun Wan is completely unworthy of such a man. Oh no, is she planning to steal him from Sun Wan again? Not only was the girl called an illegitimate daughter by her family, but they also wanted to kick her out. Luckily, she still had a grandfather who doted on her. Lin Yao dropped to her knees with a thud. Old Master Lin angrily questioned her. Speak. What exactly happened to cause such a scene? At this moment, Lin Yao was like a drama queen, crying, Grandpa, it's all my fault. Please calm down. Don't let your anger harm your health. It turned out that 2 hours earlier, Lin Xian, knowing that Grandpa doted on Sun Wan, had told Lin Yao to kneel before Grandpa first, admit she was wrong, and take the blame for everything. Otherwise, Grandpa would definitely side with Sun Wan. Lin Yao was initially hesitant. Lin Xian saw through her thoughts and told her that with her status as a young lady of the Lin family, she could have as many men like that as she wanted. On the surface, Lin Yao was crying a river of tears, but inwardly, she was overjoyed as Sun Wan. So what if Grandpa favors you? The Lin family won't be yours, and this man won't be yours either. Good grief, what a scheming bitch. Is she actually coveting someone else's husband? Sun Wan and Mi Lu were speechless seeing her act like this. Mi Lu even whispered to Sun Wan, how can this person just cry on command? Just then, old Master Lin saw Sun Wan. His tone immediately softened. With a kind face, he said, Wan, you're back. Come here to Grandpa. Grandpa hasn't seen you in so long. Wan dropped to her knees before her grandfather with a thud. Old Master Lin's heart ached as he told her to get up quickly. It's good that you're back. But the more Grandpa said this, the harder Wan cried. Grandpa, your granddaughter has been unfilial, only coming back to see you on your birthday. Xiao Bai also knelt down at once. Old Master Lin looked at Xiao Bai and asked who he was. Wan proudly introduced Grandpa. He is Xiao Bai, your grandson-in-law. Xiao Bai quickly presented the birthday gift he had prepared for the old man. Old Master Lin just gave a symbolic nod, saying that at his age, he didn't need any gifts. Clearly, he had not acknowledged Xiao Bai as his grandson-in-law. Wan just smiled awkwardly. Seeing this, Lin Yao was overjoyed. Great. Grandpa doesn't accept him. This makes things easier. Just as she was about to stand up, who told you to get up? The sudden voice of her father froze Lin Yao in place. Her mother quickly supported her husband. What are you doing? Lin Yao didn't do anything wrong. The straightforward Mi Lu quickly spoke up for Wan. Who says she didn't do anything wrong? Lin Yao snatched Wan's things. Lin Yao retorted, not to be outdone. Grandpa, Sun Wan came to your birthday banquet wearing a fake. Isn't she obviously trying to sabotage your event? I just asked her to take it off. What's wrong with that? Mila continued to rebut, but not only did you push Wan, you even slandered her outside, saying she's an illegitimate daughter and isn't qualified to attend Grandpa Lin's birthday banquet. In the end, you even tried to physically throw her out. Seeing her daughter being bullied, the mother said irritably, Miss Me, this is our Lin family's private matter. What's an outsider like you meddling for? Mila was rebuked into silence. Just then, Xiao Bai said domineeringly, then I should have a right to speak, right? Miss Lin Yao, returned the jewelry. It belongs to Wan. Taking without asking is stealing. You have already committed a crime. Hearing this, Lin Yao was so scared she immediately hid behind her mother. Old Master Lin's face also turned very ugly. He slammed his cane on the floor. Take it out. Lin Yao gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't expect even her grandfather wouldn't side with her. Will she take out Wan's jewelry? I thought he was a handsome, overbearing CEO, but who knew he was actually a jealous man? When old Master Lin learned that his precious granddaughter was being bullied by everyone, he was furious. He even cursed everyone for being ignorant. Sun Wan worriedly told her grandfather not to be angry. Grandpa waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. He asked everyone, "Do you all think I've gone senile? That I would dote on someone with a different surname?" Seeing the unhappy faces of the few, old Master Lin decided to tell everyone the truth today. Just then, a rich second generation who looked like a playboy suddenly burst in Dada. "So you're all here. This young master is looking for someone." The scene instantly fell silent. Xiao Bai stared at him, their eyes meeting. Then he walked past Xiao Bai with his head held high. Why so quiet? Did this young master arrive at a bad time? Just then, Milu leaned close to Sun Wan's ear and whispered, "Wan, don't be afraid. Reinforcements have arrived." But Wan wasn't listening at all. She just felt the man looked familiar. "Who on earth is he?" Old Master Lin quickly asked with a smile. "Young Master Lu, who are you looking for?" When the man saw it was old Master Lin, he scratched his head awkwardly. "You could just call me Ah Sheng. I can't bear being called young Master Lu by you. If my grandpa found out, he'd break my legs." Sun Wan kept staring at him, that a young master of the Lu family. So he's the one they call the peerless until death, Lu Haisheng. Why does he look like a spoiled brat? Suddenly, her vision went dark. Xiao Bai covered Wan's eyes and reminded her, Wan, you've been staring at that kid for too long." Wan turned her head and said playfully, "I was just thinking he's not as handsome as my husband." Hearing this, Xiao Bai's face lit up with a happy smile. "Indeed, he looks too flashy." Milu, standing beside them, couldn't help but laugh. Right. The first time I saw this guy, I also thought he was too flashy. Looking at that face of his, it's an insult to his peerless until death reputation. Wan then realized something was off. "Milu, he's not here for you, is he?" Milu immediately rolled her eyes at her. "Dummy. Didn't I just say reinforcements have arrived?" In the next second, Lu Haisheng gently cupped Li's delicate face in his hands. "I just went to the restroom, and when I came out, I heard you were hit. Tell me, what happened?" Lin Yao was a bit stunned to hear this. "Who hit me, Lu?" Hearing him say this, old Master Lin also quickly inquired, "What? Was Miss Me also wrong just now?" Milu was also confused, looking at Lu Haisheng with a puzzled expression, thinking, "When was I hit?" Lu Haisheng gave her a look, and she immediately understood. She deliberately pounded his chest with her little fists in anger. "It's all your fault. I was bullied, and you're only just getting here. It was so chaotic outside just now, and someone even said they wanted to throw Lulu out." Lu Haisheng then sought justice from Old Master Lin. "Old Master, this junior just arrived and doesn't know the specifics of what happened. So this matter." Old Master Lin understood immediately and quickly told Lin Yao to apologize to Milu. Lin Yao was shocked and cried out that she was wrong, that I didn't even hit Milu. Why does everyone want me to apologize? This is the consequence of being a little green tea bitch. The girl attended her grandfather's grand birthday banquet wearing diamonds worth millions, but ended up being mocked by a scheming bitch for wearing a fake. But in the next second, she was slapped in the face. The tardy Xiao Bai saw his little pampered wife's bracelet on someone else's hand. So he domineeringly demanded that Lin Yao hand it over immediately. Lin Yao didn't expect that even her own grandfather wouldn't side with her this time. She gritted her teeth and took the bracelet out of her pocket. Grandpa is too biased. He sided with Sun Wan and everything. She's not even surnamed Lin. Saying this, she angrily threw the bracelet on the ground. Old Master Lin was furious and told her to apologize at once. Lin Yao resisted, still crying. Her mother quickly came out to smooth things over for her daughter, telling a blatant lie. Yao was just afraid that Sun Wan would disgrace the Lin family. That's why she did that. Yao was even going to give her favorite jewelry to Sun Wan to wear. As she spoke, she picked up the bracelet and handed it back to Sun Wan. Then she added in a solemn tone, "Sun Wan, what Yao said is also true. After all, the people celebrating your grandfather's birthday today are all rich and powerful. If someone sees you wearing fake jewelry, it will be a huge embarrassment." The kind-hearted Sun Wan wasn't angry at all and even thanked her third aunt. Just then, Lu Haisheng stared intently at the bracelet in Sun Wan's hand. He seemed to have discovered something. "Hey, what for?" Sun Wan immediately turned and hid it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lu. This is a gift for my husband. Even if it's a fake, I cherish it. So please don't make fun of it." Unexpectedly, Lu Haisheng said playfully, "The necklace is very beautiful. The diamonds are also cut very neatly. The design of the fantasy series is indeed excellent, worthy of being the original edition." "Oh, what original edition?" Lin Xian looked on in disbelief. How is that possible? How could she have something so valuable? She then locked her target onto Xiao Bai. This jewelry set was a gift from Mr. Qiao to Sun Wan, right? Whether it's the original edition or not, I'm sure Mr. Master Qiao knows best. Qiao Bai didn't expect her to be like this. In order not to expose his identity, he quickly thought of a solution. Whether it's real or not, you'll have to ask Mr. Liu. Liu Haixing was completely baffled. Qiao Bai continued, Mr. Liu gave it to me and asked me to give it to Nuan. After hearing this, all eyes were fixed on Liu Haixing. Then they all started chattering. Oh, it was a gift from Mr. Liu. Then Mr. Liu definitely wouldn't give a fake. At this moment, Liu Haixing was like a man who'd eaten a bitter pill, but couldn't spit it out. He then let out a soft chuckle and generously admitted it. This jewelry set was indeed a gift from me to Sun Wan. Wan was shocked to hear this. Mr. Liu, why would you give me jewelry? Qiao Bai quickly said, I think Miss Mi Liu must have asked Mr. Liu to deliver it. After all, they're good childhood friends. At this moment, Mi Liu was also very puzzled. Suddenly, Liu Haixing pulled her into a hug. Yes. Hearing that Sun Wan was coming back, I prepared this welcome gift on behalf of Liu. Haha, I didn't expect it to cause so many misunderstandings. Mila looked at him, still with a face full of question marks. In the end, Liu Haixing didn't forget to remind everyone, this is the authentic fantasy diamond jewelry set. But inwardly, he was crying out in misery, please Abai, don't play with me like this. This scumbag is so shameless. He abandoned his fiancée back then, and now he's saying she belongs to him. Liu Haixing said in front of everyone that the jewelry Sun Wan was wearing was a diamond set worth millions. Everyone was stunned to hear this. To prevent everyone from discovering his identity, Qiao Bai passed the buck to Liu Haixing, saying he was the one who gave it to Sun Wan. At this moment, Liu Haixing deeply regretted it. Didn't I just shoot myself in the foot? Wan was also very confused. This jewelry set was clearly bought by Qiao by himself, and it wasn't expensive. How did it now become a gift from Liu Haixing? She then quietly asked her good friend, was this really a gift from you and Liu Haixing? Mila was also baffled that I don't know either. I only found out today that you were back in Yanjing for the banquet. This made Wan suspect that her husband might know Liu Haixing. But when did they meet? Why don't I know anything about it? Old Master Lin realized it was all a misunderstanding and invited everyone to eat. He also had Wan sit next to him. Lin Xian was not happy. Grandpa, shouldn't Sun Wan be at our table? The old master ignored her and directly told Wan to go to the banquet with him. What? Dad, Sun Wan is an outsider. Old Master Lin said domineeringly, Sun Wan is my biological granddaughter. She just took her mother's surname. If anyone dares to call my precious granddaughter an outsider again, no one will be allowed to enter my Lin family home in the future. Hearing this, everyone could only avoid the topic. Wan looked back at Qiao Bai. Qiao Bai nodded, signaling her to go with Grandpa. But behind Qiao Bai, a pair of eyes stared intently at them. Damn it. Wan, you used to belong to me. In just 1 year, you were snatched away by someone else. This scumbag is truly ridiculous. He was the one who abandoned Sun Wan back then. Now he's her brother-in-law. Can it be that he's still hung up on her? Qin Jin looked at Qiao Bai before him. What is this man's background? He seems to know Liu Haixing from the prominent Yanjing families. What exactly is his identity? In the banquet hall, as the eldest grandson-in-law, Qin Jin raised his glass to give a speech. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my grandfather's birthday. On behalf of my grandfather, I thank you all. After speaking, he drained his wine glass in one gulp. Seeing this, Qiao Bai couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Truly unsophisticated. He doesn't even know how to drink wine. At this kind of high-class banquet, one wrong move can make you a laughingstock. Qin Jin then poured another glass and said mockingly to Qiao Bai, Grandpa kept Sun Wan, but left you out in the cold. Qiao Bai appeared very calm. As long as Grandpa is happy. Qin Jin was rebuked into silence. To ease the awkwardness, Qin Jin continued to ask, I still don't know what I should call you. Qiao Bai crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. Qiao Bai. Hearing this, Qin Jin raised his glass to toast him. Thank you for taking care of Wan. As he spoke, he looked affectionately in Sun Wan's direction. Qiao Bai domineeringly declared his sovereignty. Wan is my wife, my beloved. As her brother-in-law, that doesn't seem to be your concern, does it? Qin Jin was once again rebuked into silence. This is so satisfying to watch. The girl everyone looked down on suddenly became the company's largest shareholder. What on earth is going on? At the banquet, everyone looked down on Wan's husband, Qiao Bai. But unexpectedly, he was chatting warmly with Liu Haixing from a prominent family. Left out on the side, Qin Jin was furious. Just then, Wan, with a flushed face, swayed and called out, I'll buy. Qiao Bai quickly caught her. Wan Wan happily asked him to go with her to toast Grandpa. Xiao Bai looked at her dotingly. All right. He then poked his little pampered wife's chubby cheek. That you're drunk. Wan Wan smiled and said no, she only had a little bit. Watching the two of them being lovey-dovey in front of him, Qin Zhen clenched his fists in anger. Just then, a person next to him curiously asked Mr. Qin, "What's this Xiao Bai's background?" Another person said with disdain, "What background could he have? Look at that cheap suit of his. TSK. One look, and you can tell he's a poor slob." Suddenly, the sound of a glass shattering was heard. Lu Haixing angrily warned them, "Watch your mouths. You might offend the king of hell one day and not even know it." Hearing this, the few of them trembled with fear. Old Master Lin saw that the time was right, so he took the opportunity of his birthday banquet to introduce Nuan to everyone. Today, I want to introduce someone to you all. This is my Lin Yaotian's granddaughter, Sunwan. He also explained to everyone that Sunwan took her mother's surname. They'd gotten used to calling her that over the years, so they never changed it. Our Lin family has wronged her and her mother. She is my biological granddaughter. Sunwan never expected Grandpa to publicly announce her identity on such an occasion. Then, Old Master Lin stated he had another announcement to make. I am transferring 10% of the Lin Corporation's shares to my granddaughter, Nuan's name. What? Nuan? And everyone else were extremely shocked. Hearing this, everyone started whispering, "My God." That would make her a major shareholder with the deciding vote at the shareholders meeting. Lin Xian and Lin Yaoan never imagined that Grandpa would actually give these shares to this woman. They wanted to object, but Old Master Lin gave them no chance to argue. "I'm tired. I'll go rest first. From now on, Qin Jin will take care of everyone on my behalf." In the hallway, Wan found her grandfather and was about to speak. Grandpa told her to go rest in the guest room first. Xiao Bai said he would take her there right away. Unexpectedly, Old Master Qin wanted Xiao Bai to go to the study with him. A short while later, Xiao Bai came out of the study. Seeing his cheerful expression, it seemed his conversation with Old Master Lin went well. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw the very seductively dressed Lin Xian. What kind of intentions does she have for her own brother-in-law? Let's wait and see. This woman is so shameless. She stole her younger sister's boyfriend before, and now she's even trying to seduce her younger sister's husband. Xiao Bai had just come out of Old Master Lin's study when he saw the seductively dressed Lin Xian. She was seen walking towards Xiao Bai with a bowl of sobering tea. Xiao Bai asked her directly, "Is there something you need?" Lin Xian walked closer to him. "I heard from the servants that you drank too much and have a headache, so I brought you a bowl of sobering tea. I specially brewed it for you. Drink some quickly. It can help with the headache." Xiao Bai turned and refused directly. "No, thank you. You may leave." Lin Xian didn't expect this man to not fall for her tricks. She then put down the sobering tea and deliberately showed off her impressive figure. "You're right. It's been half an hour. The tea must be cold. It's not good to drink it. It's bad for the body." She thought, "I've put in so much effort. Are you still not going to take the bait?" "Sunwan, when you see your man falling at my feet again, I wonder what kind of expression you'll make. Just thinking about it is really exciting." "Oh my, can someone please give this woman a couple of slaps? She just has a face that's asking for a beating." But no matter how seductively Lin Xian posed, Xiao Bai remained completely unmoved, thinking, "Is this woman sick or something?" Then he calmly walked past her. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Lin Xian, "It's getting cold. Miss Lin should wear more clothes or you'll catch a cold." This almost made Lin Xian die of anger. She couldn't believe this man was so unresponsive. "Am I not as good as that brat Lin Wan? But I have plenty of time to deal with him. Anything that belongs to Sun Wan will eventually be mine, Lin Xian's. Why is this woman so shameless? She should take a look in the mirror." As soon as Xiao Bai returned to the room, the sound of the door closing woke Nuan up. She sat up groggily to, "Ah Bai, you took so long to come back." Seeing his little pampered wife's pitiful look, Xiao Bai felt a little shy. He said gently, "It's my fault." Then Wan asked him, "Was there someone outside just now? I think I heard voices." Xiao Bai looked at her dotingly, "No. Go to sleep. Nuan Wan lay in Xiao Bai's arms and asked him, "What did Grandpa say to you just now? Did he give you a hard time?" Xiao Bai held her hand and deliberately teased her. "Grandpa was afraid I wouldn't be good to you, so he pulled me over for a round of threats. Nuan Wan, if you ever go and complain to Grandpa, wouldn't I be doomed?" Hearing this, Nuan Wan shot up. "Don't worry. Even if the Lin family is rich, it's not mine. I'll go tell Grandpa tomorrow that I won't take the shares. No matter what Grandpa promised you, you can't agree, because none of it is mine. We don't want anything from the Lin family." Xiao Bai looked at her affectionately. "Silly girl. I know our home is in Yunqing. I'm not after the Lin family's money." Well, he's not wrong. After all, as the world's richest man, the last thing he lacks is money. "We'll go back to Yunqing tomorrow." As he spoke, he playfully patted Nuan Wan's butt. Nuan Wan's face instantly turned bright red. She casually threw a pillow at Xiao Bai. "You dirty rascal." Because her husband is too handsome. He's always attracting unwanted attention. What should she do? Let's see how the little pampered wife declares her sovereignty. As soon as Xiao Bai returned, Nuan Wan anxiously asked what Grandpa wanted with him. She also said she wouldn't take the Lin family's money. "I'll go tell Grandpa tomorrow. I'm not taking the shares." Xiao Bai looked at his little pampered wife's adorable appearance and playfully patted her, "But then we'll go back to Yunqing tomorrow." Nuan Wan was so flustered her face turned red. Before she could react, the big bad wolf Xiao Bai had already slipped into the bathroom. "I'm going to take a shower. Remember to wait for me." Soon, Xiao Bai finished a shower and came out. Nuan Wan rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, Bai, you take too long to shower. If you didn't come out soon, I would have fallen asleep." Xiao Bai revealed his handsome and sturdy physique, along with his well-developed muscles, especially his firm chest and abdominal muscles. Nuan Wan was completely mesmerized. "Wow, even though I've seen it countless times, I can't help but want to look a few more times every time I see it." Seeing his little pampered wife's silly look, Xiao Bai couldn't help but smile shyly. He leaned closer to Nuan Wan, rubbing her cherry-like lips with his hand. He cupped her small face and kissed her deeply. Next up is the part that everyone dislikes, so I'll just skip it. In Yunqing, Nuan Wan looked at the various kinds of seafood before her and pouted, acting cute with her husband. Bai, I don't think the fish they make outside is tasty." Xiao Bai immediately understood, pinching her chubby little face. All right. Then let's buy 2 big fish, and I'll cook them for you, okay?" Oh my, this constant public display of affection. What are we single people supposed to do? Nuan Wan instantly turned into a little white rabbit. Bai is the best to me. Soon Nuan Wan heard someone call her. She turned around and saw a scantily clad woman. It turned out this person was Nuan Wan's colleague, Ruanya. She said in a cloying voice, "Oh, Mr. Qiao is here too." Seeing the woman staring straight at him, Xiao Bai was so scared he kept backing away. Oh my, this woman is way too bold. His wife is right here watching. Nuan Wan coughed loudly twice. Ruanya, snapping back to reality, quickly greeted her. Yuan, you're back from attending your grandfather's birthday banquet in Yinjing." She thought to herself, how annoying, interrupting my conversation with my dream man. Before she could answer, Ruanya turned to look at Xiao Bai again. "I haven't seen Mr. Qiao in a few days. So you went with Sun Wan to the birthday banquet." Xiao Bai was speechless. Nuan Wan pouted angrily and muttered, "This Ruanya is so annoying. Every time, she can't go 3 sentences without mentioning Bai." Nuan Wan forcefully linked her arm with Xiao Bai's. She pouted and leaned on Xiao Bai's shoulder, as if telling everyone, "This man is mine. No one is allowed to steal him from me." Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, instantly understanding his little pampered wife's actions. He smiled and asked her, "Nuan Wan, didn't you say you were hungry just now? Let's go home, and I'll cook fish for you, okay?" Nuan Wan quickly nodded in agreement. "Ruanya, I won't chat with you anymore. If there's anything, we can talk at the company tomorrow." Ruanya watched Xiao Bai leave. She bit her finger in anger. Damn it, how did a deadbeat girl like Sun Wan get so lucky with such a handsome man? An image of that beautiful face and those muscles then appeared in her mind. As she thought about it, she even got a nosebleed. Nuan Wan looked back and saw Ruanya's infatuated expression. At this moment, Xiao Bai only felt a chill down his spine. He grabbed Nuan Wan and wanted to leave quickly. Even an overbearing CEO has moments of fear. If you had a CEO husband who is presentable in public and a master in the kitchen, what time would you come home at night? Nuan Wan looked at the feast on the table. Wow, Bai, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Xiao Bai looked at her dotingly. Slow down. After this meal, there will be no more fish with pickled greens for this month. As he spoke, he placed the deboned fish meat into her bowl. Wan asked strangely why. It's only the beginning of the month, but your stomach can't handle it. However, I can make you steamed fish and fish hot pot. Anyway, no more fish with pickled greens this month. Hearing this, Wan playfully stuck out her tongue. Yes, sir. Bai. After dinner, Xiao Bai was in the kitchen washing the dishes. Wan looked at him and said coquettishly, Bai, your food is too delicious. I ate too much. What should I do? I'll definitely gain weight tonight. Xiao Bai said happily. Wan, you're cute when you're chubby. Oh my, why do all guys like girls to be a bit chubby? Wan looked at Xiao Bai with a blissful expression. If you give me these company shares, I'll have to stay in Yinjing. Then Bai will have to come to Yinjing and find new job. Grandpa, you dote on me, so you must want me to be happy, right? Hearing this, Grandpa laughed heartily. Wan, don't worry. You sign this share contract, and you will only enjoy the dividends from the shares, without any decision-making rights. Are you satisfied now? Wan didn't expect her grandfather to be so magnanimous. I want a grandfather like that too. Suddenly, Wan excitedly shouted, Bai, why don't we buy this house? Hearing this, Xiao Bai's hands froze. Wan continued, I have money now. It's time we had our own home, right? Seeing that Xiao Bai didn't say anything, Wan quickly went over to explain, Bai, don't overthink it. It's just that Grandpa gave me money, so I thought of buying a house. I absolutely don't blame you for not being able to afford a house. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai cupped her small face and said gently, what are you thinking? I was just calculating if my savings are enough for baby formula money now. What, a baby? Wan was both shy and surprised. I don't want to have a baby so early. Xiao Bai said with a smile, our Wan is not so little anymore. You're already 25. I'm already 32. In a few more years, I'll be an old man. Wan touched his face. In a few more years, you'll still be a handsome uncle. So, do you guys prefer handsome uncles or cute younger guys? What's going on? The girl was only on leave for a few days, but when she came back, the whole company looked at her differently. As soon as Wan arrived at the company, she ran into her colleague Ruanya, who was also the unwanted admirer of her husband. She just snorted, turned her head, and walked away with a clatter. Wan found it very strange. Before, she was always so fake nice to me just to get close to Bai. What's with her today? Did she take the wrong medicine? As soon as she arrived at the design department, everyone looked at her in unison. Then they all started whispering. Wan was completely baffled by this. I was only on leave for a few days. How did everyone become so unfamiliar when I came back? Just then, a voice came from beside Wan, and Wan, you're back. Wan looked and saw it was sisterly. She quickly gave her the gift she had prepared. This is a gift I brought back for you from Yinjing. See if you like it. It turned out this was the gift Mi Lu had given Wan earlier to give her some face when she returned to the Lin family. If she didn't like to wear it, she could also give it as a gift. Sisterly opened the box and wow, it was a real diamond. Suddenly, Sisterly put her arm around Wan's shoulder and asked in surprise, so the rumors about them are true? Wan was confused. What rumors? They said your grandfather is Lin Yaotian. Sisterly asked with a sly look. The person who received the shares of Lin Corporation on TV. That was you, right? Wan nodded awkwardly. That was me. But before she could finish, Sisterly shouted, all right, soon Wan. So you're actually a wicked second-generation rich kid. I can't believe you fooled us all this time. Unexpectedly, Ruanya next to them immediately sneered. TCH. What second-generation rich kid? Just an illegitimate daughter. Sisterly retorted on Wan's behalf. My. Why does that sound so sour? Are you jealous? Ruanya, not giving up, continued to bully her. The Lin family is so big and powerful. If you had the guts, you should have stayed and not come back. Or did they simply not acknowledge your identity? So you had to come back to Yunqing on your own? Seeing how foul-mouthed this person was, Sisterly really wanted to teach her a lesson for Wan. Wan quickly held her back. Yunqing is my husband's home. Of course I have to come back. The thought of her having such a handsome husband made Ruanya grit her teeth in anger. Let's hope so, soon Wan. I'd love to see if you can have the last laugh. What an ugly person with a twisted mind. Just then, Sisterly yawned and told Wan, the boss said for you to go see him after you got back. Hearing this, Wan immediately went to the general manager's office. When she pushed the door open, she seemed to have seen something she shouldn't have. This is the most shameless woman I've ever seen. On one hand, she's coveting someone else's husband, and on the other, she's involved with the company manager. The little green tea bitch was seen sitting on the general manager's lap, saying in a cloying voice, "Manager Zhang, why did you assign the Lantian menswear design project to Sun-Wan? Can't I do it?" Seeing the beauty in his arms getting angry, the man quickly explained, "Yeah, you know how demanding Lantian is. Besides, this was specified by the higher-ups." As he spoke, he extended his wandering hands that it's not a bad thing. "If you had to work overtime, my heart would ache. With this time, you might as well spend more of it with me." With a pa, Ruanya slapped the general manager's hand hard. "Manager Zhang, we're over." After saying that, she left in a huff. Just then, Nguyen also arrived at the general manager's office. She was about to knock when the door was opened by Ruanya. Ruanya got angry the moment she saw her. She slammed the door shut, snorted coldly, and walked away. Seeing this, Nguyen was also bewildered. Wow, this person not only has a bad temper, but she's also quite strong. As soon as Nguyen walked into the office, Manager Zhang was very enthusiastic towards her. "Our great designer Su is back. Is old Master Lin's health okay? He's the idol and role model for our generation." Hearing this, Nguyen sneered inwardly. "I was wondering why this fatty Zhang was being so enthusiastic today." Nguyen then put on a professional smile. "Manager Zhang, did you want to see me about the Blue Sky design project?" Manager Zhang immediately gave her a business card. "Blue Sky is rushing us. They want you to meet with their design director as soon as possible. This is their contact information. You two can discuss the specifics when you meet." Nguyen took the card and left. Manager Zhang, however, was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. This little ancestor is someone he can't afford to offend from now on. Soon, Nguyen arrived at Blue Sky Design Company. Looking at the luxurious and grand company, Nguyen was amazed. As expected of Blue Sky Design Company, even a branch office looks this impressive. She took out her phone, planning to call her husband to get some encouragement. But the next second, she shook her head vigorously. No, I can't keep relying on Bai for everything. I have to learn to face things myself." Then she cheered herself on. "Sun-Wan, don't be a coward. You can do this. Go." Nguyen went to the front desk. "Hello, I'm Sun-Wan, a designer from Weiyan. I have an appointment with your company's director Han today." The young lady at the front desk told her to just walk straight ahead. Just then, two people walked over from the opposite direction. Nguyen suddenly noticed her husband was there too. She called out his name in surprise. "Bai." Bai was also shocked to see her. Will she discover her husband's true identity? How terrifying can a CEO husband be when he gets jealous? He won't even let another person shake his young wife's hand. Nguyen was sent to Blue Sky Design Company to meet with their director Han. Coincidentally, she ran into her husband here. Nguyen leaned in front of Bai. "Bai, what are you doing here?" Bai stroked her head and said dotingly, "I'm here for work. I happen to have some business here this morning." The single guy next to them felt very awkward seeing how intimate the two were. He immediately coughed deliberately a couple of times. Only then did Nguyen notice someone else was there. She quickly took a few steps back. Bai, is this your colleague?" Bai said directly no. He turned and looked at Han E with displeasure. "Mr. Han, do you have a cold?" Han E waved his hand, then asked who Sun-Wan was. Nguyen quickly introduced herself, also saying that she was Bai's wife. Suddenly, she realized she had misspoken. She was so shy she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. "Oh my God, what did I just say? How could I forget about business as soon as I saw my husband?" Nguyen stammered. "I'm a designer from Weiyan. I'm here to see Director Han." Bai had a smug look on his face. How can my wife be so cute? Even Han, he couldn't help but laugh. So Mr. Chow's wife is the lead designer from Weiyan in charge of the Blue Sky menswear line this time. Saying that, he extended his hand. "Miss Su, hello. I'm the design director of Blue Sky." Nguyen didn't expect him to be the design director. She quickly extended her hand in a friendly gesture. Bai wasn't listening to what they were saying at all. He just stared deadly at Han Yi's hand holding his young wife's. Seeing Bai's terrifying gaze, as if he wanted to swallow him alive, Han Yi was so scared he immediately pulled his hand back. He couldn't help but mock him in his heart. He's turned into a jealous husband now. Just then, an assistant came over. "The studio is ready. We can start our discussion now." Then Miss Su, "Please come with me." After speaking, he quickly left. It has to be said, that flowing long hair was truly enviable. Wan asked her husband, "Are you done with your work?" Xiao Bai told her they just had him come to fix some minor bugs in a computer program. Learning that her husband's work was done, Wan took his hand. She asked Xiao Bai coquettishly to go with her. That way, they could have lunch together when she was finished. Xiao Bai readily agreed. 2 hours later, the two happily walked out of the elevator, holding hands. Wan didn't expect Director Han to even praise her for her skills. When Wan looked out the window, she was instantly captivated by the beautiful scenery. Xiao Bai looked quickly. "The river is so beautiful." Xiao Bai asked, "You like it? Then let's buy a villa in Jiangxing." Wan looked up and asked him, Bai, can't we buy our old home back? I don't want to move." Xiao Bai put his arm around her. "You're a little rich woman now. Are 2 houses really a problem? Take this card and swipe it as you please." Wan turned her head and said playfully, Bai, are you being kept by me?" Xiao Bai kissed her. "I'm more than willing to be kept by Wan. Oh my, they've been showing off their love this whole time. Have you all had your fill of their public displays of affection? Having her husband pick out lingerie for her. What kind of experience is that?" Wan originally planned to buy clothes for her husband. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai brought her to a lingerie store. Seeing all the different kinds of lingerie, Wan was both surprised and shy. Bai, I was going to buy you new clothes. Why did you bring me to a place like this?" Seeing Wan was about to leave, Xiao Bai quickly put his hand on her shoulder. "Be good. Let's buy you 2 sets of lingerie first." Wan was extremely shy. "I have some. I don't need to buy more, right? Besides, this is miling. You know, 1 set from their store costs at least over 10,000. Even if we were to buy some, we could go to another store." Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai hugged his young wife and said dotingly, Wan, you deserve the best. Of course, the brand of lingerie should be the best too." Hearing her husband say this, Wan tearfully decided to splurge for once. Bai, you're right. It's just a few tens of thousands. I have plenty of money now." Xiao Bai clapped his hands happily. He didn't expect his young wife to finally see the light. Wan and Xiao Bai walked into the lingerie store with confidence. She thought everyone would be rushing to serve her. But to her surprise, everyone was surrounding her husband, asking him all sorts of questions. "Hey, I'm the one who's buying." Wan browsed for a while. She looked at Xiao Bai, a bit troubled. Bai, my eyes are blurry from looking. What should I do? I don't know which one is good." Xiao Bai gently rubbed her little head. "You go wait by the fitting room door first. I'll go find some for you." "Oh my, where can you find such a considerate husband?" "Wait." Wan suddenly pulled on Xiao Bai's sleeve, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear, "Let's not talk about the style first, but do you know the size?" Unexpectedly, this big bad wolf Xiao Bai smiled and said, "After all these days and nights, I've done the measuring." "Oh my God, what kind of risque words are these?" Wan quickly covered his mouth. A moment later, Xiao Bai came to Wan's side. Wan even teased him. "Why, Mr. Xiao, are you done so quickly?" "Of course. When doing things for my wife, it must be the fastest, the best, and the most attentive." At this moment, the 2 people next to them couldn't help but sigh as they watched how sweet they were. Sigh. Another case of someone else's husband. A sales associate was about to enter the fitting room. Xiao Bai immediately stopped her. "You don't need to go in." The sales associate even said she could offer the madam some more professional advice. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai said domineeringly, "I don't like other people looking at my wife, not even women. How worried is he about his wife being seen by others?" After a short while, Wan came out with a red face. She didn't expect the size her husband picked for her to be a perfect fit. As soon as Wan came out, she saw Xiao Bai paying. She walked over and asked, Bai, did you buy them all?" Xiao Bai nodded. "Paid with your money, little rich woman," he said, then pulled her to leave. Wan, however, was a bit puzzled. "This black card, it doesn't seem to look like mine." The female lead takes her husband to buy clothes, but is mercilessly mocked by a scheming girl. See how they fight back domineeringly. Wan took her husband to buy clothes. She saw a trench coat on a mannequin in the window that looked very nice, so she pulled Xiao Bai inside to have a look. Unexpectedly, the sales associate took them to the discount section. This made Wan very unhappy. "Why did you bring us here?" She turned to look at Xiao Bai. Bai would be so sad if he knew he was being looked down upon. Touching the fabric of the clothes, it was obvious that in terms of cut, material, and design sense, it was far inferior to the trench coat on the mannequin. Wan turned and told the sales associate, "Excuse me, please get that blue-gray trench coat from the window for my husband to try on." Looking at their somewhat shabby clothes, the sales associate thought, "This woman and her husband look like paupers. Can they afford such expensive clothes? Besides, this is the most expensive item in the store. What is this? Judging people by their appearance." Although she was very unwilling, she reluctantly agreed. As soon as Xiao Bai walked out wearing the trench coat, Wan looked at her husband with an infatuated expression. Even the sales associate who had looked down on them now had a starstruck look on her face. "Wow, sir, this coat really suits you." Just then, Wan turned to the sales associate and said, "I'll take this coat. Please wrap it up for me." The sales associate was a bit surprised to hear that. She said awkwardly, "Miss, this coat is a custom order for one of our VIP members. It's not for sale. I thought you just wanted to try it on." Suddenly, a sharp, harsh voice came from behind. Don't you know your own status and position? How dare you try on just any clothes? You should really weigh yourself and see what you're worth." Wan turned around and saw that the person speaking was so nasty. When the sales associate saw who it was, she quickly apologized. "Miss, and the coat was just tried on by this gentleman." Unexpectedly, the scheming girl ignored her, walked up to Wan and closed her umbrella. She said very arrogantly, "I spent a lot of money to have a top designer custom make this coat for me. You can't afford it." Wan realized the person was the daughter of Xiao Bai's boss, and she often used work as an excuse to harass Xiao Bai. At this moment, Xiao Bai took off the coat. "Since this coat is custom made, we shouldn't take what belongs to another." Xiao Bai took Wan's hand and was about to leave. The scheming girl saw that Xiao Bai didn't even glance at her. This made her inexplicably furious. "Stop, you wore this coat. Even if it's used now, you think you could just leave like that? That's letting you off too easily." Wan turned back and asked, "Missin, what do you want to do then?" The scheming girl crossed her arms with an arrogant look. "What do I want? I want you to pay for it. Can you afford to?" Just then, Xiao Bai finally spoke. "We will compensate you for this coat." He turned and asked the sales associate, "Excuse me, how much is this coat?" The sales associate was so scared she stammered, unable to answer. Just then, their manager rushed over. Another sales associate was explaining the whole situation to the manager. The manager walked up to the scheming girl and said respectfully, "Missin, I'm so sorry. We will meet any of your demands." The scheming girl angrily questioned, "You knew I was coming to pick up this coat today? What did you mean by putting it in the display window?" The manager said it was the sales associate's mistake. To show their apology, they could give her a 50% discount on the coat. Unexpectedly, the scheming girl was still relentless. 50% off? What about the fact that they wore my coat? Xiao Bai didn't want to bother with her, but seeing her being so relentless was infuriating. "We already said we would buy the coat. Missin, I hope you will stop being so unreasonable." "What? You're actually calling me unreasonable?" The scheming girl was furious. Was she letting Wan and the others off so easily? The arrogant, scheming girl wanted her brother to teach the female lead a lesson, but unexpectedly, her brother sided with the female lead. This infuriated her. Xiao Bai just tried on the trench coat from the window and was mocked by the scheming girl for not being able to afford it. Xiao Bai couldn't be bothered to argue with her and was about to leave with Wan. The scheming girl was not happy to hear that. She actually blocked the door to stop them from leaving. The sales associate, relying on the powerful customer, also told them to apologize quickly. She thought, "So what if you can't afford it? Can't you even say something nice?" Just then, Hani walked over. The scheming girl's expression changed instantly. She called out sweetly, "Brother Han." Then she deliberately ran to Han Yi's side, acting very intimate. The manager standing by was sweating nervously. "Oh, my director, why are you here?" At this moment, Wan leaned close to Xiao Bai's ear and whispered, "It seems this missin isn't going to let this go today." Xiao Bai suddenly hugged her and told her not to worry. Unexpectedly, Wan comforted him back. "Bai, don't worry. I still have money in my card. I refuse to believe I can't crush this spoiled and willful young lady with money." Hearing this, Xiao Bai dotingly stroked his young wife's head. "Wan, hearing you say that, you sound like a nouveau riche." Suddenly, the scheming girl pointed her finger at Wan. It's her. Han Yi looked at her with a bewildered expression. Seeing Hani walking towards them, Wan reminded him, "Bai, be careful, he's coming over." Xiao Bai stroked Wan's head and comforted her gently. "Don't be afraid. Director Han seems like a reasonable person." It turned out Han Yi was just coming over to greet them. The scheming girl was surprised to see this and asked, "Brother Han, you know them?" Han Yi turned back and told her, "The great designer Su is the lead designer for Blue Skies next menswear season. Hearing this, the scheming girl pouted unhappily. Brother Han, you promised you would stand up for me. Han E turned and asked the manager and sales associate, who is responsible for this mistake? Who is in charge? The two of them trembled under his powerful aura. They tremblingly explained, we'll give Missin a 50% discount on this coat and have the sales associate apologize to compensate for the trouble caused to Missin unexpectedly. Han E asked grimly, what about Miss Sue's losses and compensation? What? This woman knows Director Han too? Oh no, we're done for now. Sure enough, Han E told them domineeringly, since things are so different, neither of you need to work here anymore. Leave right now. Unexpectedly, the manager fainted on the spot, but the scheming girl wouldn't have it. She yelled like a shrew, no, I don't care. Sunwon must apologize to me today, apologize. Nwanwan didn't expect this person to be so difficult and didn't want to waste any more words with her. She took Xiaobai's hand and was about to leave. The scheming girl was still relentless. How dare you? Without my permission, don't even think about walking out of this blue sky door. Nwanwan sneered. What? Are you planning on illegal detention? Just then, Hani spoke. Miss Su can leave whenever she wants. There's really no one at Blue Sky who would dare to stop her. The scheming girl looked at her brother Han in disbelief. Han, he looked back at Xiaobai. I, Han, wouldn't dare and I can't. Friends, can you guess why Han, he wouldn't dare? The audacious, scheming girl wanted to raise her hand to teach the female lead a lesson. See how the CEO husband domineeringly protects his wife. The scheming girl was at a loss with Nwanwan and the others when Han, he walked over. The scheming girl thought her brother Han would stand up for her. Who knew Han, he would actually stand on the same side as them. The scheming girl trembled with anger. She raised her hand, wanting to teach Nwanwan a lesson. Xiaobai grabbed her hand in one swift move. The scheming girl was shocked. How dare you lay a hand on me? Then she looked at her reddened hand. This guy, you bruised my hand. How could you use so much force on a girl? Xiaobai said domineeringly, I never lay a hand on women. But if anyone dares to harm Nwanwan, I will show no mercy. Nwanwan was moved to tears hearing this. Since she was little, besides her mother and grandfather, everyone in the family bullied her. Even my father wouldn't help me. I never thought Abai would be so good to me. In the evening, Nwanwan, having just showered, was reading a magazine on the sofa. Unexpectedly, she flipped to a page about Blue Sky's top designer, Hani. Rumor has it that he's a playboy and doesn't have a serious girlfriend. Suddenly, Nwanwan came up with a terrifying hypothesis. Could he possibly be? Her mind was instantly filled with an ambiguous image of the two of them. The thought scared Nwanwan so much she threw the book away. Please don't fall for my Abai. Abai, I will definitely protect you. Wait, there's something else I forgot. Nwanwan ran barefoot to the kitchen. She grabbed Xiaobai's arm and said anxiously, we offended in Rome today. Do you think she'll go and complain to her father? Xiaobai sighed. He picked her up with a pained heart. It's already autumn. Why are you still running around barefoot on the floor? What if you catch a cold? Nwanwan shyly wrapped her arms around Xiaobai's neck and asked with some worry, you won't really be fired, will you? Xiaobai nuzzled his young wife's cheek. I won't. Why not? Isn't your boss very doting on her own? So I'm worried. Xiaobai carried Nwanwan towards the bedroom while comforting her. If I really get kicked out, shouldn't you be happy? That way I can get away from that annoying Rome. But it's a pity to lose such a good job. Xiaobai gently placed Nwanwan on the bed. He leaned close to her ear and said ambiguously, Nwanwan, you're thinking too much tonight. I'm a little unhappy. Nwanwan's face turned red from his deep, magnetic voice. She was about to say something else, but was pounced on by Xiaobai. Nwanwan, we have more important things to do tonight. This public display of affection came so unexpectedly. Even the bunny slippers by the bed couldn't help but feel shy. Her husband gets fired. The young wife is filled with self-blame. Little does she know, her husband's true identity is the world's richest man. In the morning, Nwanwan had just gotten up with a sore back. Xiaobai was at the door, calling her for breakfast. Nwanwan looked at him, a little surprised. Abai, I have a day off today. Why are you still at home? It's so late. Why aren't you at work? Xiaobai told her a bit awkwardly. Nwanwan, just as you thought I was fired. What? Nwanwan looked at him, speechless. She then lay on the sofa, tearfully apologizing to her husband. Abai, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Xiaobai said dotingly while mopping the floor. My Nwanwan has been very good lately. You haven't made any mistakes. Seeing he was still in the mood to joke, Nwanwan pouted and said unhappily, you've lost your job. How can you not be worried at all? Oh, it's all my fault. Xiaobai sighed helplessly. He turned and asked his young wife, do you have so little faith in your husband? Faith in what? Faith that your husband, me, isn't so easily fired. At the latest, by tonight, and corporation will be asking me to come back. Wan looked at him with a bewildered expression. What do you mean? Xiaobai touched his young wife's soft, pink cheek. You'll know in a bit. At past 10 p.m., Xiaobai's phone suddenly rang. Wan quickly reminded him, but Xiaobai looked completely unconcerned. Don't worry about it. Let's keep watching TV. Wan nodded obediently, but not long after, the phone rang again, and it kept ringing nonstop. Wan couldn't sit still anymore. She picked up the phone for him and teased. Are you hiding something from me? Is that why you're too embarrassed to answer the phone? But when she looked at the caller ID, it was from someone named Brother Dong. Wan immediately knew it was someone from his company. She asked Xiaobai why he wasn't answering. Won't you make your boss angry by doing this? Before he could answer, Wan asked nervously, are you trying to get your stingy boss to give you a raise? Xiaobai took the phone, hesitating. He sighed and finally answered the call. But before he could say more than a few words, he hung up again. It was a call from the General Secretary's office. Wan was extremely anxious on the side. Xiaobai stroked her little head and comforted her. It's okay, trust me. Just then, the person named Brother Dong called again. From her conversation, Wan finally realized. So Abai is planning to start his own business. No wonder he doesn't care about being unemployed. Although she knew her husband was very capable. What if his current boss gets angry and tries to retaliate against him? It's okay, Abai, I will protect you. After finishing the call, Xiaobai looked at his young wife's playful, mischievous expression and asked curiously, Wan, what's wrong? Wan replied playfully, Abai, I'm thinking about how your boss will get revenge on you. Xiaobai was a bit speechless. My dear wife, can't you wish something good for your husband? The young wife is framed by a scheming girl. See how the obsessively protective husband turns the tide. Wan was organizing files. Sisterly from the company suddenly shouted, Sun Wan, this is bad. Come and see quickly. Sun Wan came to the computer and was instantly dumbfounded. How could this be? It turned out Wan's design drafts were gone. Sisterly even asked her, do you shut down your computer every day when you go home? Wan stated firmly that she had never forgotten, not even once. This made Sisterly even more puzzled. Sun Wan, think carefully. Does your computer have a startup password? At this point, Wan's head was spinning too. As soon as she got home, her husband Abai had already prepared dinner. He said they were all her favorite dishes, planning to reward his hardworking wife. Wan could only force a smile. At the dinner table, Wan stuffed her mouth with food, trying to forget the day's unhappiness. But the next second, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Seeing this, Xiaobai quickly asked her what happened. Are you not feeling well? Wan clenched her fists tightly. Abai, I messed up. My design drafts were stolen. But there's not enough time to create a new set of designs. And the Blue Sky fashion show is about to start. Xiaobai pulled Wan into his arms, comforting her tenderly. Wan looked at him with her big, innocent eyes. Really? Wouldn't that save the day? Back in the bedroom, Xiaobai immediately made a phone call. Filter out the best menswear design drafts and send them to my email immediately. Soon, Xiaobai came over with an iPad. He asked Wan to see if these would work. Wan didn't expect her husband to solve the problem so quickly. Abai, you're amazing. They're even better than our previous ones. She then threw herself into Xiaobai's arms. Thank you. Your friend has really helped me out a lot. Wan excitedly asked Xiaobai if he could arrange a meeting with him. If such a talent could join our department, that would be great. But Xiaobai told her he was currently abroad. He thought to himself, your Wei Yun can't afford him. At night, Xiaobai was on the phone. He said grimly, investigate the internal situation at Wei Yun and give me the detailed information on those shady characters. It seems the obsessively protective husband is about to seek justice for his young wife. At Wei Yun Company, Sisterly asked Wan in surprise, you couldn't have made this in one night. Did you secretly hide some private work, unwilling to show us? Wan said she just made some minor adjustments and that the design wasn't even hers. Sisterly leaned closer. Wan, you have to tell me the truth. With no other choice, she had to tell the truth. It was her husband's classmate who helped. Hearing this, Sisterly also became interested. If we could get such a talented person into our department, that would be great. Wan nodded in agreement. Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, the scheming girl hiding in the corner was full of doubt. Without the design drafts, how can these people still be in a mood to chat and laugh? A man comes to see the clothes designed by a girl, only to find they are his own designs. This is awkward. The fashion show is tomorrow. Everyone is busy with preparations. Just then, Director Han from Blue Sky came over. He had tied his jet black hair up high, revealing a smooth, fair face. His handsome face was cold and well-defined. Wan quickly went up to greet him. "Director Han, what brings you here?" Suddenly, Han saw the clothes Wan had designed. He was speechless. Wan saw his strange expression and asked Director Han, "Is there something wrong with this?" At this moment, Han finally realized. "I was wondering why Xiao Bai suddenly asked to buy design drafts from me. It turns out it was for his young wife." He then laughed it off and quickly said there was no problem. He even praised her for the well-made clothes. Wan didn't expect Director Han to praise her. Her heart instantly blossomed with joy. She even assured him that tomorrow's show would go smoothly. Han also smiled and told her that after the fashion show, he could introduce her to a famous designer. Wan was very surprised. "Are you serious?" She never thought she would finally get to meet her idol. Before leaving, Han suddenly asked, "Will Mr. Chiao be free tomorrow?" Hearing this, Wan immediately became alert. I have to go home and ask my husband." Seeing her like this, Han chuckled. "Oh, don't be so nervous. If Mr. Chiao is free, you can invite him to tomorrow's fashion show. Miss Sue, don't you want someone to share the joy of this success with you?" Hearing him say that, Wan also breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so that's what it was. I didn't expect this Director Han to be so approachable. No, I have to tell Bai this good news quickly." As soon as Xiao Bai answered the phone, Wan couldn't wait to tell him that she had just been praised. She also told him that Director Han had also invited him. "But speaking of which, why does our company feel so strange lately? Everyone is so cautious, as if facing a great enemy." Xiao Bai pretended not to know and helped her analyze the situation. "Your designs were stolen before the fashion show. Of course, there needs to be some rectification." This little fool Wan was still puzzled. "But I didn't mention it at the company." Xiao Bai continued to fool her. If she knew that her husband was the one helping her behind the scenes, who knows how moved she would be. As soon as Wan got home, Xiao Bai told her to quickly drink the orange juice. While drinking the orange juice, Wan asked her husband, "Bai, how's your work recently? Hasn't corporation been making things difficult for you?" Xiao Bai smiled and dotingly stroked his young wife's head. "Silly girl, don't worry. Brother Dong and I have received orders from a big company, and corporation can't touch us anymore." Suddenly, he hugged Wan from behind and said seriously, "Wan, in a couple of years, I'll be able to rely on my own abilities to give you a good life." Wan nodded shyly. "I knew my Bai was the best." Just then, Xiao Bai suddenly walked away. "Honey, wait for me a moment." Just as Wan was looking bewildered, Xiao Bai handed her a gift. "Open it and see." Wan's eyes lit up. "A gift for me?" Everyone, take a guess. What did Xiao Bai give Wan? Xiao Bai then let go of Sun Wan and went into the bedroom. He gave Sun Wan a gift. Sun Wan opened it and saw it was the property deed for this house. She was very moved. Xiao Bai told Sun Wan that he had only paid the down payment for the house. He had no money left for the rest because he had invested in a few projects. Sun Wan was very happy to hear this, because just having this home made her very happy. As soon as Sun Wan walked into the venue, she saw everyone busy. As she walked by, a girl bumped into her shoulder. The girl quickly apologized. Sun Wan asked her what happened to make her so anxious. The girl told Sun Wan in shock that their clothes were missing. They had a total of 12 outfits for the fashion show, and now one was missing. They had looked everywhere, but one piece was missing. It was the main featured outfit of this theme. Just then, someone nearby finally found the outfit, but the outfit had been destroyed. Everyone was furious. This was clearly malicious damage. They wanted to call the police, but Sun Wan was very calm. She put down the phone. "The show is about to start. We can't call the police now. Tell Hani about this and let him handle it." The girl told Sun Wan that the people from Blue Sky didn't dare tell Director Han as soon as they saw the damaged outfit. Sun Wan was certain she would handle the rest. They just needed to do a good job with the show. Sun Wan asked Xiao Qi to find out how close the nearly finished outfits were to completion and to bring them to her as quickly as possible. Sun Wan thought to herself, does the saboteur have a grudge against Blue Sky or against Wei Yin? Or are they just deliberately targeting Sun Wan herself? Just then, Xiao Qi sent a text message saying that these few sets were almost finished, but they were not in their model size. Sun Wan told her to bring them back first, and she would contact a model with a suitable figure. Just as Sun Wan was struggling to find a model, Xiao Bai came over to find Sun Wan. Xiao Bai just saw Han in a hurry. Is something wrong here? The moment Sun Wan saw Xiao Bai, her eyes lit up. Wow, what a perfect figure. Sun Wan happily took Xiao Bai's hand, pushed him into a seat, and told Sister Mu to give him a stunning look. Xiao Qi also returned at this moment. She was captivated by the sight of Xiao Bai in the seat. The person from the front desk also came to ask Sun Wan if they could make it in time, or if they needed to delay. Sun Wan replied that there was no problem, everything would proceed as normal. With a few swift cuts from Sun Wan's scissors, a finished garment was made just like that. Han Yi watched with great interest from the audience. He recalled Sun Wan's guarantee to him and became more and more expectant of the final outfit's effect. The final outfit was worn by Xiao Bai. As a model for the show, Han Yi sat in the audience, completely shocked. Meanwhile, Sun Wan and Sister Li stared at the man on the stage with infatuated expressions. Han Yi watched Xiao Bai and said to himself, "This is getting more and more interesting." Xiao Bai was currently wearing the garment personally tailored by Sun Wan, shining brightly on the stage. Xiao Bai's walk ended. The host on stage asked everyone to welcome the lead designer of this collection, Miss Sun Wan, and the design director of Blue Sky, Mr. Han Yi. Backstage after the fashion show, Sun Wan held Xiao Bai's hand and praised him. "Ah Bai, you were so handsome." Xiao Bai was also very pleased at this moment. "Of course, as your husband, I have to uphold Wan's reputation." At this moment, Han Yi also came over to them, saying he had some good news to tell them. Sun Wan was very excited. She thought Director Han had found a suspicious person, but Director Han was just here to invite them to the Emperor Hotel for a celebration, and also to fulfill his promise from yesterday to introduce a big shot to Miss Su. When Xiao Bai heard that Director Han was going to introduce a big shot to Sun Wan, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. At the Emperor Hotel, the party was in full swing. Sun Wan sat alone on the sofa. Sister Li noticed her at this moment and asked why she wasn't getting something to eat. Sun Wan looked towards Xiao Bai's back in the distance and said, "Ah Bai is getting some for me." Sister Li also looked at Xiao Bai. He was radiating charm at that moment. Sister Li leaned close to Sun Wan and said softly, "To meet a man like Xiao Bai, you must have accumulated good karma in your past life. Sigh, I won't have such luck in this life." Sun Wan realized Sister Li must have thought of something sad. She encouraged Sister Li, saying, "Sister Li, all problems will be solved." And at this moment, Sister Li suddenly spotted some big shot. She pulled Sun Wan over. Sun Wan became even more excited after seeing the person. "Oh my God, it's the menswear master, Old Master Chi." Sister Li then said to Sun Wan, "Wan, Old Master Chi and your Ah Bai are chatting and laughing." But Sun Wan shook her head and said, "Ah Bai isn't even in our industry. How would he know Old Master Chi?" Xiao Bai and Old Master Chi seemed to have noticed them, and both looked over. Old Master Chi even raised his glass to Sun Wan in a toast. Sun Wan became bold at this moment. She picked up a wine glass and walked towards Old Master Chi. This was the idol she had admired for many years. As soon as they met, Old Master Chi started the conversation. "Mr. Chiao just introduced you to me. Your fashion show today was very well done." Hearing Old Master Chi's praise, Sun Wan was very happy, but she still said modestly, "Thank you for your praise, Old Master Chi. Sun Wan still has many shortcomings. I hope Old Master Chi will give me more guidance in the future." Hearing Sun Wan's reply, Old Master Chi said, "I like talented and humble children. If you don't understand anything in the future, feel free to come find me." While they were chatting, Han Yi walked over. "Ah, so Miss Su has already met Old Master Chi." Sun Wan is very steady in her work. This fashion show had many twists and turns, and it was all thanks to her that it went on as normal. Hearing twists and turns, Old Master Chi asked with some curiosity, "Did something happen?" Han Yi explained that someone with ill intentions had cut up the finale outfit. It was thanks to Miss Su's last-minute hand sewing that it was completed. After hearing this, Old Master Chi praised her for being calm in a crisis and handling it with ease. "Not bad, not bad." At this moment, Han Yi invited Old Master Chi on stage to give the opening speech for their fashion show's celebration party. Old Master Chi joked, "You kid, you planned this well. You even got me to build momentum for you." Seeing Sun Wan at the side, Old Master Chi invited her to go on stage with him to give a speech. Today's fashion show was a great success. This young lady's contribution was indispensable. She is the lead designer of this Blue Sky menswear collection, Sun Wan, a promising young lady. Facing the numerous media outlets, Sun Wan did not expect that the most frequently asked question would be, "Excuse me, is she Miss Sun Wan of the Lin Group from Yanjing?" At this moment, the microphones in front of Sun Wan felt like sharp swords piercing her. The reporters' questions came one after another. Miss Sunwon, why did you leave a first-tier city like Yinjing to develop in Yinching? Is your departure from Yinjing related to the engagement of Mr. Qin Jun and Miss Lin Xin a year ago? Sunwon tried to cover her ears, to stop hearing their pressing questions. Sunwon thought of the scene of Lin Xian and Qin Jun's engagement, a talented man and a beautiful woman. She was only wearing a small, butter-yellow formal dress, standing in the crowd and wishing them happiness. The happiness of the guests and the perfect couple on stage. When Lin Xian threw the bouquet, Sunwon left the scene. She said she was leaving Yinjing and would never come back. And at this moment, numerous reports bombarded the heartbroken Sunwon. Lin Group's granddaughter, Lin Xian, engaged to Qin Group's Qin Jun. Qin Jun's ex-girlfriend, Lin Group's granddaughter Sunwon, makes a sad exit. Where will she go? Sisters fight for a husband, a tale of love and hate in a wealthy family. The undercurrents beneath a life of luxury. At this moment, the interview microphones kept getting closer and the reporters' questions became more and more pointed. The Lin Group transferred shares to you some time ago. Was it compensation? Have you been kicked out of the Lin family? Miss Su, could you please say something? Seeing that something was wrong, Han immediately dispatched the security team to maintain order. He also instructed the people around him, telling their people to ask other questions and shift the focus of the scene back to the fashion show. At this moment, the embarrassed Sunwon on stage was suddenly pulled into Xiao Bai's arms. Wan, it's okay. I'm here. Sunwon buried her head in Xiao Bai's chest. Her voice choked with sobs as she said, Bai, I want to go home. Xiao Bai picked Sunwon up in his arms and left the stage under the protection of the crowd. However, there were still reporters who were aggressive. Miss Su, you haven't answered our questions yet. Xiao Bai shot a glare at them. Xiao Bai carried Sunwon all the way out of the hotel. He wanted her to take a car home, but Sunwon suggested that she hoped Xiao Bai could walk with her outside for a while. The two walked on a small path under the moonlight. Xiao Bai saw that Sunwon was a little cold. He took off the scarf from his neck and draped it over her. Sunwon said to Xiao Bai with a hint of worry, Bai, you gave me the scarf. What about you? Xiao Bai wrapped his arms around Sunwon and told her, it's okay. I'm still wearing the vest from the fashion show. I'm not cold. If Director Han knew you wore the clothes from the fashion show out, would he be angry? Sunwon smiled and teased. Xiao Bai said he wouldn't dare. And he wouldn't. He's the director of a clothing brand. He has plenty of clothes. Thinking of this, Sunwon suddenly felt very regretful. Bai, if only I had met you back then. But Xiao Bai pressed his index finger against Sunwon's lips. Wan, the time we met was the best time. If only I had met you. Sunwon looked at the small path ahead, while Xiao Bai was thinking about what Sunwon had just said. Wan, if I had met you earlier, perhaps I wouldn't have fallen in love with you, and you wouldn't have fallen in love with me. Xiao Bai and Sunwon continued to walk hand in hand on the small path. Bai, can I talk about my past? Xiao Bai said gently to Sunwon. If Wan wants to talk, I'll listen. So Sunwon continued her story. My mother was talented and beautiful back then, with many suitors. But she met the young master of the Lin family, the man who later had me with my mother. My mother loved him to death, but my maternal grandparents disagreed. They said that man was not a good person. But my mother stole the household registration book and got a marriage certificate. And my maternal grandfather, a professor, was invited by a foreign country and was in the process of immigrating the whole family. At this time, my mother suddenly told my grandfather that she was pregnant. She wasn't leaving. In a fit of rage, my grandfather severed their father-daughter relationship and said not to come to them for anything in the future. My mother gave birth to me in the villa that man bought for her. My mother took care of me every day. But later, my father held a wedding banquet with another woman. My father and mother had a huge fight. My mother questioned my father. You married me. You were my husband. But my father was dismissive. Just a mistress. You already have a marriage certificate. What are you making a fuss about? When I was 2 years old, she received the news that the man was remarrying. He came to force her to divorce. Father, on the grounds that mother couldn't bring business profits to his family, told mother to consider her own worth before speaking to him again. Until the day she died, mother waited for that man to appear again. She waited for 3 years, but her wait was in vain. After my mother passed away, I was taken back to the Lin family mansion. That man pointed to the woman beside him and said, Nguyen, from now on, she is your mother. I cried and shouted, my mom is dead. She is not my mom. But the man slapped me across the face, scolding me for having no manners. I was knocked to the ground while he held his daughter to the side. It was grandfather who hit him on the head with a stick and scolded him. How could you hit a child? Your wickedness has no end. Grandfather extended his hand to me. From now on, you can keep this lonely old man company. Grandfather was my true family. As for my maternal grandfather, I had never met him. Sunwon lowered her eyes and asked Abai, between Lin Xian and me, who is really the illegitimate daughter? At this moment, Xiao Bai had heard the whole story. His hands clenched unconsciously. Xiao Bai then suggested that the two of them go to the night market to get something to eat. Sunwon was conflicted. Bai, I'm sorry, Qingjun. I still don't want to bring up that matter with Lin Xian. The next day, Sunwon arrived at the company. She felt that everyone was acting strangely. No one looked happy. Sunwon saw Sister Lee and greeted her, leaning in to ask, "Did something happen at the company?" Sister Lee quietly said to Sunwon, "Our company has been acquired." Sunwon turned pale with shock. She couldn't imagine what company could acquire Wei Yun. Wei Yun was a big name in the industry. Sister Lee also shook her head, not knowing. The company that acquired us is still in the screening process. There will be personnel changes within Wei Yun, but the people in our team should be fine. After all, the Lantian launch was quite successful. Sunwon breathed a long sigh of relief. Sister Lee leaned in again and asked, "What do you plan to do about Ruanya stealing the draft? Now that Fatty Zhang is about to be fired, there's no one to protect Ruanya anymore. We must get an explanation." Sunwon thought for a moment and decided to sort out the sequence of events before reporting it to Manager Gao. At that moment, Ruanya also ran into Sunwon in the studio. She began sarcastically, Well, our great designer Su. It's been a while. Finished with the Lantian design? The Lantian design launch event ended yesterday. You didn't even pay attention to such a sensational event. Sunwon retorted, not showing any weakness. Since our great designer, Su, doesn't value my concern, I won't be an eyesore to you any longer. With that, Ruanya left. At this moment, Sunwon noticed that Ruanya had come out of the general manager's office. What was she doing with Manager Gao? Sunwon went to Manager Gao's secretary and asked if Manager Gao was free. She had something to report, but the secretary gestured for Sunwon to lean in. If you're looking for old Gao about Ruanya's matter, I'm afraid you're going to be at a disadvantage this time. A week ago, their relationship became unusual. Sunwon thought about the timing. This was when her design was stolen. So Ruanya had a backup plan all along. But at a time like this, the company shouldn't be covering for any employee, right? Sunwon asked. Sunwon knocked on the general manager's door. Manager Gao had just put on his suit jacket. Sunwon presented the Lantian design launch report. She handed it to Manager Gao. Manager Gao praised her. Sunwon, you did a great job on this launch event. Sunwon thanked Manager Gao for his affirmation. But there is one more thing I hope Manager Gao can help investigate. Just a week before the Lantian launch, our main finale design, coincidentally, appeared on the Stellar Company's website. Manager Gao adjusted his glasses, recalling what happened a week ago. At that time, Ruanya had leaned against him and said, "I borrowed a design draft." Manager Gao had a guilty conscience. He closed the report and told Sunwon he would handle the matter. Sunwon pressed her advantage. Manager, our entire design team worked overtime, pouring our hearts and souls into this design, only for it to be stolen just like that. You must give us justice and catch the person who leaked it. Manager Gao didn't say more, only that the matter hadn't been fully investigated yet. What if there's a misunderstanding? I have to investigate first. Sunwon added, if this issue with the plagiarist isn't resolved promptly, it will inevitably push Wei Yun and Lantian into a hostile position. Manager Gao slammed his hand on the table, ending the conversation, hoping to brush the matter aside. Sunwon dropped her final bombshell. Then I'd better go find Lantian's design director to handle this matter. Manager Gao was furious, but under Sunwon's threat, he had to reconsider whether to investigate the matter carefully. With a grim face, he turned to smoke and think deeply. Manager Gao pondered for a long time. He said to Sunwon, about this incident, I think maybe some internal department emails got mixed up. Why don't we just let this matter go? Sunwon got straight to the point. She said directly to Manager Gao, Manager, Ruanya is the lead designer for Stellar this time, which means she's the plagiarist. Is there not even going to be an internal notice of criticism for Ruanya? Manager Gao, yielding repeatedly, relented, I'll add 5% to the year-end bonuses for everyone in your team this year. Sunwon was furious. She said bluntly, Manager Gao, your way of handling this is not convincing. It seems Wei Yun is no longer suitable for me. Outside the door, Wanya watched Sun-won walk out heartbroken and smiled smugly. She then strode into Manager Gao's office. At this moment, Sun-won thought of what Xiao Bai had said to her earlier. She called Xiao Bai. "A Bai, you won the bet. But how did you guess? Did you cheat?" Xiao Bai smiled gently, because he knew things that Sun-won didn't. The night before, Sun-won had excitedly said to Xiao Bai, "A Bai, let's make a bet. Let's see if you can guess how old Gao will handle Wanya leaking the design." Although Xiao Bai wasn't very interested, he still asked Sun-won about the stakes. Sun-won hadn't thought of anything yet, so Xiao Bai proposed. If he guessed correctly, Sun-won would have to promise him one thing that she absolutely could not refuse. Sun-won readily accepted. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai looked at the clock on his desk, picked up his coat, and walked out of the office. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun-won kept calling Xiao Bai, but he didn't pick up. Sun-won was very worried. Could something have happened? Just then, Xiao Bai suddenly called back. Sun-won's heart suddenly settled. He told Sun-won that he was waiting for her downstairs after work. Sun-won pressed against the glass and saw Xiao Bai downstairs. She excitedly replied that she would be right down. At that moment, Xiao Bai looked at the overcast sky, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Manager Gao pondered for a long time. He said to Sun-won, "About this incident, I think maybe some internal department emails got mixed up. Why don't we just let this matter go?" Sun-won got straight to the point. She said directly to Manager Gao, "Manager, Wanya is the lead designer for Stellar this time, which means she's the plagiarist. Is there not even going to be an internal notice of criticism for Wanya?" Manager Gao, yielding repeatedly, relented, saying this year the year-end bonuses for your team members will each be increased by 5%. Sun-won was furious, stating bluntly, "Manager Gao, your way of handling this is not convincing. It seems Wei Yun is no longer suitable for me." Outside the door, Wanya watched Sun-won walk out heartbroken. She smiled smugly and then strode into Manager Gao's office. At this moment, Sun-won thought of what Xiao Bai had said to her earlier and called Xiao Bai. "A Bai, you won the bet. But how did you guess? Did you cheat?" Xiao Bai smiled gently, because he knew things that Sun-won didn't. The night before, Sun-won had excitedly said to Xiao Bai, "A Bai, let's make a bet. Let's see if you can guess how old Gao will handle Wanya leaking the design." Although Xiao Bai wasn't very interested, he still asked Sun-won about the stakes. Sun-won hadn't thought of anything yet, so Xiao Bai proposed. If he guessed correctly, Sun-won would have to promise him one thing that she absolutely could not refuse. Sun-won readily accepted. Thinking of this, Xiao Bai looked at the clock on his desk, picked up his coat, and walked out of the office. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun-won kept calling Xiao Bai, but he didn't pick up. Sun-won was very worried. Could something have happened? Just then, Xiao Bai suddenly called back. Sun-won's heart suddenly settled. He told Sun-won that he was waiting for her downstairs after work. Sun-won pressed against the glass and saw Xiao Bai downstairs. She excitedly replied that she would be right down. At that moment, Xiao Bai looked at the overcast sky, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Sun-won then ran down from the company and threw herself into Xiao Bai's arms. "Let's go out to eat tonight. I want to go to Ailing Western Restaurant." Xiao Bai asked her why she wanted to go there. Sun-won replied, "I heard the couple's set meal, there's the best in Yunqing. I want to try it with you." So Xiao Bai called to ask if there were any tables available, but they were told there were no tables available today. Sun-won, full of anticipation, said, "Then let's wait for a table. Someone will eventually finish and a seat will open up. This is the first time I'm treating you to a high-end place. Let's call a date. I don't want to have any regrets." Xiao Bai readily agreed. The two arrived at the restaurant. They saw that there were still several empty couples tables. Sun-won wanted to ask the waiter if those seats were available, but she was told that the empty tables were all reserved, and even the regular tables were booked. Just then, a person came in and asked the waiter to find him a table. That person felt that it was always a private room, and he was tired of the view. Today, he wanted to find a spot in the main hall. So Sun-won asked if she could book young Master Wang's private room. After the waiter heard her question, he spoke rudely to Sun-won. The private room reserved for young Master Wang costs 100,000 yuan a month, and that doesn't even include the spending in the room. The waiter assumed Sun-won couldn't afford it. Xiao Bai stepped forward, shielding Sun-won behind him. If this is the service attitude at Ailing Restaurant, then there's no need for it to exist anymore. Hearing this, the waiter covered his mouth and laughed. "Sir, you're quite the boaster. Whether Ailing can stay open or not is not for you to decide." Just then, a stern reprimand was suddenly heard. A manager came jogging over to apologize. He pulled the previous waiter along to apologize as well. Sun-won pointed out their problem. You clearly have empty tables. Why are you leaving them empty instead of letting us sit? And your front desk staff even mocked us. The manager saw Chow by and explained with a trembling voice, "Today, we truly have VIPs on all 3 floors of the hotel. We are mainly focused on serving them. Our service was indeed inadequate." Chow Bai looked at the manager and said, "As the manager, you arrived late. From the top down, the competence is substandard. There's no need for a restaurant like this to continue operating, is there?" The manager was greatly alarmed. He grabbed the waiter from before and made him apologize to the two of them. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the second floor. "Well, if it isn't Nguyen Yuan and Mr. Chiao." Sun-won looked up and saw Lu Haisheng leaning against the railing, greeting them. The manager was introducing his restaurant's private rooms to Lu Haisheng. Mengzhu Xian has a view of the city's river. Lu Haisheng decided on that room. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was Chow Bai and Sun-won. After Lu Haisheng invited them to eat together, he instructed the manager, "I have 2 friends I haven't seen in a long time who also came ailing for dinner. They'll be here shortly." Lu Haisheng told the manager to invite them to his private room, that it would be best to get together. At the same time, Lu Haisheng told the manager, "These 2 friends are dressed rather low-key. Remind the staff not to judge people by their appearance." As soon as Chow Bai saw Lu Haisheng, he asked him, "What brings you to Yunqing?" Lu Haisheng came to Yunqing this time mainly to see a friend, and he invited Sun-won to go along. Sun-won had already decided to stay away from the Lin family and the high society circle, and she didn't want to get involved again. She felt it was better not to get in contact with Lu Haisheng's friends. Chow Bai understood Sun-won's thoughts. He patted Sun-won's shoulder and said to Lu Haisheng, "No, thank you. There's no need to eat at this place anymore. We were just about to leave. Let's go." Seeing the two were about to leave, Lu Haisheng put pressure on the manager. "Who was it just now that spoke so rudely and upset my friends?" The manager pushed the waiter from before forward. Lu Haisheng continued, "A high-end restaurant means the customer is king. As long as someone comes in to spend money, even if it's just for a glass of water, you must be pleasant. Manager, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer to this matter." The manager immediately assured Lu Haisheng that he would fire that person right now, and he gave Sun-won a black gold card for the restaurant. With this card, she could get a 70% discount, and all drinks would be free. Just as Sun-won was about to refuse, Chow Bai took the card that will take the card. "I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again the next time we come." The matter with Lu Haisheng was resolved, and Chow Bai had accepted the apology. He was about to invite the two to dine with him, but Chow Bai still refused the invitation, saying that he and Sun-won would head back for the night. Lu Haisheng still has friends upstairs, so we won't disturb you. To show his sincerity, Lu Haisheng said, "How about I go out to eat with you too?" Sun-won didn't want to make things difficult for him. She persuaded Chow Bai, "Lu Haisheng spoke up for me at grandfather's birthday banquet last time. Let's treat him to a meal." Chow Bai readily accepted. Sun-won looked at the VIP card in her hand and asked Chow Bai in confusion, "Why did you accept this card? I don't want to go to that kind of place again." Chow Bai smiled. He told Sun-won to hold on to the card, that it's free, so why not? You can go eat with your colleagues next time. Sun-won had a sudden realization. She tugged on Chow Bai's sleeve. "You won the bet today. Old Gao said at most he would change the design credit back to us. He didn't mention any punishment for Ruanya at all. He even said it might have been a network error. He just wants to fool me and help Ruanya cover up the design theft incident." Chow Bai asked Sun-won for her thoughts. Sun-won replied, "If tomorrow Old Gao still doesn't give me the fair answer I want, I think I will leave Wei-yin." Chow Bai was surprised to hear she wanted to resign. Chow Bai hoped Sun-won would wait a little longer. "Your company is about to be acquired. There might be personnel changes." Sun-won was also confused. Why did Chow Bai know about her company's internal affairs? Chow Bai felt he had revealed a bit too much and tried to smooth it over. That "I heard it from Hani last time. As soon as I heard it was the company you work at, I paid attention." But he didn't say anything specific. When Sun-won heard the news was from Han, she was finally convinced. The company's acquisition was almost a certainty. She wanted to ask Chow Bai who had acquired the company, but Chow Bai didn't know either. The two snuggled in the back seat of the car. They had completely forgotten about Lu Haisheng in the front seat. At this moment, Lu Haisheng was also very awkward. He pointed out the car window. "Are we eating at this place?" Sun-won saw the Moose specialty fish sign and said excitedly, yes, this is the one." After Xiao Bai and Sun Wan got out of the car, they told Lu Haisheng to park up ahead. They were completely treating Lu Haisheng as their driver. Lu Haisheng grumbled to himself. They don't even give me directions. I have to figure out the map myself. I get glared at for glancing at him in the rearview mirror. I get glared at for saying a word. This is tough. After Lu Haisheng parked the car, the three of them enter the restaurant. The lady boss's eyes lit up when she saw the two handsome men. The other customers in the restaurant were also drawn to them. Sun Wan asked the lady boss if there were any private rooms. Hearing the question, the lady boss snapped back to reality. Beauty, there are no more private rooms. But there's a table over there. It's big enough for 3. Do you want it? Before Sun Wan could answer, Lu Haisheng cut in from behind. Sure, it's all the same no matter where we eat. So Sun Wan pushed Lu Haisheng over to the table. Seeing their interaction, Xiao Bai glared at Lu Haisheng. Lu Haisheng flipped through the menu, but ultimately handed it to Sun Wan to order. Sun Wan had just started with some pleasantries. Lu Haisheng said, "Don't be so polite. Xiao Bai is a bit older than me. As for Nguyen, I'll call you sister-in-law." Sun Wan was taken aback by the term sister-in-law. Then Xiao Bai explained, "Miller is Nguyen's best friend, and you have a good relationship with Miller too. It's fine for you to call her sister-in-law." Sun Wan affirmed Xiao Bai's thought. She called the lady boss over to order. The lady boss then placed a large basin on their table. Lu Haisheng stared at the basin. Xiao Bai skillfully poured the water from the bowls into the basin. Lu Haisheng watched from the side, stunned. So that's what the basin is for. It scared him to death. He thought they were going to eat out of the basin. Sun Wan saw Lu Haisheng staring at the basin and guessed his thoughts. Haisheng keeps looking at the bowls and chopsticks in front of him. Is there a problem? He usually frequents high-end places. For a small, crowded restaurant like this, the hygiene is worth questioning. Sun Wan spoke up to reassure him. All the ingredients in this restaurant are wild-caught, and the specialty dish is called moose fish. Sun Wan highly recommended this dish. A moment later, the moose fish was served. Xiao Bai picked up a piece, removed all the bones, and placed it in Sun Wan's bowl. Lu Haisheng also took a piece and put it in his mouth. The fresh, tender flavor of the fish made him feel so moved he wanted to cry. Lu Haisheng also praised the deliciousness of the moose fish, but Sun Wan said that Xiao Bai's cooking was actually even better. Lu Haisheng was surprised that Xiao Bai could cook. Sun Wan said that not only can Xiao Bai cook, but he can also make many delicious things. Lu Haisheng came up with a plan. He decided to play the role of the driver to the end and drive them home later. Xiao Bai saw through Lu Haisheng's scheme. He politely declined his offer. He was not going to let Lu Haisheng into the house. His cooking was only for Sun Wan. Lu Haisheng grumbled while gobbling down his food. Soon, Lu Haisheng had finished plate after plate of food. The stack of dishes in front of him was quite a sight. Sun Wan was shocked by the way Lu Haisheng ate. She discussed it with Xiao Bai. The two of them ordered another portion of moose fish for him. The next morning, there was a lot of discussion within Wei-Yin Company. The company has been acquired. In a moment, the new chairman will come to the company for an inspection, and it's heard that the new chairman has a bad temper and hates people who slack off at their posts. After hearing the gossip, Sisterly came to tell Sun Wan first thing in the morning. Sun Wan was also looking forward to it. They both thought that if this person came, old Gao would no longer be in charge. Everything would be decided by the new leader. Just then, a group of employees walked past their office door. Sun Wan and Sisterly, wanting to see the excitement, also went forward. In the crowd, many colleagues were captivated by the new leader's face. Lu Haisheng turned his head and saw Sun Wan in the crowd. He smiled and greeted her, "Hello, sister-in-law." The manager beside him was extremely shocked to hear his form of address. "If I had known my sister-in-law worked at Wei-Yin, I would have asked you about the company's situation during dinner last night." Lu Haisheng teased Sun Wan. The manager beside them was stunned. Sun Wan knows the new president? Could she really be the legendary young lady of a great house? Sun Wan was also surprised. "Haisheng, what are you doing here?" Lu Haisheng explained, "Doesn't Miller really like fashion design? So I bought Wei-Yin. I'll make it bigger and then give her a surprise." The manager beside him was also surprised. Splashing money to buy a company just to make his girlfriend happy. Lu Haisheng cleared his throat twice, "Sister-in-law, you must keep this a secret for me. I don't think it's time to tell Xiao Lu yet." Sun Wan reassured Lu Haisheng. She would definitely help him keep his secret. However, Lu Haisheng couldn't keep it a secret forever. Sun Wan asked him when he could tell Xiao Lu. Lu Haisheng scratched his head. "Sister-in-law, when do you think is a good time for me to tell Xiao Lu?" Sun Wan thought for a moment. She remembered that Miller's birthday was coming up. Why not give it to her as a birthday gift? At this moment, Sun-won was imagining that she was about to become a working-class person laboring for that little gal. Liu Haisheng, however, was panicking. Xiao Li's birthday is coming up. When is it? Hearing this, Sun-won was furious. You don't even know Miller's birthday? Did she not tell you? It was like a bolt from the blue for Sun-won. She had long heard that the young master of the Liu family was a playboy with a large group of female confidants. Could it be that he never really cared about Miller at all? Sun-won didn't dare to make sound. She held up a finger to warn him that I'm warning you. If you're just looking to play around, don't get close to Miller. Liu Haisheng quickly waved his hands. He wanted Sun-won to believe he was serious. But Sun-won didn't know if she could trust him. But if Miller gets hurt in the slightest, I won't let you off. The assistant next to him reminded Liu Haisheng that it was time to go to the meeting room. Before leaving, Liu Haisheng waved and invited Sun-won to dinner. Sun-won agreed to the invitation and said she would call Xiao Bai to go with them in the evening. Seeing Sun-won and Liu Haisheng's close relationship, everyone came up to ask. Sun-won explained that their grandparents' families were very close, and that was all. After returning to the office, Sun-won sent a message to Xiao Bai. The one who acquired our Wei-yun is actually Liu Haisheng. He also said he wants to treat us to dinner tonight. Should we go? Xiao Bai replied, aren't we planning to have lamb hot pot tonight? I saw last time that he wanted to come to our house. You should ask Liu Haisheng to come over for dinner. But Sun-won hadn't asked if Liu Haisheng liked lamb hot pot. Xiao Bai sent another message, and need to ask if he's willing. For Miller's sake, Liu Haisheng will definitely try to please you. He'll come no matter what we're eating. Sun-won thought about it and realized it was true. Just then, Sun-won saw Rwanya putting on makeup nearby and wondered what she was up to. Sun-won stood to the side. Could she be waiting for old Gao to get off work? At that moment, a foot stepped out of the elevator. Rwanya quickly straightened her clothes. Liu Haisheng walked out of the elevator. Rwanya stepped forward. President, tonight's banquet has been arranged at the Junlai Grand Hotel. I'm honored to be of service to you. Liu Haisheng asked the manager beside him what was going on. Rwanya, on the other hand, was very happy. Luckily, she had asked old Gao long ago to arrange for her to serve the president. If she could win this man over, wouldn't things be much more convenient in the future? I didn't expect the new president to be so young and handsome. A typical tall, rich, and handsome man. What a catch. Sun-won, wanting to help her friend out of the situation, walked up and greeted Liu Haisheng. Haisheng, is your meeting over? Liu Haisheng ignored Rwanya and asked Sun-won, what brings you here? Sun-won said they were having lamb hot pot at home tonight and asked if he wanted to leave together after work. Liu Haisheng quickly agreed. He told the assistant behind him that he was going out for dinner tonight and to have the driver bring the car downstairs to wait for him. The others didn't need to follow. Rwanya was very angry. What are you doing? I'm the one responsible for accompanying the president to the banquet. How can you ruin this? The assistant beside her stopped Rwanya. Miss, I'm sorry, but our president is meeting with relatives and friends tonight and doesn't have time for the banquet. Rwanya wanted to say more, but was stopped by the manager, who said angrily, the president already said he has other plans tonight. What are you making a scene for? Get lost now. Rwanya gritted her teeth and left. In the evening, Sun-won and Liu Haisheng arrived home together. As soon as Xiao Bai opened the door, he saw Liu Haisheng outside. Come on in. I've already prepared the slippers. Seeing Xiao Bai like this, Liu Haisheng couldn't help but laugh. Liu Haisheng looked around his house, thinking to himself that the living room was smaller than his old bathroom. Xiao Bai really puts up with anything for his wife. Seeing Liu Haisheng shaking his head as he looked around his home, Xiao Bai asked him if he was done looking at. If you're done, go wash your hands and then come eat. Sun-won noticed Liu Haisheng was trembling, not realizing it was because he was holding back laughter. She asked with great concern, Haisheng, is our home too small? I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Liu Haisheng quickly waved his hands. Sister-in-law, I just think Mr. Chiao's floral apron looks very nice. Sun-won explained that it was her old apron that he cooks often, so he just wears it. The three sat at the dining table. Liu Haisheng said, I'm in for a real treat today. I love lamb hot pot. I couldn't find such authentic spicy sauce when I was abroad. I've really been craving it for years. When I couldn't stand it anymore, I'd fly back just for a meal and then fly back again. Sun-won was very happy that Liu Haisheng liked lamb hot pot. She praised Xiao Bai. It was his idea to have lamb hot pot tonight and to invite you over. Liu Haisheng was very touched to hear that Xiao Bai did it for him. He He looked towards Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai shattered the warm atmosphere. And no need to thank me. I was already planning to make lamb hot pot for Nguyen tonight. Since we were treating you to dinner, we might as well do it together. It saves us from spending money outside. After all, Nguyen and I are very poor. Hearing those last few words, Lu Haisheng fell silent. Xiao Bai handed Lu Haisheng a bottle of chill beer, hot pot with iced beer. How about that? I've got it all ready for you. Lu Haisheng sighed that in just 1 year, you've really become a housewife. Yes, Mr. Lu. I've only been married for a year. Today is your first time at our humble home. I'll toast to you. I hope you'll take good care of Nguyen in the future. No need to give her special treatment. Just make sure she isn't treated unfairly. Hearing Lu Haisheng's teasing, Xiao Bai wasn't particularly angry. Instead, he made a sincere toast. After hearing this, Lu Haisheng put down his glass. Sister-in-law, are you being ostracized by someone at the company? Or are you facing some kind of unfair pressure? Sunwon also explained to Lu Haisheng, you must know about the Lantian design case from before, right? Lu Haisheng was puzzled. What? Is there something fishy about this case? Sunwon sighed, yes. The draft we worked so hard on was plagiarized. Lu Haisheng asked if they had any solution. Sunwon explained, actually, we all know who did it, but the person who stole the draft is in an improper relationship with Manager Gao. The manager wants to downplay the matter. Lu Haisheng slammed the table. How outrageous. During the meeting, I even decided to let Manager Gao continue in his position. How can I trust him if he's so reckless? Lu Haisheng banged the table repeatedly. Xiao Bai quickly stopped Lu Haisheng's actions. Don't get so worked up. There's still soup in this pot. If you spill it, I'll have to mop the floor tomorrow. Lu Haisheng stopped and assured Sun Wan that he would definitely handle the matter properly. An hour later, after they finished dinner, Lu Haisheng left Xiao Bai's home. He stretched as he walked downstairs. I'm so full today. Xiao Bai recalled how Lu Haisheng and Sun Wan were fighting for food in the hot pot and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Haisheng, however, said with a hint of melancholy, I think I made a wrong decision. Acquiring Wei Yin was an impulse. There are too many messy things. It's so tiring to deal with. But Xiao Bai said, if Miller knew you saved the company, she would look at you in a new light. Lu Haisheng also wondered, would Xiao Lu be happy? Xiao Bai didn't know what Lu Haisheng was thinking, but he was very puzzled. Why is this kid getting all conflicted again? After Xiao Bai returned home, he saw Sun Wan lying alone on the sofa. He picked her up and placed her on the bed, saying to Sun Wan, Nguyen, you need to take a shower before bed. But Sun Wan was too sleepy to make sense of his words. She told him she was too tired and didn't want to shower. She would sleep for a while first. Xiao Bai held her and said softly, it's okay. I'll take you for a wash. On the other side, Lu Haisheng, remembering the happy scene he saw at Xiao Bai's house today, couldn't help but look out the window with envy. The driver beside him asked, President Lu, is something the matter? Lu Haisheng smiled and replied, it's nothing. Night fell. Rose petals were scattered in the water of the bathtub. Sun Wan sat in the bathtub, while Xiao Bai washed her hair beside her. Sun Wan squinted her eyes in comfort. Seeing this, Xiao Bai couldn't help but think, so cute. So he reached out and pinched Sun Wan's nose. Sun Wan couldn't breathe for a moment and splashed water at Xiao Bai with her hands. You stinky, Bai, how dare you bully me while I'm sleeping? Take that. Sun Wan looked back at Xiao Bai smugly. Now you know how formidable I am, right? At this moment, Xiao Bai's body was soaked with water, revealing his well-built chest. Sun Wan blushed at the sight. Xiao Bai also unbuttoned his shirt. It seems Nguyen wants to bathe with me. Sun Wan shyly covered her eyes, leaving only a small slit. The room was filled with a romantic atmosphere. The next day, Sun Wan rushed to the company entrance. After all the commotion last night, she had slept straight until noon. Sister Lee quietly came up behind Sun Wan. Nguyen, you're so late today. Did Bai keep you company in bed? Sun Wan hurriedly waved her hands. There's not much to do recently, and we have flexible working hours, so I just rested a little longer. Sister Lee patted her head. I'm just teasing you. The new president wants to see you when you arrive. Sun Wan was very expectant. There was progress on the matter she discussed with Lu Haisheng yesterday. Sister Lee tried to get closer. Sister Nguyen, I've been good to you, right? If Fatty Zhang gets fired, you'll probably be the supervisor. You have to save the high commission cases for me in the future. Sun Wan asked Sister Lee with concern. Have you run into some trouble recently? Sister Lee said she was doing it for her son. Her husband hadn't worked for a long time, spending all day drinking and playing games. This time, she was probably really going to get a divorce. Soon-Won firmly held Sister Lee's hand that if there's anything I could do to help, I definitely will. You were my mentor when I started in this industry. How could I not help? Sister Lee also knew she was getting older and didn't know how many more days she could earn money. She wanted to save as much as she could for Meng while she could still work. Sister Lee told Nguyen not to worry too much about her and to go get busy. Soon-Won's mood was very low because of Sister Lee's situation. She thought of Chow Bai and took out her phone to send him a message. Hey Bai, thank heavens for letting me meet such a hard-working and diligent you. Having a good husband really makes one so happy. Soon-Won arrived at the president's office door and saw the two bodyguards standing in front. She felt a bit flustered. Bodyguards in the company? Is that really necessary? Is our Wei Yun that unsafe? The man with light-colored hair said, Miss Su, the young master is waiting inside. You can go straight in. But at that moment, the door was open from the inside. Lu Haixing walked out. Let's go, sister-in-law. Soon-Won was at a loss. She had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lu Haixing led her directly into the meeting room. Everyone looked at the two of them, speculating about their relationship. Lu Haixing sat at the front. I've called everyone here today because our president has taken over Wei Yun. This is to get acquainted with everyone. Lu Haixing was also exuding charm. Please remember my face. Don't work your whole life without knowing who you're making money for. Then Lu Haixing took the initiative to mention Manager Gao is not here today and several directors are also absent. This is because during their tenure, they didn't produce any decent projects and embezzled hundreds of thousands in public funds. I don't see any use in keeping them. So I have kicked them out of Wei Yun. And next, Lu Haixing was about to announce something even more ruthless. Starting tomorrow, there'll be a week-long job assessment. I have also given everyone the theme. I hope you will submit your drafts next Tuesday. Soon-Won looked at Lu Haixing. At this moment, he was like a stranger. He was just joking around a moment ago, and now his entire aura was different. Rwanya, from the side, raised her hand. President, I'm missing a copy. It wasn't given to me just now. Lu Haixing looked at Rwanya and asked her, Miss, may I ask who you are? Rwanya proactively introduced herself, hoping to use her beauty to leave an impression on Lu Haixing and get close to him. Lu Haixing said in a low voice, Rwanya, is it? Go to the HR department later. Have them help you with the resignation procedures. Rwanya didn't know why he was firing her, but she was escorted out of the meeting room by the assistant. Rwanya was furious. President, I don't understand what I did wrong. Did you hear something from Soon-Won? Have you misunderstood me? Soon-Won, however, was very calm. Rwanya, what are you still saying? Is it so hard to admit that you stole our design? Sister Lee also stood up in support. Since everyone is here today, let's make it clear. Where did you get the design for Stellar? Rwanya was on the verge of a complete breakdown. With everyone ganging up on her, she shouted loudly, shut up. But Rwanya suddenly changed her attitude. President, old Gao gave me the design for Stellar. I'm just a junior designer. How could I dare to defy the manager? Lu Haixing stroked his chin. Old Gao gave it to you. At that time, old Gao said he had a finished design draft for me, as long as I agreed to be his woman. I was afraid of him, but I also wanted to do a good job on this project, so I agreed. Soon-Won thought to herself, what a clever move. Old Gao has already resigned. Now, there's no one to contradict her story. Lu Haixing thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, you've really been wronged. If you still want to work, you can stay. Rwanya thanked the president for standing up for her. Afterwards, Lu Haixing walked out of the meeting room with Soon-Won. In the president's office, Soon-Won questioned Lu Haixing, what's wrong with you? The moment that woman played the victim, you were captivated. Lu Haixing's eyes curved into a smile. Don't you think this woman, Rwanya, is quite attractive? Isn't she very suitable for public relations work? Soon-Won narrowed her eyes. You'd better behave yourself in Yinqing. Otherwise, but just then, Xiao Bai called Soon-Won. His tired voice came through the phone. Nguyen, where are you? I have to tell you something. I might have to go to Yinjing for about a week. Then Xiao Bai fell silent for a moment. He was leaving tomorrow morning. He asked Soon-Won where she was now. He wanted to see her right now. Lu Haixing also heard that something was wrong on the other end of the line. He remained silent for a while. When Soon-Won asked him for leave, Lu Haixing immediately approved it. Watching Soon-Won's departing figure, Lu Haixing couldn't help but remind her, Sister-in-law, no matter what happens, you just have to remember that there will always be someone who treats you well. Soon-won only half understood this sentence, but she felt that seeing A-Bai was more important. Soon-won saw Xiao by waiting at the subway station entrance near Weiyan. He was shrouded in shadows at that moment. Xiaobai saw Soon-won arrive. He brought up their previous bet. Soon-won had lost, so she had to promise him one thing. Xiaobai took Soon-won's hand and pressed it to his face that I want you to stay by my side forever. Soon-won smiled and answered him, "Bai, I will never leave you. I only have you. I belong only to you." Xiaobai couldn't help but kiss her deeply. The two kissed under a cherry blossom tree, a very beautiful scene. Nguyen, no matter what happens, you must believe that I love you. That morning at noon, Soon-won climbed out of bed. She felt that Xiaobai was not his usual self. He was acting strangely. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Soon-won opened the door and saw Miller making a surprise appearance. Soon-won was very happy to see Miller and asked her to stay with her. It's perfect. Xiaobai is on a business trip too. Miller had the same idea. She wanted to take a shower, first to wash off the dust, and then they could talk more. The doorbell rang again. Soon-won thought it was a delivery for someone. Lu Haisheng appeared at the door. Soon-won asked Lu Haisheng why he was here. Lu Haisheng explained. Xiao Lu said she was coming directly to your place, sister-in-law. I figure it was about time. Soon-won glanced towards the bathroom and asked Lu Haisheng what he was really thinking. Lu Haisheng replied seriously to Soon-won, "Didn't I tell you? In this life, I only want to be with Miller." Lu Haisheng heard Miller whispering nearby and decided to go back to the company first. "If you two want to go out and have fun, I'll approve your leave anytime." After some time, Soon-won called Xiaobai. She asked him if he had arrived yet. Xiaobai reminded her again to remember to eat and to make sure the food was hot before eating. Soon-won joked with him, "Can I call you Mama Chiao now?" Xiaobai asked Soon-won to give him a few days, just a few more days, and he could go back to Yunqing, back to their own home. Soon-won heard Xiaobai's words and told him to rest up, but her heart was filled with more questions than ever. Xiaobai hung up the phone, then turned and pushed open the door in front of him. A house servant at the side said, "Young master, you're back." But Xiaobai replied coldly, "My willingness to return is only to grant your old master's wish. Besides, I have already left the Xiao family. Don't force me to do anything out of line. Go back and tell the old man, if anything truly happens to Soon-won, I won't let a single one of you off." The house servant bowed and said he would relay the message to the old master. Xiaobai looked at the photo of Soon-won in his wallet's inner pocket and swore to himself he would never again let her suffer the grievances she had endured in the past. The pink-haired woman watched Xiaobai's back from outside the door. "Bye, I'm back again. This time, I will never leave you again." Soon-won, holding the VIP card Irene had given her last time, told Miller she was taking her to eat steak. The discount was huge. At Irene's, Soon-won saw Sister Lee and her son, Meng. Soon-won happily greeted Sister Lee. Sister Lee said she had received her bonus for the Blue Sky Design project and wanted to treat her child to something nice. Just then, a family of 3 walked over from the opposite direction. Meng ran forward and asked the little boy, "Zaiho, who is this pretty Annie? I remember she's not your mom. Is she your dad's new lover?" Ruanya's face turned ugly as she looked at the child and scolded, "Whose child is this? How were you raised? How can you talk like that?" Meng was frightened and started to cry. Sister Lee rushed to the scene. She took Meng in her arms. "We're here to eat. Why are you being so fierce to a child?" Ruanya started complaining to young Master Wang again. Just as young Master Wang was about to intervene, he saw Soon-won nearby. He remembered that this woman seemed to have a powerful background. It was better not to provoke her. Young Master Wang then led Ruanya away from the scene. But Ruanya was very angry. Young Master Wang quickly led Ruanya away. Ruanya fumed internally. It was always Soon-won, and Miller blocking her path. She would definitely get her revenge. The manager on the side also told Soon-won not to be angry anymore and to go eat with them in the private room upstairs. The group sat in the private room. Miller excused herself to go to the restroom, leaving only Soon-won and Sister Lee in the room. Sister Lee asked Soon-won who the pretty girl was and why Xiaobai hadn't come. Soon-won explained that Miller was her childhood best friend and Bai was on a business trip. Sister Lee put down her teacup and asked Soon-won, "Is Xiaobai still unwilling to take you home to his family?" Soon-won replied that Xiaobai had a falling out with his family, so he wouldn't be going home. But Sister Lee suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Where's his home? How many people are in his family, and what do they do? Do you know everything about why he had a falling out with his family?" Sunwon believed that if Bai didn't say, he must have his own reasons. But Sister Lee tried to persuade her. Sunwon, for her own reasons, also had a very unhappy relationship with her family, so she didn't think there was anything strange about Xiao Bai's situation. Sister Lee asked again, "What if Xiao Bai's family doesn't approve of you?" Sunwon said stubbornly, "Then I'll just never have any contact with them." Just then, Miller returned. Sunwon was actually also worried about the Chiao family's attitude towards her. Lu Haixing sent a text message to Miller, but Miller's phone was out of battery. Sunwon handed her phone to Miller, but the phone accidentally slipped. Miller wanted to stop her, but it was too late for Sunwon to pick up the phone. On the screen was a photo of Xiao Bai with another woman. Neither of them was wearing clothes. Sunwon looked at the photo and calmly told Miller that it was a composite photo. Miller was very surprised. Sunwon pointed at the screen and explained Xiao Bai's face was pasted on later. Miller took a look and saw it was true. Sunwon felt uneasy. Although the head was pasted on, the body was indeed Bai's body. Why would someone process a real photo like that and then send it to her? Most importantly, who was the woman in the photo? And who sent her the message? Why did Miller know someone would send her a photo? Miller saw that Sunwon, who was beside her, was still affected. Sunwon finished the meal, her mind unsettled. She suddenly stood up to leave, wanting to go home first. Miller then said that Lu Haixing was coming to see her tonight, so she wouldn't go to Sunwon's place to avoid making things awkward for her. After returning home, Sunwon took off her clothes while thinking back. Who exactly was the woman in the photo today? At that moment, there was a loud knocking at the door. The door was open from the outside. Xiao Bai, soaked to the bone, entered the room, his body burning up. Sunwon touched Xiao Bai's head and asked if he had a fever. "Quick, come in and take off your wet clothes." Xiao Bai looked at the woman in front of him and pulled her into his arms. Sunwon quickly pushed him away, very worried about his health, and was about to get him a towel. Xiao Bai held her by the waist, not letting her go. But Sunwon noticed the door was still open. It wouldn't be good. The next morning, the two were lying in bed. Sunwon asked in disbelief, "Bai, are you really back?" Xiao Bai kissed her forehead. "Yes, I'm back, Wan. Then, Sunwon told Xiao Bai, "Yesterday, I received an explicit photo of you and another woman." Xiao Bai was startled. Sunwon continued, "But I know Bai would never betray me. That photo was very poorly photoshopped." Xiao Bai rolled over, propping one hand beside Sunwon. He had been accidentally drugged at the hotel yesterday, so he rushed home. However, Xiao Bai had absolutely not done anything to betray Sunwon. Sunwon also said that no one could break them apart. She would always believe in Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai promised her that as long as both their names were on the marriage certificate, Xiao Bai would absolutely never betray Sunwon. His body and soul would definitely belong to Sunwon. Xiao Bai then got up to cook. He decided to hide the matter about Lu Ruo for now. Later, the two sat at the dining table eating dinner. Sunwon brought up her grandfather, but Xiao Bai brought Sunwon some bad news. Xiao Bai had heard in Yinjing that old Master Lin had a stroke. He was still in the hospital, and his body wasn't in good shape, but it was just a rumor. He was asking his friends to look into it. Sunwon then recalled the bits and pieces of her childhood with her grandfather. But later, Sunwon had drifted further and further away from her grandfather. At Lu Haixing's house, after hearing that Grandpa Lin was ill, Miller immediately called her father, telling him not to worry yet. Lu Haixing, who was eating an apple on the side, also said that his family had received some news. It seemed that old Master Lin's stroke this time was somewhat suspicious. Hearing the word suspicious, Miller came over to ask. Biting into his apple, Lu Haixing said, "It's not certain yet, mainly because we've never heard the Lin family mention it. It's as if it never happened, so there must be something fishy about it." Miller said that Xiao Bai told her this, saying it was a huge commotion in Yinjing, since the Lin family could lock down the news so tightly that even your Lu family can't figure it out. How did Xiao Bai know? Sunwon leaned against Xiao Bai on the sofa. She was still very worried about her grandfather and wanted to call home, but she was worried that Lin Xian and Lin Yao wouldn't answer her. So she wanted to ask if she could call Qinjun. Xiao Bai's hand paused. "Grandpa is the most important." "It's okay, go ahead and ask." The phone didn't ring twice before Qinjun picked up. Sunwon asked Qinjun if her grandfather was okay. But Qinjun didn't know how Sunwon knew about her grandfather's situation. Xiao Bai took the phone and started talking to Qinjun. Qinjun was puzzled. Why was Xiao Bai with Sunwon? Xiao Bai stated that of course he would be with his wife. If Mr. Qin wants to chat, I think it would be more appropriate for him to find his own wife. Regardless of whether Qin Jun was satisfied with Xiao Bai, they would return to Yinjing to visit their grandfather, even if he didn't tell them his condition. But Qin Jun strictly forbade them from doing so. Xiao Bai was also surprised after hearing Qin Jun's account. He then hung up the phone. Sun Wan quickly asked about her grandfather's condition. Xiao Bai said that her grandfather was out of the critical period, but he was paralyzed from the waist down and couldn't speak clearly. Hearing this, Sun Wan was plunged into endless sorrow. Xiao Bai comforted Sun Wan, saying her grandfather would be fine. But no matter what, Sun Wan wanted to go back now. Xiao Bai agreed with her idea. Lin Xian then walked up from behind Qin Jun. She asked Qin Jun, but Qin Jun explained that there was a problem at the company. Lin Xian continued to press him. Why do you have to hide in a corner to talk about business? Qin Jun couldn't bear it anymore. Can you stop being so unreasonable? Even if I was on the phone with Nguyen Wan, it was completely innocent. Lin Xian, as if she had suddenly heard the answer she wanted, frantically grabbed Qin Jun's arm. Qin Jun, you finally admit it. Have some shame. Sun Wan is already married. What are you still hoping for? You're married to me, but still thinking about someone else. You even call her Nguyen Wan. Qin Jun threw off Lin Xian's hand and left the room without looking back, leaving Lin Xian alone on the room's carpet. Crying, she knelt on the floor. Lin Xian recalled all the past events. She didn't know why everyone only cared about Sun Wan, whether it was her grandfather or Qin Jun. Xiao Bai was packing clothes at home, thinking to himself, could it be that the instigator of Grandpa Lin's sudden illness was targeting Nguyen Wan? Just then, there was a knock on the door. Miller and Lu Haisheng came to visit. Seeing the two of them, Xiao Bai quickly put a finger to his lips. Nguyen Wan wants to go back to Yanjing, but the situation with the Lin family isn't right. Please help me stop her. Sun Wan said she was going back to Yanjing and couldn't entertain them, for which she was very sorry. But Miller pointed out the facts. If she went back now without her grandfather at home, the Lin family wouldn't let her in. She also wouldn't know where to find her grandfather. Sun Wan turned to look at Lu Haisheng and asked if he could help her. Lu Haisheng also said that although he could find out the truth, it would take time. This matter couldn't be rushed. Xiao Bai seized the opportunity, telling Sun Wan to stay here and wait until Haisheng found definite news before they went back. A few days later, Sun Wan was spacing out at her workstation. A colleague next to her said excitedly, "Wan, you resigned." And CEO Lu went back to Yanjing. We're suddenly so relaxed. Sun Wan was very surprised. Why did Ruanya suddenly resign? The colleague didn't know either, but the department head had been replaced by Sister Lee. Sun Wan remembered that she hadn't seen Sister Lee at work today. The colleague had heard that her husband's family's old house was demolished. She didn't come to work today. She probably had too many things to take care of at home. Just then, Sister Lee called. Sun Wan was shocked to hear that Sister Lee had been beaten and injured. She also hoped Sun Wan could help her pick up Meng Meng. Sun Wan held Meng Meng, who had just gotten out of school. But Meng Meng kept crying and fussing, wanting to find his mom. Xiao Bai appeared in front of them and took the child. As they walked, Sun Wan worried about Sister Lee. They took the child to the hospital. Sister Lee had a broken bone. The injury was inflicted by her good-for-nothing husband. Now that he had money, he wanted to divorce her. When she didn't agree, he beat her. Because Sister Lee's family was all out of town and couldn't take care of her, Sister Lee wanted to entrust her child to Sun Wan for a few days. As the three of them walked home, Sun Wan lamented that she used to think Sister Lee's troubles were due to not having enough money. She didn't expect that she would still be unhappy after getting rich. Bai, can our happiness last forever? Xiao Bai looked at the moon in the sky. He believed they could because they trusted each other. At night, Meng Meng lay alone on the big bed, murmuring in his sleep. Mommy, don't abandon Meng Meng. Sun Wan tucked Meng Meng in and walked out. Xiao Bai was sitting on the sofa, reading a book. Seeing Sun Wan come out, he asked, "Is the child okay?" Sun Wan sat on the arm of the chair and said Meng Meng was already asleep. She asked Xiao Bai if he liked children and if he wanted to try taking care of a child. Xiao Bai felt that Sun Wan was hinting at something. He asked her if she wanted to have a child of their own. As the atmosphere became a bit ambiguous, Meng Meng's voice suddenly came out. He seemed to be having a nightmare, crying and shouting, "Don't hit my mom. Daddy, don't hit mommy." Sun Wan ran in and held the child, saying, "Mommy's here. Mommy's fine. Mommy will come back to get Meng Meng. Don't cry, Meng Meng." Meng Meng woke up and kept crying while hugging Sun Wan. Seeing the scene before him, Xiao Bai remembered what happened back then. He had also relied on his mother like that back then, but he couldn't rely on her for long. If only he could have protected her like Sun Wan. How wonderful would that be? Xiao Bai placed Meng Meng's head on his lap and gently soothed him. Seeing this scene, Sun Wan was sure that Xiao Bai would be a good father in the future. Xiao Bai also said that Sun Wan would definitely be a good mother in the future, with Meng Meng between them. The two of them said, "Good night, Daddy." "Good night, Mommy." In his dream, Xiao Bai seemed to have dreamt of his younger self. In the early morning, Sun Wan woke up in bed, hearing a crackling sound. Xiao Bai was busy in the kitchen with Meng Meng in the morning. The two of them were making breakfast in cute shapes. Seeing that Sun Wan was awake, Meng Meng said that Uncle Bai was making bread for him. He had made the flour shape himself with a mold. Sun Wan praised Meng Meng for being a very capable little boy. In a little while, Uncle Bai would take him to kindergarten. Sun Wan hugged Xiao Bai from behind, praising him for being good with children. But Sun Wan hadn't told Xiao Bai which kindergarten Meng Meng went to. So Sun Wan went to look through Meng Meng's school bag to see which kindergarten he was a student of. But in Meng Meng's school bag, Sun Wan found a household registration book and a property deed. Such important things. It was obvious that Sister Lee had deliberately put them in for the child to bring over. Xiao Bai also said, "It seems this matter is more troublesome than we thought." He told the child not to go to kindergarten today. Xiao Bai would stay home with Meng Meng. Then, Xiao Bai called his assistant, telling them to bring a few people to Sena Hospital to Ward 306. Monitor the situation of a woman named Li Jie. Also, investigate her husband's movements. Report to me as soon as you have any news. Xiao Bai hoped they would live up to their status. Just because you're not in Yinjing doesn't mean you don't work for me. After a while, the assistant sent back a clue. It turned out, Sister Lee's husband was out shopping with Ruanya. In the office, Sun Wan sent a message to Sister Lee, telling her everything was fine. Xiao Bai also shared this clue with Sun Wan. Could it be that Ruanya resigned just to seduce Sister Lee's husband? Is she doing this to deliberately get revenge on Sister Lee? Sun Wan and Xiao Bai sat on the sofa, discussing the matter. But then there was an urgent knock on the door. Opening the door, they saw it was Sister Lee's husband. The man strode into Sun Wan's home, went straight for Meng Meng, wanting to get his things back, and threatened Xiao Bai, "If anything happens to my things, I'll make sure your whole family pays for it." Xiao Bai said if the man didn't leave, he would call the police. The man didn't care about Xiao Bai's actions, because the chief of the police station was his second uncle. "I'll come back tomorrow. If I don't get what I want, don't think you'll have any peaceful days." After saying that, he smashed a vase on Xiao Bai's head. After the man left, Meng Meng also burst into tears. Sun Wan quickly comforted him. Blood trickled down from Xiao Bai's head. At that moment, Xiao Bai remembered his younger self. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking. After Ruanya opened the door, the delivery man outside handed her a box, saying it was a small gift sent on behalf of young Master Lu Haishan. Ruanya was very puzzled, curious to see what was inside. Wow, the things sent are so nice. The delivery man said that Lu Haishan hoped she would keep this gift safe. Sister Lee's husband, standing nearby, asked Ruanya what it was. Ruanya said it was a gift from a friend, her private business, and he shouldn't meddle. 15 minutes later, another urgent knock on the door. Ruanya opened the door. A group of police officers stood outside. "Excuse me, is Mr. Chen Daji here?" Chen Daji greeted the police familiarly, while they said that someone had reported him for trespassing in a residence. After that, valuable items in the house went missing. The police ordered a search. Chen Daji didn't have a trace of panic on his face. He had no valuable items in his house. At this moment, the police found the small box. But Ruanya said it was her own thing. It was a set of out-of-print Kong Jiang jewelry worth 8 million. Ruanya hurriedly said, "This was a gift from a friend. It wasn't stolen or robbed. Get it back to me." Chen Daji also said it was impossible that I don't even recognize this thing. I didn't bring it here. The police took the two to the station to explain in detail the origin of this valuable jewelry set. Ruanya strongly resisted the police's arrest. She thought back carefully. It turned out to be the jewelry Lu Haisheng had just sent. This must be Sun Wan's doing. She must have framed me. She told the police, "This jewelry belongs to a lady named Sun Wan." Hearing this, Chen Daji kicked Ruanya. The police had no time to stop him. While getting into the car, the two of them still had many unruly actions. The delivery man on the side called Xiao Bai. "The matter is settled." Xiao Bai praised him a few times. "Remember to bring the things back. Don't leave them behind." Sun Wan, who was playing with the child nearby, saw Xiao Bai answer the phone, and asked if he still had things to attend to. Sister Li's relatives had arrived from their hometown. Someone would take care of the child. Sister Li was also getting better. Sun Wan's phone rang. It was Miller. Miller said they could only confirm that Grandpa Lin was recuperating at the Lin family residence. The Lin family refused to disclose specific information. She could only go back and see for herself. Sun Wan decided to return to Yanjing immediately. Sun Wan and Xiao Bai arrived at Yanjing Airport. Xiao Bai was telling the driver the location of the Lin family mansion. The group drove to the estate from the banquet. Sun Wan rang the doorbell. A security guard appeared, warning Sun Wan not to damage others' property. This is a private residence. You cannot enter without an appointment. Sun Wan shouted loudly that she was back to see her grandfather. This is my own home. Why do I need an appointment? But the security guard said righteously that he had never seen her. Sun Wan explained that she used to live in Yunqing and had come back for her grandfather's birthday. Xiao Bai, having finished his call, told Wan to leave with him for now, and Wan is answering the phone. Someone inside must have given orders not to let us in. Sun Wan was very sad. Although Miller had warned her, she didn't expect that she really couldn't even go home. Xiao Bai called Lu Haisheng to send a car to pick them up. Above the estate, Lin Xian watched them leave with a smug look on her face. She instructed the security guard not to let them in the future either. Lu Haisheng personally drove to pick them up. He told Sun Wan, it said that there's a financial loophole within the Lin group. It's not yet certain if old Master Lin's stroke was because of this, but the timing is very close. Xiao Bai asked Lu Haisheng, the Lin group's capital chain is broken. Have you found out the reason? It said that the third son of the Lin family made 3 bad investments and misappropriated 300 million of the company's liquid funds. The cash flow couldn't keep up, which directly led to several partners withdrawing their investments. The capital chain completely broke. Sun Wan understood as soon as she heard. The third son of the Lin family must have taken it to gamble again. Lin Mingguang has always been like this. Grandpa was just too lenient with him. He always waited until things got out of hand before managing them, but he couldn't be controlled at all. Crying, Sun Wan swore, if Grandpa really had a stroke because they angered him, I won't let them off. Xiao Bai patted her, comforting her that the Lin group would be fine. Lu Haisheng asked if he should find a hotel for them. Xiao Bai decided to take Wan back to his own home. Sun Wan and Lu Haisheng were both shocked. Sun Wan could finally be taken home by Xiao Bai. The elevator stopped on the 28th floor. Xiao Bai opened the door. As soon as Sun Wan entered the house, she began to look around at Bai. Your home is so empty. A house this big in this location must be very, very expensive, right? Xiao Bai watched her back and put down his bag. After my ancestral home was demolished, I used the compensation money to buy this place. Because no one has lived here for a long time, many things haven't been added, and I didn't care. Sun Wan turned her head and asked, Bai, do your family members still live in Yanjing? Xiao Bai was silent for a long time before telling her about his family situation. His mother is currently in country M recuperating. She has mental health problems. Sometimes even he can't recognize her. He's also exhausted by it. Xiao Bai promised Sun Wan that once her condition stabilized and after her grandfather's matter was handled, they could go visit his mother together. Sun Wan was also very excited, telling Xiao Bai to let her know anytime he had news about his mother-in-law. Xiao Bai had thought Wan would have some reservations about his mother's illness, but he didn't expect her to be so concerned. While tidying up, Sun Wan asked Xiao Bai, can I decorate this home? Xiao Bai said that everything here was up to Sun Wan. Seeing Sun Wan so enthusiastically wanting to decorate the house as she imagined, and even wanting to bring his mother back, Xiao Bai was deeply moved. He hugged Sun Wan from behind. When we have children in the future, they will definitely love camping on the rooftop too. The two kissed under the night sky. At night, Xiao Bai came out of the bathroom after a shower and saw Sun Wan lying alone in bed, thinking, why didn't the Lin family let us in today? Xiao Bai agreed. When Grandpa got sick, the shares you received made all the main members of the Lin family jealous. They can't wait for you to go back so they can get the shares back. Why wouldn't they let you in? Hearing Xiao Bai say this, Sun Wan also realized that something was wrong. The matter of not letting her in was probably done by a single person in the Lin family, and Lin Xian and Lin Yao were the most likely to have given the order. The others didn't care if Sun Wan was a Lin family member or not. Only the two of them always wanted to drive Sun Wan away, especially Lin Xian. Xiao Bai looked at Sun Wan in his arms, held her, and they had a dreamless night. Xiao Bai's phone vibrated in his coat. A WeChat message from Lu Haixing popped up. Are you really going to make your move? The next morning, Xiao Bai got ready to go out. Sun Wan was tidying her clothes in front of the mirror. She decided to go by herself. She had thought for a long time last night about the last birthday banquet. She was very angry. Why couldn't she face those who had wronged her? And why did she need their help? So this time, she wanted to solve it herself. Whether she was facing Lin Xian or Qin Jun, she would not be weak again this time. Sun Wan said firmly, Grandpa is the person who treated me best. I must find him. Xiao Bai told her to go ahead, and that he would always support her. Xiao Bai held Sun Wan's shoulders. You are now a major shareholder of the Lin Group. They wouldn't dare touch you. And whenever you need me, I will always be by your side. Just as Sun Wan left the house, she was stopped by a man. The man explained that the security guards at home had been changed, so they didn't recognize Mississippi. He was here now to take Miss home. Xiao Bai, watching from upstairs, was puzzled. How did they know Wan Wan was here? Could Wan Wan be under surveillance? He then made a call, asking someone to pick him up. The person on the other end of the line was very happy. Young master, you're finally willing to show your face at the company. Old Master Qiao said he's very happy you've thought things through. On the other side, Sun Wan entered the estate smoothly, but she felt that it was so smooth it made her a little uneasy, and she didn't see a single familiar servant. Only half a year had passed. How could the staff have been changed so completely? Seeing Sun Wan, Mother Lin said, a while ago I was just talking to your third aunt. I was wondering if Sun Wan would come back for the new year. Sun Wan nodded and asked her where her grandfather was. Grandpa is sick and resting upstairs. Mother Lin shrugged at Sun Wan. Hearing upstairs, Sun Wan rushed straight up. Mother Lin, seeing Sun Wan's attitude, was very angry inside. As soon as Sun Wan saw her grandfather, she knelt before him, calling out loudly. Grandpa also slowly opened his eyes, his fingers trembling as he tried to touch her face. The grandfather and granddaughter were both very emotional. But for Lin Xian outside the door, this scene was very jarring. Grandpa couldn't even recognize her, yet he only remembered Sun Wan. Clearly, she was the one taking care of Grandpa. Mother Lin walked in at this moment, saying Grandpa had been sick for over a month and had just gotten better. They didn't tell her because it wasn't easy for Sun Wan in Yunqing, and she was always having trouble at work, and her home was even broken into by thugs. Sun Wan was also puzzled. Why they know her life like the back of their hand. Mother Lin invited Sun Wan to eat at home. Hearing this, Lin Xian put down her bowl. She said she had a lunch appointment and wouldn't be eating at home. Sun Wan knelt before her grandfather and said to him, if they don't take good care of you, I'll take you back to Yunqing to take care of you. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Sun Wan. It was Qin Jun. Sun Wan and Qin Jun exchanged a few pleasantries. The two went to the balcony to chat alone. Qin Jun said he missed her too much and had no way to go to Yunqing to see her. Qin Jun wanted to put his hand on Sun Wan's shoulder, but she dodged it. Sun Wan repeatedly declined Qin Jun's kind intentions. Qin Jun also explained that he was abroad when the company had problems before, so he couldn't handle it. But Qin Jun noticed that Sun Wan was looking at him with a dissatisfied expression. Sun Wan said coldly, just how interested are you all in my private life? You actually know everything. Hearing that I'm living happily, are you very happy? Qin Jun put on a pitiful look. He was just regretful that this happiness wasn't given by him. Sun Wan once again shattered Qin Jun's fantasy. Lin Xian could come back at any time. It's not appropriate for you to be like this. At this moment, Xiao Bai sent a voice message. Wan Wan, let's have hot and sour fish tonight. You buy the ingredients in the afternoon, and I'll cook when I get home. Come back early. Love you. Sun Wan also replied with a smile. I'll try to get back early. I love you too. Hearing their conversation, Qin Jun grabbed Sun Wan's arm, questioning her. That kid Xiao Bai is poor and has nothing. How am I not as good as him? The two started arguing. Wan Wan, have you forgotten our past feelings? Qin Jun, you were the one who let go back then. Don't hold on to me now. At this moment, she recalled their happy moments from the past, and her heart ached. Last night, the man had called Qin Jun into the study. You are the most suitable person for this matter. Sun Wan has lingering feelings for you. She's 80% likely to still like you. Make sure you get it done. Qin Jun lowered his head and accepted the order. Qin Jun remembered and started acting again. Wan Wan, I'm really worried about you. It's dangerous for you to come to the Lin family. Sun Wan pulled her hand away. What danger? Isn't it just for the shares in my hands? And then you come to play the emotional card with me, trying to trick me into softening up. Seeing that she had seen through his plan, Qin Jun became angry from embarrassment. Who told you all this? The person who told you this has ulterior motives. Sun Wan responded domineeringly. Let me tell you, Qin Jun, someone treats me well. I know how someone who genuinely cares for me would treat me. She was no longer the submissive Sun Wan of the past. Seeing that she wasn't falling for it, Qin Jun could only turn and leave. Sun Wan picked up the vibrating phone from the ground and sent a message to Xiao Bai. There's a family banquet at noon today. Do you want to come eat? But Xiao Bai refused. On the other side, old Master Qiao was displeased with Xiao Bai for handling matters on his phone. Xiao Bai explained, I had to go home urgently on my last business trip. There were some things I didn't finish. I'm wrapping them up this time. The two chatted on their phones again. Old Master Qiao placed his teacup on the table. He told Xiao Bai that his fiancée had returned to the country and that Xiao Bai should go meet her. Several people sat in the conference room. The head of the Qiao family turned a ring on his finger and announced to everyone that Xiao Bai would take over as the head of the Qiao family for this generation. Everyone was very surprised. Xiao Bai stood up, a satisfied smile on his face. One person slammed the table and stood up. That on what grounds is he made the head of the family as soon as he comes home? Xiao Bai was not disturbed by him. Instead, he calmly said, then everyone here, tell me, who is qualified to sit in this position? Xiao Bai pointed out their weaknesses one by one. That eldest uncle's poor decision-making led to a 3-point drop in the Qiao family's overall profit. Third uncle offended a major foreign client last time, leading to retaliatory attacks. It was me, Xiao Bai, who went to calm things down. Fourth cousin got involved in a peripheral scandal, bringing shame to the whole family. On the other side, a female assistant entered the room and reported to Xiao Bai that the financial joint venture case in Country M had been successfully signed. Eldest uncle suddenly stood up. The other party kept saying they would consider it. How did you get a sign? Xiao Bai leaned back on the sofa, unhurried. He started a business in Yunqing. As a programmer, he was best at various programs and information. To achieve something of his own, he had to master more information than others. At this moment, the crowd was very angry. They had never heard of him achieving any great success in Yunqing. Seeing his sixth cousin who had stood up, Xiao Bai exposed him. Your wife wants a divorce. How long are you going to hide the matter of splitting the company before you dare to tell the family? At the same time, Xiao Bai also told them that he was the one who had actively cut off their channels for obtaining information. Seeing the current situation, old Master Qiao stood up, patted Xiao Bai's shoulder, and asked him to come with him. On the other side, at the Lin family's banquet, everyone raised their glasses to welcome Sun Wan home. The other relatives of the Lin family, coveting the shares in Sun Wan's hands, all urged her to stay in Yinjing to take care of her grandfather. But Sun Wan put on an obedient and harmless appearance. She shifted the blame to Lin Xian and Lin Yao, saying she was afraid they would be unhappy, so she wouldn't come back. Hearing this, the crowd told Sun Wan not to be so stubborn. Her father wasn't home, so only they could stand up for her. Sun Wan could admit that she was a member of the Lin family, but she indeed did not have a father. Mother Lin on the side thought that speaking like this would hurt her father's heart. No matter what, her father was still her biological father. Sun Wan questioned, hurt his heart? When he abandoned my mother and me, didn't he hurt my heart? I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave. Just as Sun Wan was about to walk out of the banquet hall, someone advised her. Since you recognize yourself as a member of the Lin family, now that the company is in trouble, as a member of the Lin family, you must step up and help without hesitation. You can leave, but you must leave behind what belongs to the Lin family. Everyone revealed their greed. Sun Wan pretended not to know anything. The Lin family is in crisis? That's impossible. Besides, I don't hold a position in the company. How can I help with the Lin family's crisis? A person on the side replied, the Lin group is having some financial problems now. We need you to transfer the shares you hold to ensure the company's board positions remain in the Lin family's hands. Sun Wan did not back down. Then please inform me of the next board meeting, third uncle. I will attend. For her grandfather's sake, she would not ignore the Lin family's crisis. But the crowd was dissatisfied with her action. The 10% of shares she held was the largest among the Lin family. In that case, I will explain to the other directors that the Lin family still holds the most shares. The group will not change ownership. She also reassured her third uncle that she would not sell these shares to anyone because they were a gift from her grandfather. She would definitely protect them. Third uncle sneered, Sun Wan, You don't really think you'll have a say at the board meeting, do you? Soonwon also sneered back. I'm not as capable as third uncle, who racked up a huge debt that caused the company's capital chain to break. Third uncle threw the red wine in his hand. The wine glass shattered on the floor, staining it blood red. Third uncle also ordered the house servants to lock Soonwon up. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Miller arrived just in time, saying her grandfather had gotten a bag of high-quality Dahong Pao tea and asked her to pick up Grandpa Lin to enjoy at her house. Seeing old Master Lin in a wheelchair, Soonwon declined Miller's kind offer. So, Miller took the opportunity to invite Won to go shopping together. The two left the Lin family. Before leaving, Soonwon told her third uncle not to forget about her attending the board meeting. Back at home, Miller said Xiao Bai was worried about her, so he asked Miller to come and check on Soonwon. And it just so happened that she arrived at the right time. Seeing the empty house, Miller said they should at least hang up a wedding photo. But they had just gotten their certificate directly without even a wedding, so there were no wedding photos. At this moment, Miller sat on something hard. She reached out and took it. It was a jewelry box. Soonwon said it wasn't hers. They opened the jewelry box. Inside was a pair of wedding rings, but only the man's ring was left. The two guessed that they might belong to Ah Bai's parents. This house used to be where Ah Bai's mother lived. Miller suggested again that they used to always go look at wedding dresses together. Did she want to go shopping for one this time? So they went to a bridal shop. Seeing the beautiful wedding dresses in the window, they both showed expressions of longing. Miller persuaded Soonwon to try on a wedding dress, but Soonwon felt that the dresses in this shop were too expensive. Thinking of this, Soonwon called Xiao Bai, asking when he would be back. They would go buy groceries later. On the phone, Miller told Xiao Bai that they were at the bridal shop. Soonwon saw a wedding dress she thought was expensive and wanted Xiao Bai to come to the shop to decide. Then, Soonwon was pushed into the fitting room. When Xiao Bai arrived, he only saw Miller standing alone in the main hall. Miller told Xiao Bai that Won would be out soon. She wanted to try on a wedding dress. Xiao Bai remembered what the family head had said. Soonwon was not suitable to be the wife of the family head. Since Xiao Bai had already taken over the position of family head, he should get a divorce in a few days and get to know his fiancée. At this moment, Soonwon, having changed her clothes, walked out of the fitting room. Xiao Bai was stunned by Soonwon's appearance. Miller kept praising Soonwon on the side. Soonwon also wanted to know if Xiao Bai would like her in this outfit. Xiao Bai walked forward at this moment, clutching a necklace in his hand. He had heard she was trying on wedding dresses, so Xiao Bai specially brought it. Xiao Bai put the necklace on Soonwon. This was originally his mother's necklace, so it should be considered a gift from his mother-in-law. Xiao Bai held Soonwon's shoulders, looked into the mirror, and said to her, Won, you are so beautiful. Seeing the necklace on Soonwon's neck, Miller asked the sales associate to find a matching wedding dress for them. She asked if they wanted to take a set of wedding photos later, but Xiao Bai refused. Soonwon also said with regret that they had already gotten their marriage certificate. It didn't matter if they didn't have wedding photos. Xiao Bai looked at Soonwon's face, knowing she was overthinking again. He explained that he must find the best wedding dress for Soonwon before they could take wedding photos. Soonwon was very happy because she felt that with Xiao Bai by her side, nothing else mattered. Then, the sales associate brought a few more suitable wedding dresses and took Soonwon to try them on. Only Xiao Bai and Miller were left in the main hall. Miller got straight to the point that I know who you are. After Xiao Bai found out about this, he asked Milu if Soonwon knew. Mila hadn't told him, but he didn't know if Soonwon had heard from other channels. Xiao Bai asked him not to tell Won for the time being. If they had met 6 months ago, Milu would have suspected that Xiao Bai was after the 10% stake in Ling Shi. But Xiao Bai and Won met a year ago. Mila knew that Xiao Bai had returned to the country 3 years ago. He disappeared after that. He never expected him to have run off to Yunqing. Xiao Bai didn't know why Milu was so well informed about his whereabouts. Mila didn't answer. Regardless of whether you had ulterior motives before, now I want to hear an explanation from a guy who has a family-arranged fiancé but married Won. Xiao Bai's gaze turned cold. He was the head of the Qiao family now. He would be the one to decide who his wife was. Milu warned Xiao Bai that if he dared to abandon her, Milu would definitely hunt him down with a knife, regardless of whether he was the head of the Qiao family. Xiao Bai wouldn't give him the chance. Just then, Soonwon also came out of the fitting room. She felt that none of these wedding dresses were quite right. It was better to wait and see in the future. On the way home, Sunwon asked Mi-lu why he didn't try on a wedding dress too. His relationship with Lu Haisheng was also very stable, but Mi-lu said that he and Lu Haisheng wouldn't have much of a future together. Although Sunwon was surprised, Mi-lu changed the subject. Mi-lu had run around for Sunwon all day. He had to have a good meal tonight. Xiaobai also suggested at this time that they go to the supermarket before heading home, so they could have a meat stew for dinner. Xiaobai was about to call Lu Haisheng and ask him to come eat with him. Mi-lu felt a bit uncomfortable. Lu Haisheng hadn't done anything at all and was getting a meat stew. He should be made to bring a few bottles of good wine from his home's wine cellar. Xiaobai called Lu Haisheng and told him that Mi-lu wanted him to bring some wine and come to his place for dinner. Before dinner, the two men were busy in the kitchen. Xiaobai asked Lu Haisheng if he and Mi-lu were okay. It seemed like Mi-lu was angry with him in the afternoon. Lu Haisheng washed vegetables in silence. After a moment, he told Xiaobai that he might be getting engaged. Xiaobai was shocked. Lu Haisheng explained that was the daughter of the Bai family. At the dinner table, seeing Mi-lu drinking like crazy, Lu Haisheng quickly tried to stop him. Mi-lu threw off Lu Haisheng's hand and told him he could get a designated driver, and it was none of his business. After dinner, Mi-lu was dead drunk. Lu Haisheng wanted to take Mi-lu home. Seeing that both of them had drunk a lot, Sunwon offered to let them stay in the guest room. But Lu Haisheng insisted on taking Mi-lu away. Xiaobai also held Sunwon's hand and told her not to get involved. After dinner, the two sat at the dining table. Sunwon said the two of them were acting very strange today. Would they really be okay? Xiaobai told Sunwon that Lu Haisheng might be getting engaged. Sunwon was aghast. Doesn't Lu Haisheng like Mi-lu? Abai, what have you heard? Xiaobai told Sunwon the cruel truth. Wan, you should know that for a family like the Lu family, marriage partners always involve factors of business and political alliance. Not to mention, Lu Haisheng is the next head of the Lu family. Sunwon thought Mi-lu wasn't good enough for Lu Haisheng. She felt the Mi family and the Lin family were about the same. Is that still not enough? Xiaobai nodded. Sunwon also understood now why Mi-lu was so unhappy when he came to find her in Yunqing. He already knew. She turned and asked Xiaobai if he were Lu Haisheng, would he still have married her? Xiaobai held Sunwon. He would. Sunwon touched Xiaobai's hand, but he had just said that people like Lu Haisheng can't have their own love. Xiaobai reassured Sunwon. Neither he nor Lu Haisheng were the type to give in willingly, so she didn't need to worry about Mi-lu. Then Xiaobai reminded Sunwon that a lot has been happening recently. When she's at home by herself, don't open the door for strangers and don't accept unknown packages. The next day, when Sunwon was home alone, Mi-lu came knocking at the door. He was a complete mess. As soon as he entered, he lay on the sofa without a word. Sunwon asked Mi-lu what happened. Mi-lu said he slept with Lu Haisheng. Mi-lu suddenly stood up and shouted, "What's so great about men? Women still have to rely on themselves." He grabbed Sunwon's shoulders. "Wan, do you want to open a women's clothing department with me? Women still have to take their future into their own hands." He was going to work at Weiyun now. Sunwon asked him if he was planning to go to Yunqing. Mi-lu replied that Weiyun's headquarters is in Yinjing, and a new director was just parachuted in. "I'm going to apply to him to establish a women's clothing department. Wan, are you willing to come and help me?" Sunwon agreed. She would pack up and they would go over. Watching Sunwon's happy back, Mi-lu couldn't help but think of this morning's conversation. The Qiao family was demanding that Xiaobai date the eldest daughter of the Lei family. Both of their couples were facing the same problem. Director Han of Weiyun's Yinjing headquarters. "Regarding your offer to hire me, I accept." Mi-lu pushed open the door to Han Yi's office. He hoped to start a women's clothing department at Weiyun. Sunwon was surprised. Why was Han Yi here? Sunwon was surprised. Why was Han Yi here? Han Yi greeted Sunwon. He was now the director of Weiyun's headquarters. Han Yi asked Sunwon if she had come from Yunqing to help Mi-lu. Sunwon explained that she was on vacation, just accompanying Mi-lu to look for a job, and would not accept any work. Han Yi immediately dangled a bait. "Sunwon, I know your abilities. If you work for the headquarters during your vacation, I'll pay you double. We'll consider your annual leave unused, and you can take it later. How about that? This offer is really tempting." Sunwon said it was a real pity that Director Han wasn't a public speaker. That mouth of his has the power of persuasion. If they make the women's clothing line a success, they will open women's clothing departments in all the branch companies in the future. And to celebrate the establishment of Weiyun's women's clothing department, Han Yi would treat them to dinner tonight. That evening, a group of them sat at a table for a meal. Soon-won got up and went to the restroom to wash her face. A blonde woman saw Soon-won's back and tentatively called out her name. Soon-won didn't recognize the person, but was surprised she could call out her name. The blonde woman, however, said she knew her. She is Xiao Bai's wife. The blonde woman pinned her against the sink, lifting Soon-won's face with one hand. What should I do? Even I'm captivated by this face. Hearing the woman's flippant tone, Soon-won shoved her hand away. The woman introduced herself. She is Xiao Bai's fiancé, Lei Qin. They were just having dinner together. For a moment, Soon-won could only say she had the wrong person. Her husband's name was Xiao Bai. That was correct. The woman saw that Xiao Bai had not yet told Soon-won about this matter. Without saying more, she left the restroom. Mila saw that Soon-won's face was pale after she returned from the restroom. He asked her what happened. Soon-won told Mila the truth. Her phone kept vibrating. Xiao Bai saw Soon-won pick up the phone and asked her why she didn't answer earlier. The person on the other end said the director of Wei Yun's headquarters had invited them to dinner. Soon-won had just gone to the restroom. They were at the Imperial Palace Cuisine. She asked Xiao Bai to come pick them up. Hearing the words Imperial Palace Cuisine, Xiao Bai's heart sank. Across from him, Lei Qin watched Xiao Bai's flustered expression and calmly stir the coffee cup in front of her. "You're beautiful." Little wife's face turned pale when she heard, "I was your fiancé." Xiao Bai realized Soon-won had already met Lei Qin. Lei Qin picked up her coffee and drank. She had not only met Soon-won, she had also looked her over carefully. She was looking forward to seeing how a person who had cluelessly married the head of the Qiao family would react to Lei Qin's existence. Xiao Bai rushed to Soon-won's banquet hall. Xiao Bai asked Soon-won if he was late, but Soon-won questioned why he was so fast. Doubt arose in Soon-won's heart. That woman must be lying. Xiao Bai wouldn't lie to her. He was just passing by. Soon-won fled in a panic. But Xiao Bai was grabbed by Mila, who was beside him. Mila handed Xiao Bai a file. He told him to give the things to Nwon himself. Xiao Bai opened the file folder. It was a divorce agreement. Xiao Bai didn't know why Mila had this divorce agreement, but Mila said Xiao Bai had promised not to give him the chance to come at him with a knife. Xiao Bai tore the divorce agreement to shreds. Milo asked him what he was going to do. Xiao Bai said his position as head of the family was not yet stable. It wasn't the right time to tell Nwon. The day he tells Nwon will be the day he makes the whole world acknowledge her. Mila was very envious of Xiao Bai's attitude. If only Lu Haisheng had this kind of attitude. Before leaving, Xiao Bai said to me, "Lu, as your good brother, I want to say something for him. Haisheng is also trying hard. I hope you can give him some time." Soon-won also finished packing her things and came over asking what they were talking about. That night, after Xiao Bai walked Soon-won home, he asked Soon-won why she had been unhappy all day. Did something happen? Soon-won asked Xiao Bai if he had eaten dinner since he had rushed to pick her up. He said he had just finished eating. He asked if Nwon wanted a late-night snack. Soon-won was silent for a long time. "I don't want any. I have to go to the headquarters tomorrow. I need to sleep earlier." Xiao Bai wanted to get close, but Soon-won rejected all his requests. There were many things to consider today. Mili's job and her own. The two fell into a crisis of trust. The next morning, Xiao Bai got dressed and told Soon-won he had something on tonight and would be home a little late. She should make dinner for herself. Soon-won was very puzzled. He's coming home late again today. He's not going to see that strange woman again, is he? Seeing no reaction from her, Xiao Bai went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Soon-won lay alone under the covers. She just wished Xiao Bai would explain what was going on. But Xiao Bai said nothing. She shouldn't think about these unhappy things. She should hurry to work. If she's busy, she won't think about other things. Yes, as long as she's busy. A colleague came to Soon-won and said, "This is the brand ambassador the company found for our women's clothing line." Soon-won took a look. The ambassador was actually the nation's goddess, Yangzi. To think they got such a big name for us. The company really values this. But it's not quite right. The positioning of the women's clothing department is cute, intellectual, lively, and mature. The most important trait of the ambassador is to fit our clothing concept. This Miss Yangzi's temperament is too fashionable and avant-garde, while her style is retro. It's a complete mismatch. But Yangzi has already signed the contract. She's in conference room 1 now. Soon-won arrived at the conference room and heard several people talking. "Director Han, my schedule is very tight. I won't be able to come for a makeup trial every time. And when you need to do print promotions, your company needs to book me 2 months in advance. and arrange everything properly. If your company has no problem with that, we can sign. Outside the door, Sun-won felt very uncomfortable. If she can't even do a fitting, communication and adjustments will be very troublesome. This Yang-zi seems difficult to talk to. A colleague at the side saw Sun-won and told her director Han was just asking for her. Hurry up and come in. Han saw Sun-won come in so quickly and introduced her to Yang-zi. This is our Wei-yun's designer, Miss Sun-won, for the women's clothing brand we're launching this time. She is one of the main people in charge. I think it's necessary to hear her opinion. Yang-zi glanced at Sun-won with disdain. So, what you mean is, whether we can sign or not still depends on what this great designer, Su, has to say. Sun-won believed that Miss Yang-zi's personal expressiveness differed from their company's brand style and was not very suitable. Hani was very happy that Sun-won could speak so bluntly. So he informed Miss Yang-zi that it was their regret that they could not continue to cooperate with her. Yang-zi was about to storm off. She pointed at Sun-won and said, "If you fire her, I can overlook what she just said and continue to consider signing a contract with them." Yang-zi hoped to get the answer she wanted from Hani, but Han-i said, "It seems Miss has misunderstood. What we just said was that Yang-zi is not suitable to cooperate with Wei-yun. We've wasted Miss Yang-zi's precious time." He even asked his assistant to see her out. Yang-zi was furious. She wanted to use the power of her fans to cyberbully Sun-won. Han-i said that the matter of the ambassador was up to them to choose. He would go and tell Lu Haixing that Yang-zi was not suitable. At the same time, Sun-won also asked Xiao Mo to screen other celebrities and models, remembering to look for a retro feel. Just then, a colleague told Sun-won to check the news. A Weibo hot search was glaringly visible. Nation's goddess Yang-zi denounces female designer of a certain clothing company. After seeing the hot search, he said they should report it to Lu Haixing together and ask him how to handle it. He told Sun-won and the others to just carry on with what they were doing. Hani knew that Yang-zi still didn't realize whose woman she had offended. After a while, all the malicious comments about Sun-won online were gone. Not a single one could be found. The company's PR power is so strong. Sun-won also praised Lu Haixing for always being so decisive. Just then, Sun-won saw a beautiful woman. She felt this person could be the ambassador. Over there, an assistant was reporting to Xiao Bai. "President, we have already cleared all the public opinion that was unfavorable to Madam." Xiao Bai nodded affirmatively and dismissed the assistant. He had his own business to handle. He didn't want to be disturbed again. Xiao Bai kept staring at his phone screen. Sun-won still hadn't replied to his messages. This had never happened before. He couldn't help but suspect that Sun-won really believed Lei Qin's words. He didn't know what Lei Qin had said to her. How could he possibly explain this kind of thing clearly? He decided to go home right after work. No matter what, he had to try his best to explain to Nguyen-Nguyen. Xiao Bai stood at the door, a little scared. He wanted to know what Nguyen-Nguyen was doing. What should he say to her first? As soon as he entered, he saw Sun-won slumped over the coffee table, a pen in her hand, drawing. He took the pen from Sun-won's hand. Sun-won woke up at this moment. Sun-won leaned groggily in Xiao Bai's arms and told him that she had made mixed noodles for dinner and would go heat them up for Xiao Bai now. Xiao Bai picked Sun-won up, but Sun-won was not very happy. She had rarely cooked, and Xiao Bai actually said he wasn't hungry. Compared to eating, Xiao Bai wanted to eat Sun-won first. Xiao Bai lay in bed, looking at the sleeping Sun-won. He swore Sun-won always appeared when he most needed companionship. He would be good to Sun-won for the rest of his life. He would never leave Sun-won. Just give him a little more time. He would definitely make Sun-won understand his sincerity. He wanted everyone to know that Sun-won was his, Xiao Bai's, wife. Xiao Bai got up and walked out of the bedroom. He saw the mixed noodles Sun-won had made for him on the table. Although it was a dark cuisine dish, it moved Xiao Bai deeply. Xiao Bai immediately had his assistant order the latest wedding ring from Black Yao for him, the only love model. Then he contentedly ate the bowl of mixed noodles. Mila sat at Sun-won's desk. "I heard that yesterday you rejected the ambassador the company got for us." Sun-won explained that it was because her image really didn't fit their product. But for her to resent him for it and even stir up news online was really frustrating. Besides, if he hadn't spoken up, no one would have known she wasn't suitable. Mila told him that actually, Yang-zi might not be the nation's goddess anymore. She must be panicking right now. A rare big-name collaboration was passed over by Sun-won. In the end, Milu pointed out this promising newcomer, Ning Ran, to him. When Soon Won saw this person's photo, she said in surprise that this was the person they had chosen later. Seeing this situation, Mi Lu felt that their feud with Yang Zi was probably unresolvable. A week later, Soon Won finally finished the women's clothing design drafts and sent them for sampling. She called Xiao Bai to go see Grandpa together. She wouldn't be going with Mi Lu tonight. Xiao Bai looked at the ring on the table. He felt it was time to give Soon Won the gift he had prepared for her. At this moment, the assistant told Xiao Bai that someone from the front desk was calling for him. It was his mother, and an accompanying lady named Lu Ruo, who claimed to be an old acquaintance of Xiao Bai's. They checked. The old madam was indeed taken away by a young lady named Lu Ruo. But whether the people who had arrived now were them, Xiao Bai needed to confirm in person. The female assistant felt that the situation was really getting more and more chaotic. Xiao Bai's ex-girlfriend had arrived. In the company lobby, Xiao Bai saw his mother sitting in a wheelchair. Both of them looked at each other with great emotion. Xiao Bai knelt on the ground. His mother stroked Xiao Bai's hand. Xiao Bai asked his mother if she could recognize him now. "Silly child, how could mom not recognize you?" Xiao Bai asked his mother with a hint of blame why she didn't tell him she was coming back. But his mother said Ro was here. "That child Ro is so thoughtful. She's been thinking of me in everything for so many years." Lu Ruo said that the hospital had already confirmed that Annie had recovered. They came this time to give Xiao Bai a surprise. Xiao Bai pushed his mother's wheelchair forward. He had his assistant find someone to take Lu Ruo home, while he took his mother home with him. Xiao Mu asked Xiao Bai why he didn't bring Ruo along. Xiao Bai said Ruo had things to do. If she wanted someone to accompany her, Xiao Bai would find someone. Lu Ruo said with a look of pity, then she wouldn't intrude. She would come to see Xiao Mu tomorrow. Xiao Mu felt that Xiao Bai's attitude towards Lu Ruo was too cold. No matter what conflict they were having, Xiao Mu only wanted Ruo to accompany her. She didn't want anyone else. Xiao Bai could only compromise. "If Miss Lu is free tonight, please join us for dinner." Lu Ruo wanted to take the opportunity to touch Xiao Bai's hand. But Xiao Bai moved his hand away and said, "I'll have to trouble Miss Lu to help push the wheelchair." The assistant on the side watched Miss Lu Ruo's thoughtful and flawless actions, wondering if Soon Won could win against her. Inside the villa, Xiao Bai went to wash some fruit for Xiao Mu. During this time, Xiao Mu asked Lu Ruo what exactly had happened between her and Xiao Bai. It seemed to be quite a big deal. Lu Ruo didn't explain much, only saying not to blame Ah Bai. It was all her fault for making Ah Bai misunderstand her. Xiao Mu quickly comforted Lu Ruo. "Isn't communication the most important thing for a couple? Talk more with Ah Bai about your thoughts. The misunderstanding will be resolved. You have a gentle nature. You will surely be able to tolerate Ah Bai." Just then, Soon Won called Xiao Bai. Xiao Mu had Lu Ruo answer the phone for Xiao Bai. As soon as Soon Won was connected, she heard a woman's voice. "You must be Soon Won. Xiao Bai is washing fruit." Just as Soon Won was about to ask who it was, the woman hung up the phone. The two once again faced a crisis of trust. Xiao Bai saw the phone in Lu Ruo's hand and questioned her. "Who let you touch my phone?" Lu Ruo said his phone was ringing urgently, so she answered it, but it was a wrong number. Xiao Mu also spoke up for Lu Ruo from the side. "Ruo was just afraid of delaying your important matters. What's with your attitude today? Are you not happy that I'm back?" But Xiao Bai said that no one in the entire Qiao family would dare to be unhappy with her. After returning to the country, they would settle down in Yanjing. Xiao Mu took Lu Ruo's hand and also started talking about her hopes for the future. Xiao Bai's gaze turned cold. "Mom, Miss Lu and I broke up several years ago. You were sick at the time and don't remember. I've been married for over a year now." But Xiao Mu was incredulous, shouting that she wouldn't recognize anyone but Ruo. At this point, Xiao Bai also became worried about Xiao Mu's health, so he didn't say any more about Soon Won. Lu Ruo told Xiao Bai not to worry. She had medicine with her. On the other side, at the Lin family manor, Lin Mu told Soon Won that Grandpa had mentioned her name this morning. Old Master Lin saw Soon Won come alone. He asked why Xiao Bai didn't come with her. Soon Won called to rush Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai explained on his end that his mother had returned to the country unexpectedly. He probably couldn't make it. He called her earlier, but no one answered. Soon Won was surprised that her mother-in-law was back. Then who was the person who answered the phone earlier? Xiao Bai glanced at Lu Ruo on the side and told Soon Won he would explain everything in detail when he got home. Lin Mu saw that something seemed to be going on with Soon Won and invited her to attend Lin Yao's engagement tomorrow. Soon Won was surprised, so Lin Yao was already engaged. But Lin Mu said mockingly that Lin Yao had made a great contribution to the family this time. That evening, seeing that Xiao Mu had settled down, Xiao Bai planned to leave and return to the small home he shared with Sun Wan. Xiao Mu asked Xiao Bai where he was going to stay. Xiao Bai explained that his house in the city center was too noisy and the floor was too high, making it inconvenient for her to move around. So he didn't ask her to go there. Xiao Mu entrusted Lu Ruo to Xiao Bai, asking him to safely send Lu Ruo home. Xiao Bai agreed perfunctorily, but he didn't wait for Lu Ruo, instead having the driver take her home. Seeing that her scheme had failed, Lu Ruo started cursing at the driver. Xiao Bai returned home. Sun Wan greeted him and noticed that his mother-in-law hadn't come with him. Sun Wan enthusiastically asked Xiao Bai about his mother-in-law's condition. Xiao Bai remembered his mother's reaction and concealed his mother's thoughts from Sun Wan, saying that her health had not been good recently and she needed a rest for a while. Sun Wan was worried that her mother-in-law had come too suddenly. She hadn't prepared anything herself and was afraid she would dislike her. Xiao Bai told Sun Wan to get ready before going to see her. Sun Wan took the opportunity to ask who that woman was. He said it was someone who came to take care of his mother. Sun Wan immediately left Xiao Bai's embrace, feeling that today's Xiao Bai was very strange. The way he spoke also seemed like he was hiding something from her. On the other side, while Xiao Bai was showering, he thought that he must get rid of Lu Ruo before she could blow things up. Sun Wan thought of the news that Lin Yao was getting engaged tomorrow. She felt that if Xiao Bai went to the event, everyone would make things difficult for him, so she didn't tell Xiao Bai the news. The next day, the assistant asked if they should pick up Sun Wan and take her to Xiao Mu's place for lunch. But Xiao Bai used the excuse that her workplace was far away and rejected the suggestion. Tonight is the engagement banquet for Miss Lin Yao of the Lin family and young Master Li. Madam will be attending the event. Does President Xiao mean that Madam will not be attending? The assistant asked doubtfully, but Xiao Bai didn't know about this. He told the assistant to quickly find a suitable dress and accessories and send them to Nuan Wan. Xiao Bai was also puzzled as to why Sun Wan hadn't told him about this. On the other side, the package Xiao Bai ordered for Sun Wan arrived. Milo also came to join the fun. The dress and accessories were very beautiful. However, Sun Wan hadn't told Xiao Bai about this matter. She didn't know why he had heard about it, and even specially sent her clothes. Sun Wan felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Sun Wan pushed her grandfather's wheelchair around at Lin Yao's engagement banquet. Old Master Lin once again asked about Xiao Bai's whereabouts. He wanted to talk to Xiao Bai, but Sun Wan said that Xiao Bai's mother was not well, and he had gone to see her, so he probably couldn't come. Milu, who was beside them, told Grandpa that Nuan Wan's dress was a gift from Xiao Bai. Although he didn't come, he was very thoughtful. Third uncle saw old Master Lin from the side and said he wanted to take Lin Wan to meet the company's directors. Since she had also requested to join the board of directors last time, this was a good opportunity for an introduction. Sun Wan knew that third uncle wanted to embarrass her, but she was completely unprepared. When she really met those directors, what should she say? Old Master Lin was also very pleased to hear such a request. He felt that Lin Wan would eventually have to enter the senior management of the Lin Corporation. It was only a matter of time before she met them. It wouldn't hurt to get in touch with them first. The people on the side were spreading rumors that Grandpa didn't have long to live. When Sun Wan heard this, she loudly rebuked them. But third uncle behind her stopped her, saying that one was Director Yi. He was the person who held the most shares besides them. Sun Wan was surprised. So this was the man who could potentially swallow the Lin Corporation. The man pinched Sun Wan's face. He said flirtatiously, "Well, little beauty, who are you? This little face is quite obedient, but your temper is quite big." Xiao Bai, seeing this from the side, told his assistant to teach him a lesson. The assistant stepped forward and slapped the man. Sun Wan looked happily at the newcomer. She didn't know why Xiao Bai had come to the party. Xiao Bai explained that the news of the Lin family's granddaughter's engagement had long been widely spread. Of course, he had heard about it. Director Yi, who had been slapped, was very angry. "Who are you? How dare you hit me?" Xiao Bai said bluntly, "You come to someone else's engagement banquet, yet you insult their elders and harass their sisters. Should we welcome you?" Director Yi said angrily that Xiao Bai was not qualified to lecture him. But old Master Lin came to explain, saying that Xiao Bai was a boy from the Qiao family, Qiao Wei's grandson. Old Master Lin had someone send Director Yi home. Then, old Master Lin went to talk to Xiao Bai. He had also only recently learned that the leadership of the Qiao family had changed hands. Everyone was talking about the Chow family. Which Chow family? Could it be the one even more impressive than the Liu family? The Chow family, known as the wealthiest of the top 3 families in Yenjing. Xiao Bai told Grandpa not to worry. Regardless of his identity, he was just Sun Wan's Xiao Bai. Today was Lin Yao's big day. They couldn't steal her thunder. They would talk privately later. Old Master Lin asked Xiao Bai to push him to the lounge. Xiao Bai comforted Sun Wan, telling her not to worry. He left his assistant by her side. Old Master Lin said to Xiao Bai, 6 months ago at my banquet, I told you that I didn't care if you were a poor boy as long as you were good to Nguyen Wan. Now I ask you, since you are the head of the Chow family, how will you treat Nguyen Wan? Sun Wan was very worried about their situation, remembering a past conversation. Liu Haixing was going to leave me low. If you were in Liu Haixing's position, would you marry me? At this moment, Xiao Bai also came out after talking with Grandpa. Sun Wan went up to ask, but Xiao Bai only said that Grandpa had asked him about the Chow family's attitude toward Sun Wan. But Sun Wan was a little worried. She had always thought their home was in Yunqing. As soon as they finished celebrating the new year, they would go to America to see her mother-in-law and then return to Yunqing to work. But now everything was gone. Sun Wan suddenly realized that Xiao Bai was not in her plans at all. At this moment, Xiao Bai opened his diamond ring box. You have always been in my plans and also in my future. Xiao Bai knelt on one knee and asked Sun Wan if she was willing to build a common future with him. As long as Sun Wan was willing, they would be together forever. Sun Wan was deeply moved. She couldn't believe this was the ring Xiao Bai had bought for her. What was missing when they got married? Xiao Bai would make up for Sun Wan. Then Xiao Bai put his arm around Sun Wan and went home. Sun Wan was just about to ask if the family driver had a spare car. Xiao Bai took her hand and said, Wan, we have our own car. Let's go home in our own car. Sun Wan was pleasantly surprised when she saw the car. Xiao Bai said to the security guard beside them, inform Old Master Lin that I'm taking the second young miss home. Sun Wan chuckled. Are you going to take me back to a grand villa covering several thousand square meters? But Xiao Bai said very seriously, Wan wants to live in a big villa. The Chow family's old residence does indeed cover several thousand square meters, and there are several villas. But only the place where you are is the home I should return to. At night, Sun Wan was dealing with work. She told Xiao Bai that the company would invite Ning Ran over tomorrow to sign as the ambassador. It was that beautiful woman with a very classical temperament. Xiao Bai noticed that Sun Wan's hair was still wet. It's easy to catch a cold, so he took the initiative to dry her hair for her. He told Sun Wan that his mom had just asked him to go over. Sun Wan was worried that something had happened to Xiao Mu and told Xiao Bai to hurry over. But Xiao Bai thought it was probably nothing serious. His mom had called personally, and her tone of voice was good. She just wanted to see him. He usually stayed up late anyway. Only then did Sun Wan feel relieved and asked him if he wanted to go together. Xiao Bai said he would go by himself tonight. It was nothing serious with his mom, and it wouldn't be very formal to go see her like this tonight. Sun Wan said that the ambassador would be confirmed tomorrow, so she might be free. She would come home early and have Xiao Bai bring his mother-in-law over. They could have a meal together. Xiao Bai excitedly held Sun Wan's hand. He would go and tell his mom tonight, but he didn't know what dishes Sun Wan would make. Sun Wan was hit where it hurt. The most important thing is the thought. And besides, Xiao Bai would be there to help her tomorrow. Xiao Bai came back to the country, so I'm the one doing the work and you're taking credit with my mom? Sun Wan said shyly, this is to build a friendly mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. You are the key point. The responsibility is great. Just as Xiao Bai was about to kiss Sun Wan, he was pushed away by her. Sun Wan told Xiao Bai to hurry and see his mother-in-law and then come back home. She would wait for him at home. Sun Wan was very beautiful after finishing her skincare routine. Wearing the ring, she thought to herself that the new year was coming soon. She must finish up these things at Wei Yun as soon as possible. After the new year, she would go back to Yunqing with Bai. It was 12 o'clock at night, but Xiao Bai still hadn't come home. But Xiao Bai was at his mother's house. It wouldn't be good to rush him at this time. And what if he was driving on the road? So Sun Wan decided to wait for him while watching a movie. A night passed, but Xiao Bai still hadn't come home. A call came from an unknown number. Sun Wan answered the phone and asked who it was. Xiao Bai's voice came from the other end. There was a situation at Xiao Mu's place last night. Xiao Bai's phone was shattered, so Xiao Bai stayed at home last night to look after Xiao Mu. At this, Sun Wan felt relieved, as long as Xiao Bai was okay. On the other end of the phone, however, a young woman's voice was heard. Sun Wan guessed it was the woman Xiao Bai had mentioned last time, the one who took care of his mother. Xiao Bai said that when Sun Wan went to work later, he would wait for her downstairs to take her to work. Sun Wan demurred. I'll buy. I think it's too far for you to come from the villa. I'm about to leave now, so let's not talk anymore, Sun Wan. She sat alone on the bed, her mind racing. Why did that woman call him Bai so intimately? Xiao Bai looked at the disconnected phone in his hand. He knew what Lu Ruo was thinking. He warned her, Lu Ruo, don't think about trying anything on me. And don't even think about using my mom to achieve your goals. Lu Ruo brought breakfast to Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai walked straight past her. Lu Ruo showed a triumphant smile. Xiao Bai, the Qiao family can't even accept me, let alone Sun Wan. What's more, your mother doesn't even acknowledge her. I don't need to do anything at all. I don't need to use anyone. Your marriage is already on the verge of collapse. Wei Yin Company headquarters. Milu ran excitedly toward Sun Wan. Wan, it's a good thing you came early today. Ning Ran has already arrived. Let's hurry and evaluate her. If she's suitable, let's sign her quickly. But Sun Wan was surprised that this celebrity had arrived so early. The group went to the conference room. Ning Ran was waiting alone in the conference room. She greeted them very humbly. As soon as Sun Wan saw Ning Ran's appearance, she felt that her temperament matched their brand concept even better than in the photos. Then Sun Wan asked Ning Ran if she had any requirements for endorsing their company's brand of clothing. But Ning Ran just thanked them for giving her this opportunity. She would definitely do a good job. Then Sun Wan handed Ning Ran some basic information about next year's spring collection. She told her she could take it back to familiarize herself with it. Sun Wan was very satisfied with the choice of ambassador this time. She hadn't expected the signing to go so smoothly. Then she told me Lu that she had an appointment with Bai to bring Xiao Mu over for dinner tonight. She would go home to prepare first. Milu was also ready to go home and wished her all the best for tonight. She didn't know if the woman who took care of his mother would come along. She also didn't know how to face her. Milu also noticed at this time that Sun Wan was preoccupied. When Sun Wan returned to her doorstep, she saw a woman standing in front of their door. The woman told her that she was here to pick up something from Mr. Chiao. Sun Wan thought she was his subordinate and let the woman in. Unexpectedly, after the woman entered the house, she acted like the mistress of the house. It took a lot of effort for her to persuade Xiao Bai to decorate the house in light colors back then. Otherwise, with Xiao Bai's personality, it would definitely be black and white contrast. She definitely couldn't stand this look. Sun Wan asked her angrily who she was. The woman, she came today to tell her to leave Xiao Bai. The Qiao family would never accept her. Sun Wan said firmly, are you mistaken about something? The mistress of this house right now is me, Sun Wan. What exactly did you come to get? Lu Ruo said that Xiao Bai's mother had asked her to retrieve the matching men's ring for this ring. She asked Sun Wan if she knew where the other one was. What right do you have to ask me to leave my husband? Sun Wan responded domineeringly. Take a look at this. Lu Ruo threw a stack of documents at Sun Wan. That was Lei Qin, the eldest daughter of the Lei family, one of the three major families in Yanjing. Before Qiao Bai went abroad, he was already engaged to her. Sun Wan threw the documents on the ground. No matter who Bai was engaged to in the past, the person he ultimately chose was her, Sun Wan. Lu Ruo chuckled. Sun Wan, stop deceiving yourself. You're just a tool for Qiao Bai to resist the Qiao family. Sun Wan also laughed. Even if Sun Wan leaves Bai in the end, Lu Ruo will get nothing. Lu Ruo was calm and composed. But the person Xiao Bai's mother recognizes as the Qiao family's daughter-in-law is only her. Besides Lu Ruo, Xiao Mu doesn't recognize anyone. Lu Ruo walked past Sun Wan. Xiao Mu has always been hoping for the two of them to get married soon. Xiao Bai is so filial. If Sun Wan proposes a divorce herself, it will look more dignified. Sun Wan turned around angrily. You've really thought it through. I won't leave him. Lu Ruo also said she could empathize. After all, Xiao Bai's chest is so broad and warm. Sun Wan couldn't listen anymore and wanted to kick Lu Ruo out. Sun Wan, don't forget to help me find the matching men's ring. That was what Bai bought for the two of us back then. Also, if your task is to cook, then don't waste your effort. Annie Xiao won't be coming tonight, and Xiao Bai won't be back tonight either. Sun Wan roared in anger. She told Lu Ruo to get out. After Lu Ruo left, Sun Wan confirmed with Xiao Bai. She asked him indirectly, how many meatballs should she make for tonight? After all, there would be 3 people tonight. But Xiaobai said that they might not be able to have dinner tonight, and he would also be back later. This confirmed Lu Ruo's words. Sunwon couldn't help but cry out and hung up the phone. Xiaobai asked the assistant how the old madam's condition was. The assistant replied that her condition had stabilized. Xiaobai could also rest assured, but Xiaobai wanted to personally look after the old madam. Otherwise, he was always worried. He told the people in M country to be prepared. If the equipment here couldn't keep up, he would have them take his mother away. Xiaobai instructed his assistant, and at the same time, he thought of Wan's recent inexplicable hang-ups, as if she was testing him. At this moment, Lu Ruo ran over and asked Xiaobai if anything was wrong with Xiaomu. She had just heard that Xiaomu had fallen out of her wheelchair. She was very sorry that she had to go out for some business this year, so she couldn't protect Xiaomu in time. Xiaobai was very grateful to Lu Ruo for being willing to take care of his mother there all this time. But it was really inconvenient for her to live here all the time. Lu Ruo argued that Annie was afraid of being lonely, so she should let her stay with her. But Xiaobai wouldn't listen. He had his assistant find a good hotel for Lu Ruo, one with the best environment. Xiaobai warned Lu Ruo that he was already married. Then he instructed his assistant to help take care of Xiaomu. Xiaobai returned home at night. He smelled a strong smell of alcohol. He turned on the light, but he saw Sunwon lying alone on the floor. He helped Sunwon up, but Sunwon struggled violently. Xiaobai kept comforting Sunwon. After a while, Sunwon realized the person in front of her was Xiaobai. She threw herself into his arms, crying and begging Xiaobai not to leave her. Xiaobai quickly asked Sunwon what had happened. Sunwon said that a few days ago, she met a woman named Lei Qin who claimed to be his fiancée. Today, another woman named Lu Ruo came to see her. She said his mother only recognized her as her daughter-in-law. She was so angry and scared. Xiaobai held Sunwon tightly. He said that no matter what happened, they would not be separated. Just then, Sunwon suddenly pushed Xiaobai to the ground, crying, told Xiaobai, I want to have your baby. If you dare to change your mind, I'll take our baby and blackmail you, so you can never get away. That night, as they lay in bed, Sunwon asked Xiaobai about him and Lu Ruo. Xiaobai replied that they grew up together and then became a couple. Sunwon wanted to ask why they broke up. Xiaobai explained that she felt too much pressure when she heard about his engagement to Lei Qin and left him. That's how Xiaobai had the chance to meet Sunwon. Sunwon then asked about his relationship with Lei Qin. Xiaobai said that Lei Qin would actually be more afraid of Xiao by getting a divorce, because Lei Qin also has someone she likes. She's very worried that if Xiaobai gets divorced, she'll be forced into a marriage alliance with him in the future. Xiaobai remembered what Lei Qin had done to him before. If Xiaobai dared to divorce, Lei Qin would definitely break his legs with her own hands. Sunwon couldn't help but laugh, but she asked Xiaobai why he didn't tell him sooner, making him so worried and scared. Xiaobai felt that this was a problem he could solve, but he didn't expect that it would cause Sunwon so much trouble. He was also very sorry. Sunwon said aggrievedly, Lu Ruo showed me her ring, saying you specially bought it for her back then. Xiaobai hoped she could keep that ring, until she felt that Xiaobai was a husband completely worthy of Sunwon's trust. Then she could return this ring to him. Xiaobai held Sunwon in his arms and told him he had to catch a flight for a business trip tonight. While he was away, he hoped Sunwon could take good care of herself. Sunwon also wrapped her arms around Xiaobai. Don't forget what you said to me last night. Xiaobai held Sunwon steady. He would definitely keep his promise. The assistant told Xiaobai that other members of the Qiao family had been in close contact with the Empire's underworld organization. They had always been resentful of him inheriting the position of family head. The assistant believed this was very likely a move targeting Xiaobai. Xiaobai told them to keep an eye on the villa and not let anyone startle his mother. He also had some people following Wan at all times. In short, no harm should come to the people Xiaobai valued. Suddenly, Xiaobai was shot in the abdomen. Everyone crowded around. The assistant told him to hold on. They would take Xiaobai to the hospital immediately. Xiaobai instructed, don't let the Qiao family know I'm injured. And don't tell Sunwon or my mother. Don't let them worry. The assistant agreed to everything. In the moment before he collapsed, Xiaobai was very sorry that he couldn't call Sunwon in time. The staff all hurried to contact the hospital. The assistant still wanted to know who did it. They were even more brazen than expected, going directly for the family head himself. Just then, Xiaobai's phone rang. After the assistant answered it, he found that it was Miss Lei Qin. On the other side, Sunwon was happily cleaning the house, but she accidentally dropped the ring into a dark place. She got on the floor and fished the ring out. Looking toward the sky, she thought Xiao Bai should be on the plane by now. In the hospital, Xiao Bai had already woken up. He asked his assistant how Sun Wan and his mother were. The assistant said he had sent people to guard the madam, and the old madam had been moved to a sanatorium. The assistant then reminded Xiao Bai that Lei Qin had arrived. Just then, Lei Qin happened to step into the hospital room. Squinting, she smiled at Xiao Bai. "How do you plan to thank me this time?" Xiao Bai was extremely shocked. Why was Lei Qin here? He couldn't help but sit up. The assistant beside him told the CEO to be careful of his newly stitched wound. "Don't move." Lei Qin said he was lucky. Her brother happened to ask her to connect with Xiao Bai, but as soon as she called, she heard he was injured, so she brought him directly to the Lei family's private hospital. Xiao Bai immediately turned over, wanting to go home. At this moment, if he couldn't see Sun Wan with his own eyes, he wouldn't be at ease. Lei Qin laughed from the side. "Only thinking about your wife. Are you always this cold to the person who saved your life?" Scumbag. Lying at home, Xiao Bai dialed Sun Wan's number. "Wan Wan, where are you? Can you come back as soon as possible?" Receiving Xiao Bai's call, Sun Wan was very happy. But for some reason, Xiao Bai's voice sounded very tired. Xiao Bai said he was at home. He missed him so much it hurt. Sun Wan keenly sensed that Xiao Bai might not be feeling well. Sure enough, the next second, Xiao Bai didn't have the strength to hold his phone. The assistant supported Xiao Bai, hoping they would go directly to the hospital. The assistant then picked up the phone and told Sun Wan he hoped she could hurry back. The CEO's condition was not good. Hearing that something had happened to Xiao Bai, Sun Wan quickly asked Miller for leave and rushed back home. Seeing Xiao Bai lying on the bed, she held his face. Xiao Bai was still calling Sun Wan's name in his dream. Sun Wan was very moved. So Xiao Bai was thinking of him even in his dreams? Sun Wan threw herself into Xiao Bai's arms, only to feel that Xiao Bai's body was very hot. Xiao Bai had a fever. Sun Wan realized this fact, and faintly, she could smell the scent of blood on Xiao Bai. In his dream, Xiao Bai murmured, "Wan Wan, you must be careful." Sun Wan looked at Xiao Bai with concern and called the assistant, asking him what on earth had happened. The assistant explained that the CEO was shot at the airport. He was now investigating who did it. Sun Wan was very worried Xiao Bai might die. Why wasn't he sent to the hospital? The assistant continued to explain that the bullet didn't penetrate deeply and didn't injure any vital organs. He was treated at the hospital before coming home. He told Sun Wan not to worry. He had already arranged for bodyguards in the building. Sun Wan could call for someone anytime if she needed anything. The assistant would also be back soon. He told Sun Wan not to be afraid. Although the assistant had arranged everything meticulously, Sun Wan still felt scared. She didn't know what she could do for Xiao Bai. Sun Wan forced herself to calm down. Whatever the motive of his attackers, if they didn't succeed this time, would they try a second time? The assistant had already made preparations. It would be difficult for those people to make a move again. The assistant said it might be people from the Qiao family, the reason being dissatisfaction with the current family head. There were speculations as to who it was, but no evidence. Sun Wan didn't expect it was Xiao Bai's own family who did it. She asked the assistant to arrange a few more bodyguards for him. The assistant reassured Sun Wan that reliable people had been arranged and would ensure Sun Wan's safety. At the same time, Sun Wan told them to also ensure her mother-in-law's safety. If the Qiao family couldn't get to Qiao Bai, they might use Sun Wan and her mother-in-law's safety to threaten Xiao Bai. They had to cut off any opportunity for them to take advantage. The assistant didn't expect Sun Wan to have such a meticulous mind. He would go arrange these things. Sun Wan then thanked the assistant for his help during this time. The assistant looked at Sun Wan's back. At this moment, he finally understood a little why the CEO chose the madam. Calm in a crisis, her perspective was much broader than Lu Ruo's. Sun Wan was washing a towel in the bathroom. She believed he would be fine in a few days. Just then, Miller arrived. Miller was too worried about Sun Wan, so she came to their home to check on the situation, and Lei Qin came along with her. Miller was surprised that Sun Wan knew this woman. Lei Qin introduced herself as Xiao Bai's fiancée. Sun Wan calmly invited her to sit down. Miller, however, was at a loss. Lei Qin looked at Sun Wan's calm demeanor, knowing that Sun Wan already knew the truth. Sun Wan told Miller, Bai was attacked and shot. He's resting now. But Lei Qin wasn't that worried. The doctors in her family were highly skilled. Bai wouldn't die. Sun Wan was very grateful to Lei Qin for arranging for people to save him. Looking at Sun Wan's sincere face, Lei Qin said that if Bai died, she had many men better than him. She could introduce them to her one by one. Sun Wan deserved a better man. As Lei Qin spoke, she picked at Bai's faults. Bai propped himself up from the bed. "What are you saying to my wife again? Stop scaring her all the time." Sun Wan caringly went up to support Bai. "Bai, don't move around. What if you tear open your wound? Don't worry about him. I was just telling Sun Wan, it's okay even if you kick the bucket. I'll take good care of him for you." The happy atmosphere between the two was shattered by Lei Qin's words. Sun Wan looked worriedly at Bai, telling him to go back to bed and not think about anything. He needed to rest peacefully now. Whatever he wanted to do, Sun Wan could do it for him. But Bai just wanted to go to the bathroom. Miller pulled Sun Wan aside and said to him, "Do you think that Lei Qin is here to make a show of force? I think she's a bit strange." Sun Wan told him not to worry. It wasn't that scary. But Miller still didn't have a very friendly attitude towards Lei Qin. Seeing that she wasn't needed, Lei Qin left. Bai's injuries were not serious. If anything happened, they could contact Lei Qin. No matter what, Bai still had a superficial marriage alliance with the Lei family. The Lei family wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Bai hugged Sun Wan from behind again. Sun Wan suddenly felt so useless. She couldn't be like Lei Qin and help him with so many things. Bai held Sun Wan tightly. "As long as you're by my side, I'll be full of courage." This is something Lei Qin can't compare to at all. Next, Bai had to go confirm his mother's safety. He told Sun Wan to be careful at home alone. But Sun Wan was worried about Bai's injuries. Bai insisted on going. Sun Wan decided to go with him. Bai still went to the sanatorium alone. Sun Wan called to confirm his safety. Lu Ruo was very happy to see Bai arrive. And he was just saying, why was she suddenly sent to a sanatorium? But Bai's gaze turned cold. He didn't know why Lu Ruo knew Xiao Mu was here. Lu Ruo explained that Xiao Mu called her and asked her to come keep her company. Bai said he actually knew Lu Ruo would be here. Lu Ruo looked at Bai's pale face and expressed some concern, but he didn't reply. When had Lu Ruo ever been so subservient to anyone? Bai had said that only she could be by his side. Were those all lies? The two walked to an empty corridor. Bai said to Lu Ruo that he looked down on what she did. Lu Ruo used Xiao Mu to threaten Sun Wan. This matter made Bai furious. After being exposed, Lu Ruo became angry from embarrassment. Was what she told Sun Wan false? All those things between them before, was Bai just pretending they never happened? Bai said coldly that the relationship between him and Sun Wan was not that fragile. A ring from the past couldn't affect their feelings that if that ring is so important to you, then take the man's ring back too. Bai then handed the ring box to Lu Ruo. "I brought you what you wanted. Please don't appear in front of my wife again." After saying this, Bai left Lu Ruo. She didn't know why. Back then, she had only hesitated for a moment. How did things turn out like this? Lu Ruo was unwilling to accept it. She had to persevere. It was because she didn't persevere back then that Bai left her. Now, she hated Sun Wan. Lu Ruo knelt on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, Sun Wan called Bai. People from the Xiao family had just come looking for him, saying that Grandpa wanted to see him. They also hoped Sun Wan could go too. Bai's heart skipped a beat. He told them he was busy today and couldn't make it. He would notify them when he had time to go over another day. Walking down the hospital corridor, Bai felt that the future for him and Bai was fraught with difficulties. "Bai, you don't look well. Is it about your mother-in-law?" Bai told Sun Wan not to worry. His mother was in a good state. He was mainly worried about his grandfather. Sun Wan didn't know if his grandfather would make things difficult for them. Bai rubbed Sun Wan's head and told him about how he became the head of the Qiao family. 3 years ago, he was brought back to the country by the Qiao family. His grandfather was the previous family head. He demanded that he inherit the Qiao family. Bai was very confused why he was chosen. His father died early, and his mother had mental problems. In the Qiao family, he could be said to be weak and powerless, completely ignored. It turned out his grandfather wanted to find a public scapegoat at the time, so he chose him, who had no influence. At that time, his uncles, in order to seize the last chance to strengthen their own small families, fought shamelessly, and this allowed him to discover some loopholes. That was his only chance. His grandfather also recognized his value, believing Bai was worth his investment. He He used his own power to help him in secret. After receiving his grandfather's help, Qiao Bai ironically went from being a chess piece of the Qiao family to the most powerful person in the Qiao family. So Qiao Bai's impression of his grandfather was very complicated. His grandfather was mercenary and looked down on him and his mother. But he was also the one who helped him the most. He sometimes didn't know how to face him. He hadn't told Sun Quan his background before because at that time, he could have lost everything at any moment. He didn't want Sun Quan to have high expectations, only to be disappointed. But Qiao Bai had already promised Sun Quan that he wouldn't hide anything from him in the future. Sun Quan got up and hugged Qiao Bai. As long as Qiao Bai was by his side, he was content. I'm not counting on the Qiao family. I only want you. Even if you really have nothing, I can still support you. Sun Quan hugged Qiao Bai, giving him her promise. Qiao Bai hugged Sun Quan back tightly. Wan, let's go see Grandpa together tomorrow. The next day, the two appeared before Grandpa, holding hands. None of the three spoke. Qiao Bai was the first to speak. Grandpa, you know things have been quite chaotic at home recently, right? If there's nothing else, Wan and I will be leaving. Grandpa said, it's Sun Wan's first time at our house. You're just going to take him away like that, just showing our faces. The goal has been achieved. Then, he quietly pulled Sun Wan and left. As they were leaving, Sun Wan nodded goodbye to Grandpa. Grandpa also nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Wan linked her arm with Qiao Bai's and asked him if it was okay to go home now. Qiao Bai expressed that today was just to show the old man his attitude. Qiao Bai would absolutely not separate from Sun Wan. That was enough, and he had to let him know that since someone had taken the initiative to make a move against him, Qiao Bai wouldn't just let it go. The others were easy to deal with, but there was one person he couldn't let his guard down with that what was old Master Qiao's attitude. He didn't say anything. Qiao Bai rubbed Sun Wan's little face. No attitude is the best attitude. The old man has agreed. A worry arose in Qiao Bai's heart. Grandpa had always only invested in people he found valuable. Now he has to reevaluate my value versus that person's. Wan, great news. And Iran still wants us to make her gown. Her manager invited us to come see her stage presence. Sun Wan was also very happy. She would be wearing their clothes to attend the Hong Kong and Taiwan charity auction during the new year. The impact of their clothing this time will be greater than expected, and Iran was very satisfied with them. And Iran was currently on stage playing the piano. Sun Wan watched him with envy. His classical temperament was just like a person from ancient times. A fairy descended to earth. Just then, there was a problem with the lighting. The lights started to sway for some reason. The overhead light on the stage fell without warning. Sun Wan tackled and I ran to the ground. Neither of them was hurt. The bodyguards on the side swarmed up, shouting "Madam," and I ran. Outside the dressing room, and I was very grateful to Sun Wan. If it weren't for him, she might have died. Qiao Bai also rushed over at this time. He was very worried if Sun Wan was injured. How could something like this happen as soon as he went out? Sun Wan told Qiao Bai not to worry. Instead, it was Qiao Bai running around with an injury. What if his wound tore open? At this moment, and Iran also recognized the person and expressed her thanks to Qiao Bai and Sun Wan. She would definitely give everyone an explanation for this matter. Seeing that Qiao Bai had arrived, Miller left. Sun Wan told Qiao Bai that when the accident happened just now, many people came to protect Iran. She felt that Iran's family was also extraordinary. But Qiao Bai said there was hope for his marriage alliance with Lei Qin. Sun Wan's kindness not only saved Iran, but also their love. He decided that once their marriage alliance was over, he would take Sun Wan to see Qiao Mu. Sun Wan was very confused. Grandpa had always been profit-oriented. Why would he agree to give up the marriage alliance between Qiao Bai and the Lei family? Qiao Bai explained that the head of the Lei family is Lei Qin's older brother, and Iran is Lei Qin's sister-in-law. As long as Lei Qin's brother doesn't make things difficult for them, then old Master Qiao can do nothing. Qiao Bai felt that Sun Wan's recent performance had made him see her in a new light. He believed the problems between them would also be resolved soon. Sun Wan was very much looking forward to the future. She took Qiao Bai's hand and asked him what style of clothes Qiao Mu liked. Sun Wan could make them for her. She wanted to personally make a set for her mother-in-law as a gift. Qiao Bai expressed that as long as it was made by Wan, his mother would definitely like it. The two returned home happily. A man was hiding in a dark corner nearby. He muttered, "Little girl, You don't have many happy days left. Half a month later, inside the sanatorium, Sun-won and Xiao Bai looked at Xiao Mu in the room. They were very nervous. Xiao Bai put his hand on Sun-won's shoulder. Don't be nervous. It's okay. His mom isn't that scary. The two entered the room. Xiao Bai knelt on the ground and softly called Mom. Xiao Mu opened her eyes, but didn't recognize Xiao Bai. Who are you? Hearing this, Xiao Bai's heart stirred. He told his mother he was Xiao Bai, and he had brought his daughter-in-law, Sun-won, to see her. Hearing the words, Xiao Mu's mind drifted. She was knitting a sweater for her son, Xiao Bai. Bai would look so cute in it, but she was so tired she couldn't open her eyes. So Xiao Mu slowly fell asleep. Xiao Bai pulled the shawl on her tighter and picked up the unfinished sweater. The last time he saw his mother, she wasn't like this. He had to go ask the doctor. Xiao Bai asked Sun-won to wait for him in the room. Looking at Xiao Bai's back, Sun-won turned to look at Xiao Mu. She thought, if her mother were alive, would she be like this? She would look a lot like her, just with a few more wrinkles on her face. Then she hugged Xiao Mu and cried silently. She missed her mom so much. Not long after, Xiao Bai returned after asking about the situation. The doctor had checked the medication his mother was using. They found that someone had added other ingredients to it. It could easily stimulate the nerves, causing her to enter a state of mental fatigue, leading to repeated breakdowns. Xiao Bai felt he was especially useless. He couldn't protect his family, and he couldn't protect his mother. He was even more afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect Sun-won in the future. But at this moment, Sun-won gave Xiao Bai a big hug, telling him not to put so much pressure on himself. None of it was his fault. Xiao Bai asked Sun-won, "Aren't you scared?" But Sun-won felt that as long as the family was together, she wouldn't be scared. No matter who did this, since their whole family was together, Xiao Bai would never back down. The two kissed under the fireworks. A few days later, NAMA-MANGAI invited Sun-won to a banquet in the Hong Kong district. Xiao Bai reassured Sun-won. There were professional people here taking care of his mother. Sun-won told NAMA-MANGAI to be sure to watch the news, because NAMA-MANGAI's gown was designed by him. At the banquet, the auction segment was about to begin. Sun-won, Miller, and NAMA-MANGAI sat in the front row in order. Director Lin at the side noticed Sun-won. He stared at Sun-won with ill intentions. He recognized her. This was Old Man Lin Yao-yen's granddaughter from the engagement banquet. The auction was heating up. What was currently being auctioned was the Claffey diamond. Everyone raised their paddles to bid. Seeing Miller next to her also participating in the bidding, Sun-won decided to bid for this diamond and give it to Miller. At this moment, she thought of the card Xiao Bai handed her before she left. Although Xiao Bai couldn't go with him, no matter what happened, he would rush to Sun-won's side as quickly as possible. Sun-won was just about to raise her paddle for 60 million when she heard a man on the side shouted out a step ahead. Sun-won turned her head and saw the man. She recognized him as the guy who caused trouble at Ling Yao's engagement banquet last time and even cursed her grandfather. The two started a malicious bidding war. The prices they shouted were higher each time. After hearing the man shout a sky-high price of 100 million, Sun-won chose to remain silent. She couldn't bear to spend 100 million on a diamond. The man now understood that Sun-won was deliberately raising the price to trick him out of his money. Just as the auction was about to end, NAMA-MANGAI won the diamond for 100.01 million and gave it to Sun-won. This was a gift to repay Sun-won for saving her life. After the auction, the man approached Sun-won to humiliate him. When Xiao Bai and the Lei family have their marriage alliance, it'll be your turn to cry. Hearing this, NAMA-MANGAI also responded domineeringly. As long as NAMA-MANGAI still have a say in the Lei family, I will not let that day come. I will not allow anyone to verbally harm my lifesaver. Afterwards, Sun-won called Xiao Bai to tell him what happened. If only Xiao Bai were here, he could have seen it with his own eyes. NAMA-MANGAI and Miller were walking ahead, urging Sun-won. Sun-won told them to go on ahead. She wanted to say a few words to Xiao Bai, completely unaware that danger was about to descend. They were flanked from front and back. One person pretended to be asking for directions. Another person used a chloroform cloth from behind to cover Sun-won's mouth and nose, causing her to faint. After Sun-won woke up, she carefully recalled the details of her kidnapping. She should be in a car or on a boat. There was no reaction from her surroundings, which means no one else was kidnapped. It was very likely the same group of people who shot Bai. Sun-won didn't know where they were taking him. She only remembered Xiao Bai saying that no matter what happened, he would rush to his side as quickly as possible. Sun Wan squatted in a corner alone, waiting for Xiao Bai's arrival. Hearing the disconnected call, Xiao Bai shot up from his seat, shouting Sun Wan's name loudly. Just then, the assistant also ran in frantically and reported to Xiao Bai that the old madam was missing. The assistant said they had checked. Before she went to sleep, two strangers disguised as medical staff took the old madam away. Xiao Bai slammed the report on the desk, so someone couldn't hold back anymore. Xiao Bai told the assistant to contact Lu Haisheng and inform him that both Xiao Bai's mother and Sun Wan had been abducted. He asked him to investigate domestically and have Torrance inquire about news abroad. The assistant was surprised. The madam was abducted too? Xiao Bai said to report any news to him immediately. He wouldn't be going home today. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Bai felt a murderous intent. Just then, the sound of a door being kicked open rang out. Qin Jin ran in and berated Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you Xiao family members can fight for power, but don't harm our Lin family's people. Who on earth did you offend to get Wan involved in this? Xiao Bai looked at Qin Jin, wondering how he knew about this, and no one had given him permission to enter. Qin Jin said angrily, the kidnappers even called the Lin family. Xiao Bai, you bastard. If you don't have the ability to protect Wan, then don't get involved with her, putting her in this kind of danger. Are you even a man? Are you even fit to stand by Wan's side? Xiao Bai didn't back down either. I'm not qualified to protect him. Then are you? Don't forget your own identity, brother-in-law. Even after being called brother-in-law, Qin Jun said he would not sit idly by regarding Wan's matter. He would definitely find a way to save him. Afterwards, Xiao Bai had the assistant see Qin Jin out. Before leaving, Qin Jin warned Xiao Bai, if I'm the one who saves Wan first this time, then please, Xiao Bai, don't have any more contact with Sun Wan in the future. Xiao Bai was furious. He told the assistant to call the security downstairs to escort Qin Jin out. Xiao Bai secretly swore in his heart, whether it was Sun Wan or his mother, no matter where they were, he would definitely find them. Sun Wan then woke up on a luxurious big bed. He was very confused. He remembered being kidnapped, but what was with such a nice room? The maid at the side was very happy to see Sun Wan wake up. Sun Wan asked who she was and why he was here. The maid said to just call her Zhou. She was hired by Mr. Qiao to take care of Sun Wan. Sun Wan let her guard down and drank the soup Zhou brought. Sun Wan got out of bed and walked to the window to look out, but was stopped by Zhou. Your body is still weak. You can't be in the draft. Quick, put this on so you don't catch a cold. If you want to move around, just walk in the corridor. Sun Wan asked Zhou when the master would be back. Zhou said the master was on a business trip and would be over to accompany the madam in a little while. Sun Wan still didn't dare to let her guard down. Just then, she heard two people talking in the room. Sun Wan decided to walk around the house to get a general idea of the environment. This suburban villa, even if she didn't know the way, she couldn't get far. She would be caught and brought back soon. She looked downstairs. A small truck delivering vegetables drove over. Sun Wan thought if she could sneak into the truck's cargo bed, she might be able to escape. Just as she was about to act, Zhou saw her. Zhou asked her why she was here so late instead of sleeping. Sun Wan explained that she wanted to come down to find something to eat. Noodles would be fine. Zhou went to make noodles for Sun Wan, while Sun Wan regretted that this operation had ended before it even began. A man drank red wine, enjoying his evening. He thought it would be good enough to get one, but he didn't expect to get both the old and the young. That woman, Sun Wan, will only cause us trouble. Having his mother is enough. That crazy old lady won't run away. The man sneered. He just couldn't stand that kid Xiao Bai. Why should he get to snatch away what was rightfully his just by coming back? But what if his woman falls in love with me? Don't you think that's an interesting development? A woman's hand touched the man's shoulder. Ming, that woman, Sun Wan, has no looks and no figure. Don't you think you're getting the short end of the stick? The man, of course, had no interest in Sun Wan. He just wanted to see Xiao Bai's pained expression that I heard Xiao Bai's marriage alliance with the Lei family was called off. Heaven is really on my side. The man told the woman to arrange for him to propose to Lei Qin. With the Lei family support, even if Grandpa supported Xiao Bai, the man would have nothing to fear. The woman knelt on the floor, listening to the man. I heard she tried to escape last time. We've increased the dosage these past few days. It's about time I went to see how effective it is. Sun Wan tidied herself up and went downstairs. The maid told him the master was back from his business trip and was waiting downstairs to dine with him. Sun Wan looked down and saw the man's face. In her hazy memory, her husband seemed to look like this. The man said gently, Wan, I was only away on a business trip for a while. How could you forget me? Hey, call me Ming. Sun-Wan obediently repeated the man's words, but felt in her heart. Why did this name feel a bit awkward to say? Is my husband's name Xiaoming? Xiaoming took Sun-Wan's hand and led him to eat. The man was drinking a soup with peanuts in it. Sun-Wan, however, remembered that her husband seemed to be allergic to peanuts and quickly stopped the man. But Xiaoming was at a loss. Sun-Wan reminded Xiaoming that he was allergic to peanuts and should be careful what he eats. Xiaoming thought Sun-Wan had discovered he wasn't Xiao Bai and left. That night, Sun-Wan returned to her room. For some reason, although Sun-Wan had been looking forward to Xiaoming's return, now that he was back, Sun-Wan was a little afraid of him. And when Xiaoming went to rest in another room, Sun-Wan was actually relieved. Shouldn't she love her own husband? Sun-Wan got up and opened the curtains, only to be hugged from behind by Xiaoming. Sun-Wan said she heard a woman's voice constantly shouting, but Xiaoming said that was a madwoman who lived elsewhere. Don't pay any attention to her, and you can't go near there. It's very dangerous there. Otherwise, even Xiaoming won't be able to protect you. Sun-Wan felt very sorry. After Xiaoming left the room, he ordered the maids to watch Sun-Wan closely. The day after tomorrow, he would take Sun-Wan back to the main family residence. Remember to dress Sun-Wan up nicely. Xiaoming was looking forward to it. What kind of expression would Xiao Bai have when he saw the two of them together? It would definitely be very exciting. At the Qiao family banquet 3 days later, Xiao Bai mingled with the crowd, but felt very uneasy inside. Xiaoming has been smart and bold since childhood. Grandpa has always favored him. Everyone used to think he would be the next head of the Qiao family. In this situation, it would be strange if he didn't hate me. Although the previous shooting and kidnapping were suspected to be his doing, he had never officially shown his face. But this time, he suddenly held a family banquet. What did it mean? Just then, Xiaoming appeared at the banquet with Sun-Wan. Everyone marveled at Sun-Wan's beauty. Xiao Bai was very agitated when he saw Sun-Wan, shouting her name loudly. Sun-Wan turned her head, but no longer recognized Xiao Bai. Xiaoming said gently to Sun-Wan, "Don't be afraid. He's the boss of the Qiao family now." Xiao Bai. Xiaoming kissed Sun-Wan's forehead. Wan, you have to follow me and call him Brother Bai. Xiaoming explained to Xiao Bai, Brother Bai, long time no see. It's Wan's first time attending a full clan gathering. Don't mind if she doesn't recognize people. Xiao Bai said viciously to Xiaoming, what on earth did you do to Wan? Xiaoming told Xiao Bai not to get agitated. If he accidentally hurt him, there would be no one to protect the old madam. Afterwards, Xiaoming led Sun-Wan away. The assistant asked Xiao Bai if they should snatch the madam back. He would contact the people outside to prepare. But Xiao Bai said they couldn't risk it. His mother was still in their hands. He had just been clearly threatening him. Xiaoming led Sun-Wan to a seat on the side, telling Wan to eat something on her own first. Xiaoming went to make a call to his relatives. As Sun-Wan ate by herself, she always felt a sense of familiarity towards Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai placed a fish in front of Sun-Wan. Sun-Wan thought it was Xiaoming and was about to say she could get herself. Then she saw the person in front of her was Xiao Bai. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She asked how he knew Sun-Wan loved to eat fish. Xiao Bai said he still remembered that Sun-Wan liked to eat fish. So Sun-Wan handed him a piece of cake, asking Xiao Bai to try it too. It was also delicious, but Xiao Bai politely declined because he was a little allergic to peanuts. Looking at the flushed Sun-Wan, Xiao Bai decided to use his good looks to seduce Sun-Wan. But Sun-Wan fled in a panic. She didn't know why she had this heart-pounding feeling for this man. How could she have this kind of heart-pounding feeling for a man other than her own husband? No, she couldn't stay by his side. This was too strange. Xiao Bai looked at Sun-Wan's back and gazed at the sky. Wan, I've been looking for you for a full 6 days, but now I have no way to bring you back to my side immediately. After seeing Xiao Bai, Sun-Wan's cheeks burned. Although she felt sorry for her husband, being watched by his gentle gaze made her so happy. Sun-Wan couldn't help but fantasize. But she shook her head, reminding herself that she was a woman with a husband. Just then, Sun-Wan heard a sound coming from the bushes ahead. She looked up and saw a strange woman. Sun-Wan also remembered that this was the woman she had met yesterday. Last night, when Zhou was helping Sun-Wan rest, Sun-Wan spoke up, wanting to see the madwoman who was shouting in the yard earlier. There was such a person in the house. yet Sun Wan didn't know. She was very puzzled. Zhou Ma stammered an explanation. It was an old maid from before whose mind had gone. She had no family, so the master took pity on her and let her stay in the villa to live out her days. She didn't expect her to slip out on her own. Hearing Zhou Ma's words, Sun Wan knew she was lying. Sun Wan got up and asked Zhou Ma to take her for a look. Otherwise, having to live under the same roof as a madwoman always made her feel scared. Zhou Ma tried to stop her, but Sun Wan didn't back down. In the end, I'm the mistress here. Why can't I even go see a person? Zhou Ma knelt down and admitted her mistake. If Sun Wan wanted to go see, of course she could. Zhou Ma would just accompany her. Before Sun Wan even opened the door, she heard a voice from inside. It kept shouting, my bye. That seemed to be the woman's son. Sun Wan was puzzled. Zhou Ma had just said the woman had no relatives. Peeking through the crack in the door, a woman with pink hair was accompanying the old woman. The old woman kept rambling about things related to the person named Bai. Ever since Bai's father passed away, the woman's condition hadn't been good. But Bai had been tolerant of her since he was little and tried his best to comfort her. That child had suffered a lot with her. The pink-haired woman saw Sun Wan. Her eyes filled with a strange hostility. Sun Wan was puzzled. She didn't know the woman, but the old woman looked very familiar. The woman silenced Zhou Ma. She had just spent a lot of effort to calm the woman down. Then she looked at Sun Wan with hostile eyes. What are you doing here? Sun Wan replied that she just wanted to see this old madam. The old woman started crying loudly again. He said he got married, and then he disappeared. He won't forget me, will he? Son, Mom misses you so much. The old woman remembered the little moments of life she had with her son. She really missed Xiao Bai. The woman knelt down and comforted the old woman, saying Xiao Bai would be back for dinner soon. For some reason, seeing the old woman cry, Sun Wan's heart ached. The woman then instructed Zhou Ma to take Sun Wan to rest. Just as Sun Wan was about to refuse, the woman threatened her in a cold tone. Madam, you should rest. Sun Wan recalled the events of last night. That person was Miss Lei. But what was her background? Her power in the house was actually greater than hers, the madam. Then Sun Wan seemed to notice something. Her eyes widened. At this moment, Sun Wan saw the man kissing Miss Lei. It was Qiao Ming. Sun Wan suddenly realized that she seemed to have encountered the other woman. But strangely, upon discovering Qiao Ming's affair, Sun Wan didn't feel any sadness at all. It was as if it had nothing to do with her. She decided to leave quietly, but bumped into Xiao Bai's chest as she backed away. Sun Wan quickly backed away to put distance between them and apologized to Brother Bai. Xiao Bai draped his coat over him, telling Sun Wan not to call him Brother Bai. It's getting cold. Remember to wear more when you're outside. Otherwise, if you catch a cold, you'll get a headache again. Sun Wan was confused why Xiao Bai knew this. But Xiao Bai asked him sadly, do you really not remember anything? The Bai that slipped out of Sun Wan's mouth gave Xiao Bai hope. He said to Sun Wan that he hoped Sun Wan could call him Bai. Sun Wan called him Bai, one after another. Xiao Bai was very happy. Sun Wan felt that at this moment, he was like a big puppy, but she seemed to have heard this name from someone. She quickly asked Xiao Bai if he knew an old madam with white hair. Xiao Bai's heart leaped with joy. So Sun Wan had met his mother. Sun Wan told Xiao Bai that the old madam missed him very much and hoped he could find time to go home and see her. Xiao Bai promised Sun Wan that he would bring them both home soon. Seeing Xiao Bai's stern face, Sun Wan laughed. Looking like this, Xiao Bai seemed like an old man. She reached out and pinched Xiao Bai's face. She still felt that Xiao Bai looked better when he smiled. Sun Wan realized her behavior was impolite. After apologizing to Xiao Bai, she left. As she walked, she regretted it. How could she just casually touch someone she had just met? If Qiao Ming saw this, it would be terrible. Then Sun Wan recalled the feeling in her hand. She always felt that this feeling was very familiar. Xiao Bai secretly swore that he would definitely bring Sun Wan and his mother home. At night, Sun Wan was lying alone in bed when she heard the old madam downstairs calling for Xiao Bai. At the same time, there were also verbal insults from Zhou Ma. Sun Wan couldn't listen anymore. She got up and went to the old madam's room. She said to Zhou Ma, Ming was kind enough to let you take care of this old lady. How can you treat her like this? She's just not well. She just misses her son. Taking care of the elderly requires patience. Sun Wan then saw a man in black knock Zhou Ma to the ground. The man knelt on one knee upon seeing Sun Wan. He stated that he was entrusted by Mr. Qiao to rescue him. Sun Wan was shocked. She was in Qiao Ming's villa. Who was this Mr. Qiao the man was talking about? The man handed Sun Wan a marriage certificate and asked if Sun Wan still remembered. Sun Wan remembered that she didn't take wedding photos at the time. The man continued, "You and Xiao Bai were married in Yinqing. The rings were bought in Yinjing. CEO Xiao's ring was said to be kept by the madam and was not worn on his hand." Sun Wan remembered the scene of Xiao Bai's proposal. She remembered everything. She remembered that she was kidnapped when she got separated from Miller and in Iran. At that time, she was calling Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was her husband. Xiao Ming was the one who kidnapped her. Seeing that Sun Wan had remembered everything, the man in black felt his plan would be easier to implement. He planned to set a fire amidst the chaos to take the two of them away. But Sun Wan rejected his proposal because the old madam's mental state was very fragile and she couldn't be stimulated. If they were to burn something, they should burn his room. They couldn't scare the old madam. Just as the two were about to start, Miss Lei walked into the room at this moment. Sun Wan looked at Miss Lei. She knew the woman loved Xiao Ming. Although she spoke harshly, Miss Lei had no intention of harming the old madam and had even been taking care of her. Sun Wan believed that Miss Lei was actually willing to help them. Sun Wan told Miss Lei to hurry to a safe place. Miss Lei hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and left the scene. After a while, a fire started in the room. Sun Wan and the old madam also successfully got into the car to go home. Sun Wan quickly called the assistant to confirm that everything was fine on Xiao Bai's end. Xiao Bai also called the assistant. He told them to arrange things carefully and to make sure Sun Wan and the old madam were not harmed. He really wanted to thank the woman who contacted Qin Jun. Without her, they wouldn't have been able to determine the exact location. But Xiao Bai was puzzled. Why would the woman contact Qin Jun and not him, Xiao Bai? The old madam leaned in Sun Wan's arms. The two of them sat in the back seat. She kept muttering Xiao Bai's name, but then she suddenly saw the necklace Sun Wan was wearing. Just then, the car screeched to a halt. Xiao Ming's men had intercepted the rescue convoy. Xiao Ming's men escorted the two of them before Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming walked out, clapping his hands. Wan, just recovered from a serious illness. Where are you trying to go? You just left without a word. How is your husband supposed to feel? I dote on you so much, you know. Xiao Ming knelt on the ground, trying to touch Sun Wan's face. But Sun Wan dodged him. The old madam then recognized Xiao Ming. She asked him why he wouldn't let her go back to Xiao Bai. She had never wronged him. But Xiao Ming's voice turned cold. Annie, you haven't, but your son has. It's because of him that I'm about to lose everything. You see, even this house was set on fire by his men. He wants to destroy everything I have. Shouldn't we settle this score? Sun Wan retorted that Xiao Bai was not that kind of person. Xiao Ming said nonchalantly, "Is that so? Then it seems there's been some misunderstanding." He then called Xiao Bai, telling him to bring the family head's ring and documents, and to come alone. If he wanted to see Sun Wan and the old madam again, he shouldn't try any tricks. It was time for the two brothers to catch up. Miss Lei asked Xiao Ming, who was sitting on the sofa, "I heard Sun Wan tried to escape with the old lady. And you caught them?" Xiao Ming rubbed his head. From the first time she tried to escape, I knew this woman was no pushover. Then, Xiao Ming asked his subordinate, "How did the marriage proposal to Lei Qin go?" But the subordinate said the Lei family had rejected the proposal. Miss Lei explained to Xiao Ming, "Sun Wan was with our family head's wife when she was captured. The head of the Lei family felt he had lost face and was furious. Hearing that Sun Wan is here with you, the family head would definitely refuse." "It doesn't matter if they refuse," Xiao Ming said nonchalantly. But Miss Lei was worried. If Lei Qin agreed to the proposal, would Xiao Ming forget about her? To reassure Miss Lei, Xiao Ming pretended to say that once he got the position of the Qiao family head, Lei Qin wouldn't be that important anymore. Although Miss Lei didn't show it, she knew that in Xiao Ming's heart, she wasn't important either. Just then, a subordinate told Xiao Ming that Xiao Bai had arrived. Xiao Ming greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Brother Bai, did you see the gift I brought for you?" But Xiao Bai demanded to see the two of them first. Xiao Ming turned on the TV for Xiao Bai. The screen showed the two of them. Sun Wan and the old madam were having a heart-to-heart talk. At this moment, the old madam also accepted Sun Wan. Xiao Ming then had a bodyguard enter the frame to prove to Xiao Bai that it was live surveillance. As soon as the bodyguard entered the room, he spoke harshly to the two of them. Xiao Bai was very worried. He hoped they wouldn't be mistreated. Xiao Bai then opened the box with the family head's ring to show Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming called the bodyguard back and at the same time made a demand. If Xiao Bai wanted to take the two of them away, he would have to settle the score between them. On the other side, after the despicable bodyguard left, Sun Wan and Xiao's mother were puzzled. Why would someone do something so abrupt? Could it be that Xiao Bai had arrived? Sun Wan told Xiao's mother the good news. But Xiao's mother touched Sun Wan's face and asked her, if Xiao Bai was no longer the head of the Qiao family, would you still be willing to call me mother-in-law? Sun Wan reassured Xiao's mother. After they leave, they would live together. She had already prepared a room. Their family would never be separated again. Just then, Sun Wan seemed to remember something. If Qiao Ming would do such a thing while Qiao Bai was still the family head. Then, Qiao Bai and Qiao Ming were in the study, signing an agreement. In front of Qiao Bai was a family asset transfer and inheritance document. Qiao Ming urged Qiao Bai to sign it quickly. But on the other side, Sun Wan hoped Qiao Bai wouldn't back down. If Qiao Bai really stepped down as the family head, Qiao Ming would never let them go. Before Qiao Bai could finish signing, the power in the villa suddenly went out. The backup generator then kicked in. Light instantly filled the room, but the family head's ring next to Qiao Ming had disappeared. Qiao Ming slammed the table in anger. Qiao Bai, you dare to trick me? Qiao Bai retorted with an innocent look. What does it have to do with me? I've been here the whole time and haven't left. A few hours earlier, Qiao Ming wants me to go meet him. Qiao Bai put down his phone and spoke to his assistant. The assistant was immediately on standby. He wanted to go with Qiao Bai, but Qiao Bai had activated Plan B. If it came to the point where he had to transfer the family assets, they must intercept the documents and the token. Qiao Bai then instructed his assistant that if he was still worried, he could find a few new faces that Qiao Ming wouldn't recognize. Qiao Bai's thoughts were the same as Sun Wan's. Qiao Ming hated him to the bone. If he gave up the initiative, Wan and Xiao's mother's situation would only get worse. So he absolutely could not agree to Qiao Ming's demands. Back in the present, Qiao Bai spread his hands, facing Qiao Ming, indicating he had nothing. Qiao Ming turned on the live surveillance to threaten Qiao Bai, but the screen was empty. A few minutes earlier, the bodyguard at the door was knocked unconscious with a karate chop. Sun Wan stood protectively in front of Qiao's mother. Who are you? Several bodyguards replied that they were sent by the assistant to rescue them. The group hurried to escape through the villa. There were more security personnel in the villa than before. Qiao Ming also became nervous. A bodyguard told Sun Wan to leave first with the old madam, while he lured the security guards away. Someone would be waiting for them on the main road. They would be safe once they left the villa. Just then, the power in the villa was cut. One bodyguard ran out quickly, drawing the attention of the other security personnel. Although Sun Wan was worried about the person staying behind, she still ran out of the villa with the others. Meanwhile, someone would also come for Qiao Bai. They left the villa safely. Sun Wan was overjoyed. Their beautiful life together was about to begin. On the other side, Qiao Ming ordered his men to quickly intercept Sun Wan and Xiao's mother. In such a short time, they couldn't have done much. But Qiao Bai was worried. In such a short time, Wan and Xiao's mother couldn't have gotten far. Qiao Ming pushed Xiao Bai against a chair, warning him to behave. This is my, Qiao Ming's, territory. No one is getting away. Xiao Bai's eyes darkened. Qiao Ming had failed once. I will be more cautious with you. The group was running through the woods. Sun Wan suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. A bodyguard looked at her with concern. But Sun Wan got up and told everyone to leave quickly. She had underestimated how badly she had sprained her ankle. She couldn't stand up at all. Sun Wan made a quick decision and told the bodyguard to take Xiao's mother first and come back for her later. The bodyguard told Sun Wan to hide in the bushes and not make a sound. She sat there, waiting until the sky began to lighten. Still, no one came for her. Just then, she heard the sound of a car. Peeking through a gap in the bushes, she saw that the driver was Han Yi. She crawled out of the bushes and tried to wave at Han Yi. Han Yi had already started to drive away, but saw Sun Wan calling for help in the rearview mirror. He stopped the car and helped Sun Wan get in. Sun Wan explained that she had been kidnapped, sprained her ankle, and had been waiting here ever since. It was a good thing she ran into an acquaintance. Sun Wan looked out the car window. The sky was dawning. At this hour, it was impossible for Han Yi to be driving in the suburbs. The only villa nearby belonged to Qiao Ming. Sun Wan couldn't help but overthink. Meanwhile, Qiao Bai saw that it was about time and got up to leave. But Qiao Ming said that even without Sun Wan and Xiao's mother, it wouldn't affect what they had to do. Qiao Bai urged Qiao Ming to stop messing around. What he wanted to do would never be approved by their grandfather or the other family elders. Xiao Ming threatened Xiao by if only one person can walk out of this room alive, then neither grandfather's nor the elders' opinions will matter anymore. Suddenly, a clear cry of Qiao Bai was heard. Sun Wan threw herself into Qiao Bai's arms. When Hani appeared behind her, Qiao Bai finally understood. Wan Wan's whereabouts were known so clearly. Qiao Bai had suspected everyone, but he had never suspected Hani. And at that moment, the missing family head's ring was also recovered. Xiao Ming looked at the situation and couldn't help but laugh. It seems fate is on my side. Brother Bai, let's continue and finish signing the document. Holding Sun Wan, Xiao Bai refused Xiao Ming's demand. Xiao Ming toyed with the family head's ring in his hand, thinking that Xiao Bai no longer had any room to bargain. But Xiao Bai still refused him. Xiao Ming angrily pulled out a gun and pointed it at Xiao Bai. Brother Bai, then let me see just how attached you are to the position of family head. The box holding the family head's ring suddenly let out a loud bang. The ring shattered in the explosion. Xiao Bai immediately shielded Sun Wan. Xiao Ming was also shocked. The family heirloom is destroyed. Now all my men are outside. Xiao Ming, do you still have any room to bargain with me? Xiao Bai then comforted Sun Wan, who was crouching on the floor. He then said coldly to Xiao Ming, "You are my brother, after all. Without my command, they will never harm you." Hearing this, Xiao Ming thought he still had a chance. Immediately, he told Xiao Bai he would regret his soft-heartedness. Xiao Bai was not afraid at all. After my first failed attempt to rescue my family, I had my men place microcameras on Wan and Mom, and the information captured by the microcameras is sent to the police in real time. So now, whatever you plan to do, consider the consequences. Seeing his plan was exposed, Xiao Ming was furious. "Shut up, Xiao Bai. I'd rather we both go down together." Xiao Ming pulled the trigger, but Miss Lei rushed in at that moment and pushed Xiao Ming's hand away. Miss Lei hugged Xiao Ming from behind. Ming, if you kill someone, your future will be ruined. Xiao Ming was dismissive. My future is already gone. I was raised to be the next family head since I was a child. I was called the crown prince by my family for over 20 years, and suddenly the family fortune that was supposed to be mine is all gone. And you're talking to me about a future? If you kill your own brother, the other Qiao family members won't dare to truly support you. You can't do this, whether for internal or external reasons. Miss Lei tried to dissuade Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming pushed Miss Lei away. "Get lost, you traitor. You think I don't know? It was you who leaked the news that Sun Wan was here to the Lin family." Xiao Bai and Sun Wan were both surprised. Miss Lei's tears streamed down her face. Ming, why did you make Sun Wan pretend to be your wife? Have you ever thought about how much that would hurt me? No matter what, I'm still a lady of the Lei family. Can't I be your wife? Xiao Ming glanced at Miss Lei with contempt. At this moment, a servant told Xiao Ming, "The old master of the Qiao family is here." We didn't dare to stop him. The old master of the Qiao family walked in, puffing on a cigar. "Xiao Ming, give up. Although you are my favorite, I didn't stop you from doing anything you wanted. But look at what you've done these past few days." Xiao Ming retorted, "Was I wrong to take back what's mine?" But the old master was very disappointed. "The reason our Qiao family became the wealthiest is because we can win the greatest benefits at the smallest cost. But you kidnapped Sun Wan, causing us to fall out with the Lei and Lin families, and at the same time offending the Lu and Mi families. Ming, if you were to become the family head, the Qiao family would soon be isolated and helpless. Everything that has happened in the last 3 years has made me realize that in this regard, perhaps Bai is the one who is most like me." After speaking, the old master patted Xiao Bai's shoulder. Xiao Ming trembled. "I've been completely abandoned by you all." Sun Wan answered loudly, "You haven't been abandoned, even if you're not the Qiao family head. Miss Lei hasn't left you. I can understand her feelings. It's just like how I feel about Xiao Bai. And Han Yi is also trying his best to help you, even though you stopped being the crown prince 3 years ago. Grandfather said he would hand over the overseas business to Xiao Ming to manage, since Xiao Ming was his favorite grandson. But at the same time, Grandfather warned him that he was not allowed to return to the mainland, nor to come and shake the foundation of the Qiao family again. As for those who had stood by him, he could take them with him tomorrow. In the hospital, Miller held Soon-Won's hand worriedly that you're finally back safely. We were all so scared. I was so afraid something would happen to you. Soon-Won said she was fine, but Xiao Bai insisted she come to the hospital for a checkup. After examining her, the doctor told Soon-Won, according to our examination, there are no major problems with your health. However, congratulations, you're about 1 month pregnant. But Soon-Won was worried. Doctor, I was drugged before. Will it have any effect on the baby? The doctor said the effect of the drug was very slight. The person who administered it was very restrained. Her luck was very good. Hearing the doctor say this, Soon-Won knew it was Miss Lei who had helped. She also sincerely hoped that Miss Lei could find her own happiness. Miller was very excited at this moment. I'm gonna be a godmother. Quick, call Xiao Bai. Soon-Won called Xiao Bai and shared the good news with him. Soon-Won thought, this little new character who is about to enter my life has suddenly divided my current life from my past, and I hadn't even thought about how to welcome him before. In the evening, Xiao Bai and Soon-Won sat hand in hand on a Ferris wheel. Bai. Most of my family didn't like me. I've always been very lonely. I've always longed for my own real family. Now I have you and this baby. Although it hasn't been long, I feel like I would do anything for this baby. Maybe my mother felt the same way when she was pregnant with me. That's why she stayed and didn't go abroad with her relatives. I sometimes wonder how my maternal grandparents are doing abroad. I wonder if they've ever heard of me. Xiao Bai asked Soon-Won if she had ever tried to find out about them. Soon-Won said she had thought about it, but if she went to look for them, would her grandfather misunderstand? He was the one in the Lin family who treated her best. She didn't want to hurt his feelings. Xiao Bai understood Soon-Won, but if Won wanted to contact her maternal grandparents now, Xiao Bai was willing to help her. At this moment, Soon-Won took off the necklace from her neck. Xiao Bai asked why Soon-Won had hung the ring on her necklace. Soon-Won replied that she thought now was the right time to give the ring to Xiao Bai. Soon-Won knelt on one knee. Xiao Bai, will you accept my proposal? Xiao Bai accepted the ring. He was willing. The two kissed on the Ferris wheel, watching the beautiful sunset outside. They promised to watch it together as a family of 3 in the future. From now on, this would be the scenery their whole family would come to see. The phone kept ringing. Everyone sent red envelopes to the pregnant Soon-Won. Soon-Won teased Xiao Bai. Baby's daddy, aren't you going to send me a red envelope? Baby's mommy, I have something better for you than a red envelope. Xiao Bai leaned close to Soon-Won's ear and whispered to her, the wedding dress I found for you before is ready. When are you free to have our makeup wedding? Soon-Won replied, anytime. Just then, Soon-Won's phone received a work email. The women's wear previously released by Wei Yun had received a protest from a foreign clothing company, claiming they had plagiarized the design. It needed to be resolved. But now that Han Yi had resigned, the only people in charge of the women's wear department were her and Xiao Lu. It seemed Soon-Won would have to go on a business trip. Soon-Won was disappointed that their wedding would have to be postponed again. But Xiao Bai reassured Soon-Won. This time, he would definitely stay by her side every step of the way. Soon-Won was surprised. It turned out Xiao Bai was going on the business trip with her. A week later, at a hotel abroad. Wow, the accommodation is nice this time. The company is really willing to spend money. Soon-Won thought to herself, that's because Wei Yun was bought by Lu Haisheng. Of course, your business trip treatment is the best. Then Miller went to her own room, letting Xiao Bai and her enjoy their time alone. Soon-Won held Xiao Bai's hand coquettishly. Bai, I'm a little hungry. Xiao Bai suggested they go directly to the Sky restaurant to eat. The bellboy could deliver their luggage to the room. The two arrived at the high-altitude buffet restaurant. Soon-Won thought the atmosphere here was very nice. Xiao Bai told Soon-Won to sit down first while he went to get her some food. President Xiao. A voice came from the side. It was Yang Zi. She introduced herself to Xiao Bai, proactively saying she hoped to cooperate with Xiao Bai's company and become their spokesperson. Xiao Bai told her to contact his wife. Soon-Won was a fashion designer and often needed models for endorsements. Seeing the designer, Yang Zi couldn't help but mock. I never thought a man of President Xiao's stature would fall into the hands of a country bumpkin like you. If it weren't for you and Ning Ran, I wouldn't have fallen so low, Soon-Won said, looking at Yang Zi. Are you planning to mobilize your foreign fans to launch an online attack against me again? With that kind of character, you're not even as good as a country bumpkin. Yang Zi, furious and embarrassed, pushed Soon-Won, who fell to the ground. Fortunately, she didn't land on her stomach, but her hand was cut by the broken tableware. Xiao Bai rushed over in a panic. Yang Zi, are you crazy? He then worriedly helped Sun Wan up from the ground. Yang Zi, if anything happens to my wife and child, I'm not done with you. Just then, a woman with a powerful aura walked over. My. How times have changed. Do you think the overseas Chinese community here is your fan club? I saw everything that happened today. You dare to disrespect my Su family. The woman helped Sun Wan up. If I didn't think this little girl looked a bit like my sister, my own niece would have been bullied right in front of me. Sun Wan was very surprised. Could she be talking about her mother? An assistant came over. Your Highness, the convoy is ready. The doctors are also in place. The woman said to Xiao Bai, you are her husband. I am her aunt. We'll take her for a checkup first, then take them to see her grandmother. You have no objection, right? Xiao Bai readily agreed. He comforted Sun Wan, saying, don't be afraid. I'm here for everything. We'll demand an apology from Yang Zi later. Yang Zi never expected that Sun Wan was related to Princess Su Wei. This was a serious matter. Fortunately, she also knew people in the royal family. She had to contact Princess Catherine immediately. The group sat in a carriage. Sun Wan wondered, is this person really my aunt? I met a relative as soon as I came abroad. How coincidental. Her aunt explained that she had just been on the phone with her grandmother. She was shocked to hear she was back and wanted to see her as soon as possible. The whole family is waiting for you now. Sun Wan cast a pleading look at Xiao Bai. She didn't know what to say at this moment. Her aunt also looked at Xiao Bai, praising him that you've been very calm from the beginning. You don't seem surprised by this kind of situation. Did you already know? Xiao Bai explained that Sun Wan had always wanted to see the relatives she had lost contact with years ago. He was just helping her look them up. His aunt asked if they had checked into this hotel today because they knew she would be here. Was everything arranged by Xiao Bai in advance? Xiao Bai stroked Sun Wan's head. If he had known it would cause Wan to get hurt, he would have rather stayed at a different hotel. Fortunately, it was nothing serious. Otherwise, he would never forgive himself. Su Wei chuckled softly at his words. The Su family's foreign castle at Yunwan, Xiao Bai, we're here. This is your grandmother's house. Your grandfather and grandmother live here. They've been waiting to see you. But Sun Wan was scared. Before, my grandfather and grandmother wanted to disown my mother. Are they still willing to acknowledge me now? Su Wei told her not to worry. It would be fine. She had the Su family's blood in her veins. Her grandfather wouldn't make things difficult for her. Xiao Bai also held Sun Wan's hand, telling her not to be afraid. He would always be with her. The first time her grandmother saw Sun Wan, she burst into tears. She had always thought she would never see Sun Wan in this lifetime. The grandmother and granddaughter cried and hugged each other. Sun Wan recalled later that the moment she saw her grandmother, she understood. All her worries were unnecessary. She was accepted. She had finally found her home. Her grandmother took Sun Wan for a walk around the estate. In the backyard of the estate was a large field of lavender. It was Sun Wan's mother's favorite flower. Her grandmother explained that because her mother loved lavender the most, her grandfather had planted a lot of it himself. Year by year, it slowly filled the entire yard. Her grandmother continued, that stubborn old man, your grandfather, although his words are harsh, he actually misses her in his heart. At this moment, her grandmother also saw her grandfather behind them. The moment Sun Wan turned around, her grandfather seemed to see his own daughter. He froze for a moment. Sun Wan walked warmly towards her grandfather. But her grandfather stomped his cane and turned to leave. Her grandmother told Sun Wan not to mind. Sun Wan understood. Sun Wan knew that the lavender in the garden was full of love and longing for her mother. Her grandfather didn't hate her mother, nor did he hate her. He just hated himself. Xiao Bai saw her grandfather in the living room and proactively greeted him. Wan has been thinking about you, but she didn't know where you were. As soon as we got news of you, we rushed over immediately. Do you have time to chat with me? Your Highness Princess Catherine, the princess's family is all in the back garden. Catherine told Yang Zi not to worry. Her problem was not a big deal. No matter what kind of relative that person was to Su Wei, they couldn't possibly not be wary of her influence here. The two stood outside the living room, listening to the conversation inside, that I was so stupid back then, always waiting for her to apologize to me first. But she never contacted me. I thought she was living a good life and had forgotten about me. But I never expected her to die just like that. If I had known she wasn't doing well, I would have brought her and the child back to my side. How could I have let her be all alone and helpless? Xiao Bai said he could understand her grandfather's feelings and told him not to blame himself too much. Outside the door, Catherine saw Xiao Bai's face and was instantly smitten. Xiao Bai turned his head and saw Catherine and Yang Zi. Catherine was infatuated with Xiao Bai's face. So handsome. Could this person be Su Wei's relative? Just then, Sun Wan, tired from walking, also came back to rest. She saw Catherine looking at Xiao Bai with a very strange gaze. Catherine was still mesmerized by Xiao Bai's magnetic voice. Su Wei saw Catherine and questioned her. Our family's appointment book has no record of you visiting today. Are you here to stand up for Yang Zi? Catherine, Yang Zi, my wife is a pregnant woman. No matter who you bring, I will not forgive the person who almost killed my child. Hearing Xiao Bai's words, Catherine felt, for no reason at all, that a foreign country should not welcome a malicious person like Yang Zi. Yang Zi also didn't expect that she would lose the princess's support in an instant. She then called for the guards to drive this vicious woman away and not let her appear anywhere she could see. Xiao Bai thanked Princess Catherine. Princess Catherine, however, was very excited that Xiao Bai was talking to her. My friend, please don't misunderstand. I don't know this woman at all. I wouldn't say anything for her. Sister-in-law, Su Wei, we haven't seen each other in a long time. You don't mind if I stay for dinner, do you? But Su Wei pulled Catherine away. This was just too awkward. Sun Wan asked her grandfather if she could invite her good friend to have dinner together tonight. Her grandfather said they could have whatever they wanted and he and her grandmother would cook for them personally. Xiao Bai and Sun Wan sat in the garden. Bai, should I tell grandfather what happened today? It's not good to hide it from him, but I'm afraid he'll get angry. After all, my parents' marriage made both families' elders very unhappy. Don't be afraid. Your maternal grandfather is quite reasonable and also dotes on you. You should be able to mediate the relationship between them. So Sun Wan dialed her grandfather's number. She told her grandfather the news. She had met her mother's relatives here. Her grandfather was silent for a moment, then asked, do they acknowledge you? Are they good to you? If they're not good to you, you come back to grandfather right away. Sun Wan told her grandfather that her maternal grandparents were very happy and treated her very well. She asked her grandfather if he wasn't angry, that there were more people who doted on her. Her grandfather was overjoyed. Why would he be angry? As long as grandfather was still the most important person in Wan Wan's heart, that was enough. Of course, maybe I'm a little less important than that boy Xiao Bai now. Sun Wan quickly comforted her grandfather. Xiao Bai can't compare to you. Grandfather will always be in the highest position. And Wan, if your maternal grandparents are in good health, please invite them back to the country for your mother's death anniversary this year. Grandfather will take you all to see her then. Sun Wan pulled Xiao Bai and said, grandfather really isn't angry. But Xiao Bai was a little angry now. It was one thing for her grandfather's position to be higher than his. If they had a son in the future, would his position in Sun Wan's heart also be higher than his? But Sun Wan said they would definitely have to love their son well. Xiao Bai said jealously, we're only allowed to have a daughter. Sun Wan thought this jealous Xiao Bai was so cute. While Sun Wan was sleeping, Xiao Bai thought to himself that having a son wouldn't be bad either. He could take care of Wan for me when I'm not able to. Maybe they should have a daughter and a son. Just then, Catherine suddenly appeared. Xiao Bai was stunned. Catherine proactively invited Xiao Bai. Could you take a walk with me? It would make me very happy. Just then, a sharp voice was heard. That woman, what are you doing? Miller saw Catherine and started scolding her. You women are so shameless. Bitch, his wife is right there, and you're acting like this. Hey woman, you're standing very close to Bai just now. What were you trying to do? Catherine pushed Miller. You crazy woman, how dare you slander me? I'll have the police throw you in jail. Miller lost her footing for a moment, and Xiao Bai caught her. Miller then pushed back at Catherine, but Catherine fell into the pond. A group of people rushed over. Princess Catherine, are you all right? Catherine felt extremely embarrassed and asked someone to prepare a car for her to go home. Miller was very worried. Had she caused trouble for Sun Wan this time? Sun Wan said it was okay. Her aunt was a princess, after all. Ah, that Chinese princess from abroad is your aunt? Miller wanted to talk to Sun Wan about something, but felt a bit awkward with Xiao Bai there. So Sun Wan told Xiao Bai to go chat with her grandfather first. Miller said to Wan, that princess is obviously interested in Xiao Bai. I'm afraid even a princess aunt can't help you with this kind of thing. Why aren't you worried at all? Sun Wan was very calm. She and Bai had been through this kind of thing many times. If she were to worry, she would have worried herself to death long ago. When two people are in love, they trust each other. If you can't trust each other anymore, why stay together? But Miller looked sad. Wan, do you remember Haisheng? I haven't seen him for several months. I heard that Liu Haisheng is already engaged to the Bai family's daughter. They're getting married next month. I really don't know what to do. How can I trust him? And how should I interact with him? Sun-Wan hugged Miller. She would definitely help her find a way. This time, it was Sun-Wan's turn to protect Miller. The two entered the dining room to eat. Her grandfather praised Xiao Bai. Young man, you look so dapper in a suit. I didn't expect you to cook yourself. The husband Wan found puts my mind at ease. Sun-Wan looked at Xiao Bai. It turned out Xiao Bai had once again won over her grandfather's stomach with his excellent cooking skills. The family ate happily together. Her aunt teased from the side. No wonder you cooked the fish first when you came back and saved it to be served last. It turns out your wife was all you were thinking about. Catherine's invitation was delivered. Catherine invited Xiao Bai and Sun-Wan to attend the palace banquet tomorrow night. Miller held Sun-Wan's hand. She believed Catherine must have gone to complain. Did something happen? Do you need our help? It's okay. No matter what happens, as long as Bai and I are together, it doesn't matter. Xiao Bai then asked Sun-Wan's aunt to help relay a message to Catherine that they would definitely visit on time tomorrow.